just really childish.
Oh, well, okay, so they're not very sophisticated critiques. Not sure about that. Okay. If they're more sophisticated, I'd probably look into them, but at the same time, I worry. I actually get along with Shades in person, but I get along with everybody, so doesn't narrow it down, does it?
Yeah, so do I. But so my stance is that I can get along with these people, um, and I like talking to these people sometimes. Maybe even most of the time. But it doesn't keep me from saying exactly how I feel about their arguments.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pretty far out on the spectrum as far as kind of keeping things defused and such. So
I get along with it, Shades. But once again, I get along with everyone, kind of, I guess.
I have never talked to Thick Shades ever, nor do I care to.
well, I mean, as far as like she is critical for me, he doesn't really seem to hit those very badly. So I don't know. I actually found what was it? It was me and Thick Shades against Jesus DiCaprio. That was a fun one. Thick Shades and I were on the same side. Oh, welcome, Fud. Yeah, we've had well, cam wankers, so bear with us.
It just some people you can't even be mad at. You just have to pity. And maybe I shouldn't say it out loud, but man, that's how I feel about Jesus.
Bro, you have no scholarship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, by and large, getting mad at much of pitying. Yeah, I do quite a bit of. So.
I mean, Nadia, do you think that you consider yourself being able to get along with Incorporated? Because I've seen you and Incorporated kind of, go at it.
Yeah, I actually get along worse with secular right-wingers than on their economic policy or whatever than the religious anti-LGBT types. It's weird.
Well, I don't know, okay, Nadia might don't get along with him, but for example, Armin, dang, she called him a Tommy boy. What tomboy is it called? It's the
An Uncle
worst.
Tom?
Uncle Tom.
Right, tomboy. Yeah.
Uncle Tom was
I was so confused for a second. Oh. Have you ever read Uncle Tom's Cabin, Art?
I don't think so. Is it
Uncle Tom's Cabin and Song of the South, I think, he's in both of those, I believe.
Oh no, Armin specifically called him Tomboy or something, or Tommy Boy.
Probably
He called him an Uncle Tom.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, basically the worst fucking insult you could say to a black person.
Right, it's basically the black person that stands up for white atrocities on black people.
Right. And the whole fucking hangar was like, whoa, shit.
That was absolutely a hilarious moment.
Yeah. I actually forgot what was he saying that Armin called him out on this.
Oh, I don't remember exactly.
I don't know. I don't say this often, but Incorporated says a lot of shitty
Dumb
things.
shit.
So.
Yep.
Are we I'm sorry, I missed that. Are we talking about the beautiful reality of Alexander Carson, what he said, or is this
No,
something
no,
different?
What? No, I like Carson. I love Carson.
no. We were talking about Incorporated Boy.
I think Jennifer's referring to something that's some drama like from last year where
Yeah, that because there was something similar where someone used words that were not exactly taken as kosher in most people's books and stretched to mean something completely different than what they actually meant, and there was this whole drama. I was just wondering if it.
I think it began with Cult of Dusty calling the Christians, the black Christians, Tommy Boys or something, I don't know, Uncle Toms. And, from that whole sort of landslide of, some atheists, starting to agree with it and call some, black theists, exactly same name, so yeah. But no, that's a different drama altogether.
Yeah, because I know how drama likes to run in cycles around here. Like old shit will somehow come to be new drama later on.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if that was the
It's
case.
the same thing with theistic arguments. You just recycle, polish, and you have a new argument. Even though it's the exact same old argument.
In a way, I feel sorry for Incorporated because he's probably naive. On the other hand, he's freaking annoying as hell.
Yeah. He's young. He's not very well informed. So I have hope for him. If I was at the same age he is right now, or rather, if I was at the same age like he was, I would be spewing probably the same bullshit he is. I was a crazy idiot.
That's where I'm gonna stop you there, because I'm his age and I know more. I clearly know more shit than he does. Age is not an excuse for ignorance. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying it's an excuse, but
Good job, Mark. You basically called everyone Jackie's age retarded. Good job.
I mean, I'm basically okay. There's one person on here who constantly calls me a little girl, and I just don't want to fall into the. I don't want to be that person, and
You think that's more ageist or
missing Incorporated and like for his age. I just miss Incorporated for his weird views on stuff. And his trollish.
I know it's not a valid excuse, right, to be young. But calling him an idiot and just battering him, I don't know. I would justify that in the case of Brett Keane because he's an old dog, and you cannot teach an old dog new tricks, as the saying goes. But
Well, I don't think Incorporated is an idiot. I just think that, maybe he's not experienced in life, but that's not because of age. It might just be because of upbringing or he hasn't had to deal with any big things or he's just maybe he just happens to not be knowledgeable on these subjects. He might be more knowledgeable on subjects that he hasn't talked about yet. I don't know.
you mean like
There
running
could
a
be a lot of
marathon?
things.
You mean like opening safes?
Who is this Incorporated gentleman? He sounds like a neat guy.
He's a young black dude who talks about aliens and quite often derails the hangout. It's like, we're talking about bicycles.
That's a really weird way to spell Arcane Logo.
I was listening to bunch of silent dogfight last night with Mark and Noya, and they were talking about like the possibility of Mac being the next G-Man. It was hilarious.
Oh, I think
Mac,
I think
the guy who like doesn't know anything about the Bible. Yeah.
I think Forbidden Fruit is the next G-Man.
I haven't heard much about Forbidden Fruit lately. I think he was a one-hit wonder.
Well, here's hoping.
Wonder. What was wondrous about him?
No, one-hit wonder is... Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, the last I heard from Forbidden Fruit, he was doing some friggin' game rant, and he was sitting there clicking and typing during the whole video, and it was so annoying. I was like, I can't listen to this crap, because it was like... And I'm like, alright, I cannot listen to 9 minutes of this chat.
Yeah, when people, I don't know, spam game stuff on my channel, I'm like, please, do it elsewhere.
Well, I wouldn't have minded if he was just sitting there talking, talking about a certain game or doing a game review, or if he had, commentary over a game. But when you're sitting there hearing, like, the keyboard typing, like, and the mouse clicking throughout the whole video, it's just, it's annoying.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty free. Battery, okay.
Okay, Jack, you need to stop yawning, because it's like 1:15 in the morning here, and I'm supposed to be tired now, and I'm not, and I don't want to be, but you're making me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get much sleep last night.
When you first tried to sign on, it was still Sunday night for you.
Yeah, it's still Sunday night for me. Or no, it's actually Tuesday morning now for me.
Oh, Tuesday morning. Oh, it did line.
I'm 14 hours ahead of you guys on the East Coast.
Okay.
What planet do you live on?
What was the closing price of the stock I should buy that went up really, really high in one day?
Yeah, and I'm still on planet Earth, Jackie, and I'm just far, far away from you guys. I'm on the other side of the world.
Okay.
Wait, so you're not actually in the future? Oh, well.
No, not technically. I'm in the grand scheme of things. In the societal view, I'm in the future, yeah. Like the whole, the concept of time as humans have put it, I'm from the future. I know everything that's going to happen 14 hours from now. But no, any actual timeline of things. I would love for that to be the case, like actual timeline for all throughout the world. Like this whole, it's 2 o'clock for me, and that's actually 8 o'clock at the same time for you guys or whatever. But it should just be 2 o'clock everywhere, whether it be daylight or nighttime or whatever. It's so stupid.
What if you are 14 hours in the future? Like, actually. And, like, we are all actually 14 hours behind you. But, like, we haven't come to this point yet, even though we're in different times. Never mind.
I think
I
I
I
get what
had
you're
a
saying.
little bit of I had a little bit of what this morning.
Hey, wait, you're 14 hours?
It's
That's
all.
one of the same time zones as Australia, isn't it?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
On the east coast of Australia is the same time zone as us. We are, I believe, about 3,000 or 4,000 miles south of Japan, and about 2,000 or 3,000 miles north of Australia. Somewhere
Okay.
right in the middle of the two. So,
Wow. Okay.
Where are
That's
you
further out.
again?
what's that?
Where are you again?
Guam.
Oh. Is it pretty there?
It's very pretty, yes. I mean, it depends on where you go, I guess you can say, because it has its little slum area, but it's like any place.
Is Guam a territory of the United States?
It is, yes.
I thought we just had a military base there, and there was
One of those non-voting
Yes.
territories. Everyone there is a citizen technically, but they're not allowed to vote. I think. Is that
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yes. They are
never mind.
yeah.
I
They
just
have
saw
their
some base.
they have their own government, but yet they are still under U.S. control. So. And we have two bases here, actually. One's a Navy base, one's an Air Force base.
All sandwiched between the two friendly countries of Australia and Japan.
Yeah, well, you've got your bases covered anyway.
Yeah.
Well, lots of men doing a lot of physical training. Has to be quite a bit more than just the scenery to see.
What are we talking about?
Lots of men doing lots of physical training.
Where is this?
On army bases.
No, I told you we have a Navy and Air Force. They don't do any physical training in the Navy or Air Force.
Really?
You're thinking Marine Corps.
Oh dear. Okay, well, hopefully they're in shape.
Maybe Army.
I love Nadia's one-track mind.
Nadia, when you were in California, you should have visited Camp Pendleton.
I
The
couldn't get around
Marine
that much.
base down in Orange County.
Isn't
I
that
can't get around that much out here either. Go ahead.
No, Camp
Oh
Pendleton
my
is
god,
north.
there's so many. There are just so many, like, really young Marine guys, like, walking around in that area. And,
I was one of them
Yeah.
about 12 years ago.
huh?
I said I was one of them about 12 years ago.
Oh, at Camp Pendleton?
Yeah, I was in Camp Pendleton in 2002.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we drive past the area, like, down the 5 and stuff, like, all the time. We
Yeah,
live
Pendleton
in,
is nice.
yeah, we live in Central Orange County, and then my mom works in Carlsbad, so she makes that drive every single day. It's really
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah, I was stationed in Yuma, Arizona, and we did a lot of our training up in Camp Pendleton and in 29 Palms there. And so I actually spent about 2.5 months there up in Camp Pendleton in 2002.
Yeah, most Marine vets that I've run into have all had some sort of experience at Camp Pendleton.
Yeah, it's one of the hubs, the central hubs, especially for those going over to Japan and getting stationed in Japan.
Yeah.
They usually depart from 29 Palms on their MAC flights or whatever.
So you have Camp Pendleton in Orange County Air Force Base down in San Diego. I think there is.
Yep, there's a Navy base down in San Diego too. That actually might be where we're going next after Guam here. My husband might actually get stationed down in San Diego. We're either going to San Diego or Italy, one of the two.
My ex is in Germany. She was an army medic, but we'll stop talking about her because she's a terrible person.
Oh no.
Roger that.
My best friend's wife is I don't know. She's like a military officer. Like she on the base that she's at, like on duty and all that. And they're up in what is it? Fort Drum up near Syracuse. All the way in New York. Oh.
Okay, so I'm just curious here.
This was a lot of fun. When I met her parents, they gave me the tour of the house, and they opened up this closet, and they had this collection of dolls and stuff, and one of them was a George W. Bush doll. And they said, "This is the pride and joy of our bunch." And I giggled. I'm like, "Haha, that's funny because it's George W. Bush." And they said, "What's funny?" And I was like, what do you mean?"
That's the point where you're like, oh, you're serious. Oh, shit. Yeah.
Well, at least your ex does something. My ex has been unemployed like all of his life. So
that's why they're exes.
Yep, there's a reason why.
My current girlfriend's parents are conservatives, but she hates her parents like any good girl should. She's a rebel. What can I say?
Okay. I don't know. My parents are kind of apathetic, so I don't have an issue with having to hate them.
You're supposed to rebel and do whatever the opposite of what they want. Come on.
Well, that's the thing, though, is they're apathetic. They don't really care either way, so it's kind of hard to do the opposite. What am I supposed to care really, really hard for both sides just because they don't care about either?
Sorry, I was confused. I heard empathetic.
Oh no, they're apathetic. Yeah.
Which I thought you meant they're liberals.
Oh no. I can never be conservative either anyway. So.
Isn't that sad that empathy is kind of synonymous with liberal?
Yeah, that's so bad.
Is it just me, or if somebody else described their parents as empathetic?
Yeah, well, my parents are pretty apathetic in for politics and stuff, and they're liberal, so I guess meh. But my mom is pretty hardcore Catholic, so like I became an atheist. Well, not because of that, but
Yeah, my
And then
first
my dad
girlfriend.
became an atheist, and my mom got really pissed.
My first girlfriend, her parents were like uber Catholic, and so like at the time I was kind of going through this whole goth phase. I was really big into like Marilyn Manson and Nine Inch Nails and Nirvana and shit like that, Megadeth and Metallica. And so I had like, you know, the black eyeliner and the black fingernail polish and the long black hair, and, you know, all the rocker band t-shirts and shit like that. And every time like she would invite me over to her house, I turned into like this uber nerd where I was like dressing up in like freaking khakis and freaking polo shirts just so I could impress her parents. Because I didn't want her parents thinking I was some evil scumbag, you know, dating their daughter. And the funny thing is that they kind of they knew because apparently my ex showed them pictures of me as me, the way I was at the time, and they're like they were just like, you know, I always figured he was so fake, blah 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 blah. But they thought it was kind of cute and endearing that I was trying to impress them, so that's why they liked me so much.
Oh.
Kind of strange.
My ex's parents since it was just his mom, absolutely hated me. Like, my ex is Hispanic, so his mom was like, why aren't you dating a pretty Hispanic girl? Like, this girl isn't even a complete person. You know? And I'm just like, what? And she cursed me out in Spanish, and I barely knew her. Like, it was just really weird.
Okay. I have this story, and I haven't told it on Hangouts, and I don't know how appropriate it is, so please forgive me. Know that this was a while ago. But I had this friend named Alan who was born with one arm really, really short. He liked to be called Nubs by a lot of his friends. Awkward calling him that, but that's what he liked to be called. I've never seen him with a steady girlfriend, and one day I was at the hookah bar. This is back before I could drink. This is years and years ago. And there was a girl there with an arm that was shorter than her other arm, noticeably. And I thought, wow, Alan needs to get down here. Maybe they could talk. I mean, that would be cool. Not forcing her or anything, just calling it like, hey, you know, you should come down here. There's a girl down here that you might like. And he's like, well, why do you say that? I'm like, well, because she's got an arm kind of like yours. And his exact words were, oh, gross, I don't want to date a freak. And I was like, what?
What?
That's not cool at all.
Yeah, it was
That's
the way,
different.
at the time it was the most funniest thing I ever heard in my life. Like Alan, you have an arm like that too. That's why I called you.
Yeah, that's not cool. I don't know. I hope there's part of me that wants me to ask if he was actually joking or if he was serious.
I don't think he was, because he didn't come over. He didn't seem very. Alan is a very shallow person.
I thought you were going to say it was Alan, and he just looked completely different to you.
Alan and Greg.
Yeah.
No, it's weird because, like, I don't know. I think if I had gotten that call, you know, hey, Jackie, there's a guy here who has the same hands as you. I think, I don't know. I would be interested in going down and talking to him, but I think if, like, the person calling me was, like, implying that there would be anything romantic or I felt pressured to be romantic with this person, then I might freak out a little bit. because just because someone has the same condition as me doesn't mean that we're gonna be compatible. And I think, like,
Yeah.
maybe he felt, maybe he kind of, I don't know.
I was.
I can kind of see why he might have backed down a bit. So.
No.
Yeah, but
because
to instantly label her as a freak is kind of messed up, though. Like, she could have been, like, a really sweet person.
we were between 17 and 19.
It's messed up, but I mean, I'm just saying there might have been a little bit of that I just described. I don't know.
We were between 17 and 19. The only thing either one of us would have cared about was whether or not we thought she was pretty.
True. I mean,
And she was pretty.
I have, I get a lot of people who are, cross-dressers and transsexuals who think that I instantly should be attracted to them just because I have something in common with them, and I'm like, no, I don't look at this as, like a thing that I need necessary in order for me to be attracted to you. I'm attracted to the person
Exactly.
for them, not just because of, who they, it's for who they are, not what they are, kind of thing, So I always get these people that are like, well, I'm trans, and, can you help me out, get started on my transition? And I'm like, I'm not an expert at this. I am one. I'm not here to help you. Or they think that I should be, obligated to help them. And I kind of made a video about that a while ago, about how people who go stealth shouldn't feel guilty for being stealth and not, putting themselves out there. So, I guess I kind of... I guess I get it from his side, too.
People who are like... Oh, sorry.
No,
maybe it was me who laughed a bit.
No, I was just saying I kind of get where he's coming from. Like, on the whole, you don't really want to date someone who's like you just because they're like you, but I wouldn't have dismissed it that easy, that quickly, and called,
Right.
Again, you guys were young then, too. So.
Right. What you guys are saying makes perfect sense. And if Alan would have said, hey, Seth, that seems like a really shaky grounds to build a relationship on, I could have responded in two ways. I could have been embarrassed and said, yeah, wow, I didn't think of it like that. Or I could have said, I'm not asking you to marry her. I'm just saying come down to the hookah bar and take a look. Maybe you guys will find something interesting to talk about.
Yeah. Anyways, just to go off of what Jennifer was saying about like people expecting things from other people, okay, so I am disabled, and like there's an enormous amount of pressure from like and stuff to be an inspiration, to be like some big role model, like, yay, I can defy all odds and stuff, and I've been invited to like speak at several events, and I just, like, the events just weren't things that I was interested in. Like, I'll speak at like stuff that is about art and about my own like subjects and stuff, but like I'm not that good of like a motivational speaker. But everyone expects that from me because I have my condition. You know what I mean?
Can I interrupt you?
And then like, yeah.
It's just two things I just want to say real quick because my power is about to be cut out because of doing maintenance. I want to say that, and also say, if anyone's watched Daria, there's an episode where the only two black students in their school get an award for being black teenagers. And that's what your story kind of reminded me of.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like,
yeah, there's this whole thing about, everyone was like, oh, well, everyone in the LGBT community needs to stand up and, be a voice for the community and get out there and, promote that we're just normal people like everyone else. And I'm like, well, normal people don't get out there and voice that they're normal. They just are normal. So, like, you're kind of defeating the purpose when you're trying to get out there and, promote this we're normal kind of thing. I don't know, it's a catch-22. So, I try to be careful when I'm doing that kind of thing.
Yeah, people are surprised to hear when I'm actually pretty involved in LGBT activism, as I'm actually pansexual, but like people are just surprised when I'm like, hey, I have more passion for this than I do for like the stuff that goes on with my condition with the ED Foundation and all that. I just do. Like, I don't know. It's like people are trying to get me involved in things that I don't want to be involved in. And it's kind of annoying.
Yes, it can be.
Yeah, I'm mostly a voice for myself. So.
Yeah, I once thought, when I was in like required school, like elementary to high school, I would get like leadership awards, even though I wasn't an active leader, like just for being a good student with my condition. And it did get really annoying. Because I didn't even earn it. And
it's like the whole affirmative action thing. There's a point where it just becomes patronizing to people. Like, I don't know. If I were just my personality, if I were I am a minority in the LGBT sense, but like if I were a minority as far as race goes, I don't think I could handle me getting a pass or special treatment because they have a certain number of openings for a minority in a company just because of my skin color. I think that's more patronizing than it is helpful to me. But maybe I'm just saying that because I'm white. I don't know. I will admit that there's probably some bias. It just seems to me that I would probably not be okay with that.
Well, yeah, I'm disabled and I get a free pass sometimes, and yeah, it is patronizing.
I just think that, to me, it's if I'm not asking for help, I don't want it, forced upon me.
Yeah.
Ask me if I want help before just giving it to me. Yeah.
I would rather, so I got accepted into some colleges when I was applying to them, and getting jobs and stuff. I'd rather be able to earn all that stuff, based on my merits, rather than the fact that a college or a company needs, maybe they need to fill their quota of disabled people.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It doesn't seem, like I said, I'd rather have it be based off of who I am rather than what I am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not letting me uncheck this.
You got a nice background there.
Yeah, well, thank you. No, I'm kind of screwed enough. I'm desperate for anything I can get at this point.
Hey guys, sorry if I'm interrupting something. Just have an interesting information. Brett Keane is in Flip's Hangout, and Brett Keane is kind of dissing the whole of YouTube essentially.
Okay.
I thought Flip Hangout was about exercise and diet or something.
Yep, it is. Yeah, supposed to be.
So what loyalty do you have to the whole of YouTube? Who cares what Brett says about YouTube?
I'm just saying, I said interesting information. But the irony
Oh my
is-
god, get the fucking pitchforks out. Brett's talking about YouTube. Let's go. Let's get him.
But no, and the irony is that okay, the topic of the hangout is nutrition, right, and food and exercise, and he's talking about completely different shit, like.
Nice.
No,
Did he go into a 40-minute dialogue?
Wait, let me finish. Okay, and he's talking about something completely irrelevant, and at the end of the hangout, he's talking about him kicking people off of his own hangout because they don't keep on the topic.
Did he speak for 40 minutes in one long stream of dialogue?
Well, he violated his own rules. That's my objection to him, right? Because he doesn't have, so he doesn't let people talk for 40 minutes, right? As soon as, well, according to Brad, as soon as somebody makes some irrelevant comment or starts a irrelevant topic, he will give him a warning and then kicks them, right? And now he's doing the same thing in someone else's hangout. That's kind of hypocritical. Drama. Somebody bring out the drama llama. Shadow, where are you?
Shadow people.
Yeah.
Shadow people.
No, Shadow, he didn't. He's the dude.
I know.
Okay. Oh, hey, Glenn, by the way. Long time no see, dude.
So I've been having a little bit of comments back and forth lately, probably on like the last hangouts of the last week, and you would be really shocked on how so rude people are to me. They're like, Shamos, you're just a fucking dumb motherfucker. You need to go out and get laid, and you just talk a bunch of stupid shit that's unfounded, and you're dumbass that doesn't understand philosophy. And it's like, they're all atheists, and it's like 5 or 6 of them, and they're just like extremely, extremely rude. And I actually will take the time with these people and try to go and like explain my arguments, explain my points, and like I finally realized that like some people, they're not there to like understand your point. They're not even there to really criticize their point. They're there to criticize you, and like it's really fucking bothering me that like I don't know, I just don't see a lot of comments directed at anyone else in the same manner, and it's divided among the partisan lines of theism and non-theism. It's like, hey, I just disagree with Shamos. I'm a Christian. I disagree with him, and I'm going to write him up a reply. No Christians do that. Not a single one. Not one in this last week. But every single one of them were atheists. Every single one of them used curse words, and every single one of them was rude to me.
I've agreed with you on multiple occasions. I mean,
Hey, Seamus, fuck you.
I wish you could see some of these comments. Let me. I actually blocked Wayne Hudson just a minute ago, but if you would have seen the comment that he said, he called me a whiny ass little bitch, and then he said I need to go out and get laid, and that was the nicest thing he said in his book. It's like I'm over here posting. I'm over here with theological arguments, philosophical arguments. I'm a little bit rude sometimes, but I'm definitely not to that scale. And
No,
I've got people saying that shit to me. Like, really?
Well, to be fair, you in one hangout with me and a lot of other people, you did say that atheists are liars. Now, you did clarify later on that you didn't mean that. Literally, you meant it in a different way. But, I understand. That's fine. But you kind of have to understand that people kind of have a justified sort of position now to think that you're kind of a, generalizing dude. I will gladly explain to them, that was a mistake. You didn't mean to say it like that. Fine. One other thing, Seamus, this is YouTube. This is the internet. People will be people, and plus you have trolls. Don't.
Why are the YouTube Christians trolling the atheist videos? Because that doesn't happen. I don't see them.
Are you serious?
Wait, just show me where they are, because I want to know. Like, I've seen the atheist comment trolls, but I haven't seen the very rude and completely vulgar Christian comments. If you can show me a few, then I will gladly view them and be like, wow, that's fucking crazy. But I've never seen one of them. I'm not lying.
That's because Christians have this little, kind of facade that they have to keep going. So they probably do a lot of the whole, fake accounts, sock accounts, where they do their little bashing, and then they're like, on their regular normal accounts, they just try to make the regular arguments. You can't just dismiss it as not being there just because you don't put two and two together, for certain people that might be doing that.
No, but what I'm saying is, Jennifer, I'm saying that it's not that, like, I can't identify whether they're atheist or Christian. I'm just identifying the position that they're speaking from. For example, if there's an atheist video, like Run Gabba Guy Run, right? And then someone comes up there and he's obviously being critical of Run's position. That would indicate to me that he's most likely atheist. Now, he probably might not be, but it seems more likely that if he's criticizing the atheist position, that he would be a theist. So when I look at these people, I don't see them being rude and I don't see them being vulgar. However, the people I see criticizing Christians are very rude and often very vulgar. And I do every video that I'm in, and I'm in G Plus Hangouts a lot, every hangout that I'm in, the next day I go back and read every single comment, every single one. And I've never, ever seen someone critical of the atheist position being rude and vulgar. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm sure it does happen, but I personally have never, ever seen it.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the trollish Christian comments I had on one of my own videos.
Okay, so you just said you just said I'm sure it does happen, but I've never seen it. So what is your point?
That it's a lot less common than the other form, which the atheists do to Christians.
Well,
So does it have any bearing on what the arguments are?
No, the arguments stand on their own merit. That's kind of my main point here.
Other than
Okay.
You don't need to call Shamos a dumb MFer that needs to go get laid. You need to attack my arguments on their merits. That's kind of my point, Jennifer, exactly.
Well, that's kind of people being people, douches can be douches, trolls will troll.
Haters gonna hate.
Exactly. That's people in general. That's not. You can't sit there saying, oh, it's atheists do this and Christians don't do that. It offers nothing as far as like what the actual arguments are. Like, no, so I don't understand why you're making this point.
I'm making an observation, just a simple observation.
Well, there's equal amounts on both sides there, Shamos.
But what is it?
What are equal amounts on both sides? How come I haven't witnessed it? How about this? I'll make you a bet here. I'll make you a bet. Let's do this honestly. Nadia makes videos about 3 a day. I've participated quite frequently in the last week, so a lot of her comments are probably going to be about me. Okay? But I didn't participate in every single minute of these 8-hour videos. Let's go and look at the last 5 videos by Nadia. The last 5, and view every single comment. And let's count them up and see. Would anyone take me up on this bet?
Seamus, here's what I'm trying to ask you.
Christian, would you take me up on that bet?
If atheists are 100% being douchebags and Christians never do it, it still doesn't offer any credence to who's right in the arguments.
What I've observed there, Shamos, is that you tend to like to be the victim. I've seen in Hangouts where you will then turn things around when it's not going so well for you, and you'll turn it around and you'll say, "Oh, I wasn't allowed to finish," or you didn't understand me. I wasn't allowed to continue on with what I was talking about. This is a continuous victim mentality, and you're doing it right now. You're saying that atheists are more aggressive or wrong, somehow wrong, or nasty with their statements than Christians are. Bullshit. I mean, it comes from both sides. I stand on the point that both sides of the
I didn't say
argument.
all Christians. I'm
Extremists from the both
specifically
sides.
talking
No,
about the ones
no.
in the comments, Christian. You're strawmanning me. I'm not talking about all atheists. I'm talking specifically about the ones that post in the comment section.
No,
Not
well,
all
I agree with
atheists.
you. I agree with you, but you're saying it happens more often on the atheist side. That's what you
It
just
does,
said.
and I'm willing to show you evidence.
There you go. That's what your challenge
Maybe
was.
because there's more atheists. Maybe because there's more atheists than Christians in the community.
I'm willing to show evidence to this fact. I'm not willing to just make an assertion, not back it up. I'm willing to provide evidence to back this up. If we look at the last 5 of Nadia's videos, most of the comments are directed in a harsh way towards Christians, and very few of the comments are directed in a harsh way towards atheists. We can verify this independently of my subjective feelings. Would you like to do that right now? I stand by my word.
Just posted a comment.
The problem is I've read the comments in the last 5 or 6 videos. I know what they say.
Seamus,
I've read them.
You still haven't answered my question. Even if what you say is true, what credence does it lend to the argument?
None. I'm agreeing with you completely. What I'm saying, Jennifer, is...
So why are you fucking complaining?
Well, because I'm complaining because those people that do that would be better off critiquing my arguments on their own merit rather than throwing ad homs at me saying I'm just a sissy that needs to go get laid and blah, blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're right. That it doesn't have any bearing on the argument. That's precisely my point. If my arguments are so bad, just critique my arguments on their own merit. There's no need to call me out for any other thing like that. If I'm being wrong and saying crappy arguments, that should be rather easy to
Yeah, but I mean, you're calling out yourself as a perpetual victim. I mean, you're putting yourself on atheist hangouts and saying, "Oh, I'm the victim because atheists disagree with me or atheists are nasty to me." Well, then don't put yourself on atheist hangouts then. Like, that's going to... If I go on Christian hangouts, Christian extremist hangouts, and then I'm persecuted, then I'm not going to turn around and say, "Oh, I'm persecuted, I'm on Christian hangouts." Well, then I wouldn't do it, like, if I was that really worried about it, because you've got this victim mentality, Shamos. Like, every single hangout I hear you on, I'm the victim. Everybody's against me. I'm on an atheist hangouts. Atheists against me. Well, then don't go on those fucking hangouts then.
No, I like the dialogue,
Well,
and a lot of times... Hold on, let me respond to that. I do like the dialogue, and a lot of times, there are often times we have 3 or 4 hour long conversations when people, like, for example, Gus Behringer was on here the other night, and another guy named Bohica, and they were asking me questions for 4 hours, and we had the most nicest, civilest conversation with nobody cutting each other off. Simon wakes up and comes in, and it all goes to shit. And the guys actually were
You're going to get that. You're going to get that. If I go to a Christian hangout, I'm going to get persecuted by Raw. I'm going to get persecuted by, like...
If you're going to a Brett King hangout, bad things are going to happen. I know that, Christian.
Well, I said Raw. I didn't say Brett King, but I said Raw.
Brett King hangout too, I understand. It works both ways. I do get that. I'm not amiss to that. I don't go often in those hangouts.
But don't bitch and moan about it, which is what you're doing now and what you did the other night. You're bitching and moaning about, they're persecuting me. Yes, people are going to do that. I mean, people are going to be extremists on both ends of the scale, but don't blame the whole argument. Don't blame all of our atheists, and I wouldn't blame all of Christianity for that. I wouldn't do that.
I haven't been blaming all atheists.
You did. You said atheists were worse. Atheists acted worse. That's what you just said.
I'm specifically talking about in reference to the comment section and the evidence that I have for the observation that I put forward. Yeah.
Well, the comment section is going to be full of trolls, aren't they?
Well, why is it full of atheist trolls and not Christian trolls? That's what I want to know.
I've been sitting here and I haven't gotten a word in. Actually, Nadia first and then go. Nadia, go ahead.
Oh, well, I guess I will admit against interest. I'm not very good at policing things. And welcome, Rebecca. And I have been trying to keep things down in the comments, at least to nuke all the things with outright name calling. So is a fucking idiot. Nuke it. Got her on review all comments. I think more needs to happen there. I can hear that out too.
Okay, so I just posted a comment that I've had on my video in the side chat. It was on a video where I was talking about my birth control implant. And this guy says, a woman that has taken any form of birth control is proving that they hate their body. All birth control products destroy the woman's body. This woman is proving how ignorant she is. She's another victim to the atheistic baby murdering culture. All forms of birth control work by murdering the baby that is in the womb. Only retarded women take birth control. Obviously a troll. Obviously,
Right. Obviously,
I'm not going to say,
Christian,
oh,
probably.
they're not a... Huh?
I said they're
Probably Christian.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so I mean,
Well, I
now
appreciate
you've
you
seen
sharing
a
that.
comment. So now you can't really say that you've never seen...
Yeah, I
Seamus, would
appreciate
you
you sharing that with me. I really do. And
would you feel
I'm
better if you just admitted Christians were better people? Is that going to make you feel better?
no, I
Just-
would just say that if we all made the same observation and just admitted honestly that it is true that the people that are rude and vulgar in the comment section tend to be against the Christian position. And this is just an observation. I'm not saying Christians are better. I'm just saying let's make the observation and call a spade a spade. Most of the rude people in the comment section are against the Christian position. This is just simple.
So
I wholeheartedly disagree.
basically what you're saying is, well, let's not call Christians better, but let's call Christians better because that's what a spade is a spade, right? That's your
No.
whole argument here, right?
Well, better is to say that Christians are always better. I'm saying in this one medium, I'm noticing a trend, and this trend is as I see it, and that's what I'm saying here. And I appreciate Jackie
Can I offer
sharing.
a suggestion?
Hello. I know that most of you don't even know who the hell I am, but I have a question, and my question about this topic is: are you guys talking about the Christian opinion versus the LGBT community's opinion, or against the atheist opinion?
Christian versus atheist.
Yeah. But what I was gonna say that, oh shoot, I lost my freaking train of thought. I'm sorry. And now there's an ambulance in the background. Okay. Perhaps she knows. Perhaps maybe you're just seeing the effects of the fact that there might be more atheists in the community than there are Christians. Because I think that might be the case. I think the percentage of atheists and the percentage of Christians who post trollish comments are probably about the same, but I would say that maybe you're seeing more atheist troll comments, perhaps because there are more atheists in the community.
Yeah,
Could that
demographically,
be a
yeah.
possibility?
No, that you might even be absolutely right about that. I mean, yeah, that's a very good point.
Alright. Well then...
What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do this. I appreciate Jackie reading her comment, and I admit that was fucking horrible. But I'm going to read you the comment Wayne Hudson posted. Just give me a second to find it, and I'm gonna show you what real gold is.
Wayne is a fucking moron. I'm an atheist, and Wayne is a moron. Okay.
Again, what does it even fucking matter?
He doesn't speak for me. He doesn't speak for me. And I can read about 36 Christian comments about anything against atheism. You know, what's your point?
But Shamos can... Hold on, I'm gonna post a question in the side chat and like for Shamos to answer. But in the side chat.
I'm still trying to figure out what the hell this has to do with anything other than...
It's Shamos playing. I'm sorry, Shamos, but it's you playing the victim. I've seen it so many hangouts, one after another. You just when you're backed into a corner, you back down and you go, oh well, you're attacking me. You're not letting me speak. You did.
That's not true. I'll explain why. There's a difference you're failing to make, Christian.
Guy Jones, and you went into a corner. He raised some pretty good points, and you went into a corner and said, "I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to answer it. You're not letting me speak. I'm very upset." You were the first one to get upset in the hangout.
Yeah, and Xbox even told DPR during that conversation, I can even show you the timestamp. He said, "You're going to have to let Shamos finish." And then DPR was like, "Oh, I'm really sorry," and he realized what he was doing. So, and I'll tell you this. Hold on, Christian, hold on. There are times when we have conversations that actually go really, really smoothly, and there are disagreements, but people don't cut each other off. And I've been participating. Look, I go to deeper than dogma thing. I'm not saying, oh, I'm so great, but what I'm saying is I can have a conversation without cutting people off. I do it frequently. There's videos of me doing it. They're all over the internet. I'm capable of this. Everyone knows I'm capable of this. I wouldn't
because
be
they have to.
if I wasn't capable of this. So what I'm saying.
Because they've got to massage you. They know that you will back out and you'll turn into a turtle and go into your shell. So they massage you. It's obvious to everybody who's listening. They massage you. So
I have a well thought out position on the Christian side of things, and I'm during a structured kind of show format. I'm not going to be cutting people off and being rude, and they realize that, and they realize that I bring a little bit to the table with my position, and I'm not completely like out of control like Stizo or something.
But when you're on a free-for-all, when there's 9 other people, and most of them are atheists, you've got to understand it's not structured. And you're on an unstructured argument there with DPR that night, and then you went into your shell really, really quickly. I thought it was. I agreed with you to a point. Yeah, DPR was being a little bit unfair, but you went right back into retreat mode, and then Xbox had to sort of massage you a little bit to get you out of your shell again. And it was quite obvious to anybody who was listening that he was doing that on purpose so you wouldn't run away because you were the only theist on the show.
Well, if you watch that conversation, that thing, me and DPR actually continued the conversation. I never ran away, and DPR actually said, okay, I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not admitting defeat, but I think that I'm going to leave it there, and we'll come back to this. I didn't run from any conversation. I didn't stop it.
No, you didn't. But they were massaging you to get you back out of your shell because you retreated. You went silent for a long period of time, and Xbox is like, holy shit, he's right partially. He was talking over him. Let's massage him and be really, really nice for a minute. Let's be really, really nice. And even DPR said, oh, well, okay, I'm done. Yep, fine. He let you go because it wasn't his show. It wasn't a live debate or anything, and you just sort of reacted really badly. And I've seen you do that not more than once. If it was just that time, fair enough. But it's more than once that you get really, really upset, and everybody's sort of got to either massage you or you get really upset and you leave.
Well, because I emphasize etiquette and decorum. You're right, Christian, about what you said. In a 10-person room that isn't moderated, isn't deeper than dogma, it's just a live hangout, unmoderated, and things go how they go. I can't expect for things to be perfectly not cutting people off, but what I can expect is a certain level of etiquette and decorum. Not the highest level, but after a certain level, conversation begins to break down. And when I see that happen, there's a couple ways to handle it. You can either A, just say fuck it, B, just interrupt and join them, or C, actually call for the return to etiquette and normalcy. And I think if I just said fuck it and left, then I'm not getting my voice across. If I actually joined them and kept being interruptive, I'm just sinking to their level. But the third option is the best option. You actually just call for decent etiquette and decorum. Everyone comes back to square one, and you continue the conversation.
Yeah, because that so happens in, Brett Keane hangouts and friggin' G-Man hangouts and shit like that.
Yeah, I know.
There are Christians that don't follow those rules either.
I agree
again,
with you 100%.
This has little to do with the arguments and more about the format and the, I don't know, I guess what you'd call the, the argument of who's better, or I know you didn't like to use that word, but I don't know, that seems like what you're trying to get at here is, Christians are better at keeping their cool and not calling people names. Okay, even if we give you that, it doesn't do anything for the overall argument. So I'm still trying to figure out your point here of coming in here, because you didn't say anything prior to this coming in here other than just saying, I've got something to say that atheists are friggin' rude and blah, 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 blah.
I was just making an observation on the recent comments of this week, and I wasn't coming in here just saying, look, off no observation, off no reasoning, and just complete bias and make this assertion. I'm saying, look, I participated in a lot of Hangouts this week. I've read all the comments this week, and I've noticed a trend. This is an observation, and I'm putting it forth to you guys. And if you guys think that I'm wrong, if you think that I'm biased, if you think that I'm not being accurate, I would challenge you to go back and read some of these videos, and then be as honest to yourself as possible, and see, is Seamus really, really being dishonest here, or is there more to this? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, Seamus, can I ask you a question? Are any of those comments that you read written by anyone in this room?
No, oftentimes they're not. They're comment trolls.
I'm trying to figure out what the purpose of stating this to us is. Like,
I find a disproportionate number of comments. For example, if I saw that like half-half, like there were some very rude Christians, some very rude theists, and it was about half-half, like it would come across when I read the comments this last week that, damn, there's a lot of dickish Christians and there's a lot of dickish theists. But when I read the comments, I've noticed that there's a disproportionate number and it leans to one side.
It sounds like a Nazi worrying about a Jew chat room. I mean, your theists are, what, 90-something% in America? Like, you are in the majority, mate. What are you worried about? You're worried about a couple of minority on the interwebs arguing about your position? I mean, get over it. You are in the majority.
It's like
He's
politics,
not in the majority in this community, to be fair. I think Shamos might be making a valid observation, but I would attribute it more to demographics rather than like, oh, atheists tend to be more trollish than Christians. Like, I don't think you have any merit to. There's no merit in that point, but I think there might be some with the demographics. Maybe, perhaps, would be my best explanation for whatever Shamos is seeing. Like, I personally don't see what Shamos is seeing, but perhaps it might just be because there's more atheists.
Yeah, but even if it was the case, what does that really mean to
It doesn't
anyone?
mean anything. I'm just trying to take a, I don't know.
You know, like Wayne Hudson calling names is not going to have any impact on world economy or anything. I mean, it's not going to make any difference.
I'll say this: atheists. I'll concede atheists are the most cruel, sadistic, evil, rude people you've ever come across, but it doesn't change the fact that we're right.
Speak for yourself.
That's being sarcastic and jokey, but
I know.
Yeah,
but that's kind of the point. It has nothing to do with it.
I'm a horrible person because I'm an atheist. I'm one of the most evil human beings.
So I wanted to read this comment.
Face of this planet.
I want to read this comment out loud because Jackie read hers out loud, and I just kind of want to show you just what I'm dealing with. All right, so here it goes.
Wait, hold on. Before you start, was this in a private message or was this in a comment thread?
An open comment thread.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It says, this is in response to me, so the beginning isn't going to make a whole lot of sense. He says, yes, it fucking well does, and you fucking well know it does. The clue is in the word, you whiny little clueless twat. Want me to spell it out for you? Worldview. That's right, it's a fucking view, i.e. a subjective fucking opinion. You have an opinion, more like a barefaced lie, actually, that a magic sky genie can beam things into your head, despite being told repeatedly that you cannot discern that from your own imagination. Go out and fuck a lass and stop talking utter fucking shite. That's what he said to me.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean that.
yeah, but I think well, there is legitimate something underlying what Seamus is on about. There is some actual decorum problem amongst the atheist community, and it's not all of us, but I mean we know who the gorillas are, so to speak, right?
Well, here's the thing: is even though you have some choice words in there, I mean, there's still an argument there in this little spot that he posted up. There's still an argument there, even though
Sure.
it's surrounded by
So take a
choice
small
words.
argument, take a small, not well thought out argument, and then surround it by ad homs, insults, and just some of the worst filth that you can possibly do. And then when someone criticizes the filth that you put forth, you can use the fact that it has a small amount of argumentation to back up the fact that you're being a bigot piece of shit.
Yeah, but what we're not doing is
using
that against the whole argument.
That last sentence was uncalled for. I mean, you called Seamus.
Hey, but
I
Jackie,
don't know.
That's even the worst one. Look, he called me a liar. He called me a barefaced liar.
Hold on. This person is just this person. Just because he's an atheist does not mean that this represents all atheists. Just throwing that out there. However, I think that people can be a lot more respectful in this community. If you have a problem with this person individually, then you have a problem with this person individually. It's not a problem with the atheist community. And I would suggest that
I'm generalizing when I'm not. I'm not saying, look, the whole atheist community does that. Stop. You guys are constantly you're going from the specific to a generalization when I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that all atheists do this. I'm saying there's a specific group of people in the comment section that are highly rude, and they dominate the comment section. They leave a disproportionate amount of comments against Christian theists in the comment section. I'm not saying all. Stop generalizing. I'm being specific in my critique. I'm not saying all atheists. We've been 30 minutes in this conversation, and you guys are still generalizing what I'm saying. Like, damn. Can we not do that?
No, because you were generalizing us.
That's not what I meant to do. I was just making that comment because, yeah, in case people are listening.
Disclaimer.
I understand
Seamus
what
is
you're
not talking
saying.
about all atheists.
I would be careful. I would just be careful with how you're presenting what you're saying here because it sounds like, okay, so I think we need to establish the point that there could be other factors in why you're seeing mostly atheist troll comments, right? Like, my thoughts are jumbled up. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Well, here's the thing. Is even if you want to generalize all atheists, I could give a crap less. The fact that you have a problem with a certain few is beside the point. The question I asked you earlier, were any of those comments that you saw from any of us here in this room? And if not, then why are you taking this up with us instead of those people? Why don't you comment back to them and say, your argument doesn't hold any ground because all you're doing is ad hominem.
Are you familiar with the Charlie Hebdo murders in France? No one here murdered anybody in the Charlie Hebdo. No one did, but people were talking about it for weeks after that. It doesn't matter if the people here were involved. When you talk about something, you put it forth to those people. No one here killed anybody in Charlie Hebdo. No one here was involved in 9/11. Okay, but we do talk about it.
Okay, if I can continue. The point that you're talking about from what the comment from I believe it was from Wayne that put that comment up there. Just because he calls you names does not make it an ad hominem, because he has a point there. He has an argument there. Ad hominem is calling you names in spite of not having an argument regardless. Because he has an argument there, it's not an ad hominem. He just happened to throw some insults in there too. Now,
I said it was vulgar and insulting. If I said the word ad hom, then I'll take that back. I meant vulgar and insulting. I'll stand behind that. I didn't mean ad hom. ad hominem is a fallacy where they attack the person and not the argument and say, oh, well, this person is stupid, so, or this person is gay, or this person is this, so you shouldn't listen to the argument. Believe me, I'm thoroughly well versed in formal and informal fallacies.
Yes, thank you for approving that when I didn't even ask for a definition, because whatever. But anyway, it doesn't matter because he made an argument. So why are you focusing on the vulgarity and the insults rather than the argument itself? Do you not see the argument there? Why don't you be the bigger man and put another argument up against his argument?
Okay, his argument is this. What I claim to be true is subjective fucking opinion. I have an opinion, and he thinks actually it's not opinion. It's a barefaced lie. I don't have a god. I have a magic sky genie that can beam things into my head repeatedly. Okay, this is his argument. Okay, wow, Jennifer, that you're supporting that? This is some great form of argument.
Whoa, wait, did I say it was a great argument? Did I say I was supporting it? What the fuck? I said there's.
I don't even think it's argumentation. I think it's all bullshit. I don't think there's any deductive or inductive or logical inferences in any of that.
Well, fucking tell him that then. Why are you coming here arguing it with us?
No, I just blocked. I was putting forth an observation.
I want to say a couple things. Okay, first, yeah, I mean, what my suggestion in this particular situation is to just like block and ignore, like, and that's what you're obviously doing, so that's good. But I think another thing is that, like, yeah, I will admit this, there are quite a lot of atheists who use the lingo magic sky genie or fairy or whatnot. But you have to admit yourself that there are Christians who use words like they misrepresent evolution and say, yeah, you mutated from a monkey, or your ancestor is a grapefruit or something like that, and it's still like it holds the same amount of that validity as the comment you just read, none at all.
All right, and Jennifer was defending, kind of saying, well, look, Wayne does have an argument. This would be like me saying when Brett says that you come from a mutated monkey or something, like, well, show me the space sludge monkey rat or whatever. And I'm like, this would be like me coming and saying, you know, guys, Brett actually does have a point here, guys. He actually is making a valid argument critique. No, he's fucking not. No, he's not.
I didn't even say
I agreed with Jennifer. Hold on.
Stop putting words in my mouth, Seamus. I did not say it was a valid argument. I didn't say it was a good argument. I said it was an argument.
I disagree. I think it's a bunch of bullcrap.
I do too. I don't think it's a very good argument at all.
Arguments usually revolve around deduction, induction, logic, inference. I see none of that here. I don't think it's an argument.
I think I would need to. The problem is we're seeing one comment in a part of a comment thread, and I think it would help if we knew like the context, because maybe he's arguing about what a worldview is. I don't know what is going on in this thread.
Perhaps I was rude to him.
I see the potential of there being an argument in here, but I don't know what was being said before, if he was like reinforcing a point he had made earlier. I mean, this alone, I don't see an argument in it, like in this comment alone. But I don't know what the context is.
Here's the argument that I deduced from what you copied and posted here. He says, worldview. That's right. A worldview is a subjective opinion, which is an argument. If you can argue that, you very well could argue that. He's not really. I mean, he's saying you have an opinion just like he has an opinion. That's what worldviews are. Now, he's saying that your God can beam things into your head, and he might have used some colorful language, despite you being repeatedly told that you can't discern that from your own imagination, which is another argument. How do you discern these words from God from you being schizophrenic or something of that sort? That's the argument I gained from this. Whether it was worded properly or whether you could pick out what he was trying to argue from that. Me not even being involved in this, that's what I got from it. Those
I
are
can
two.
respond to both of those points. And
You
here's
don't
the thing.
respond to me. That's not my argument. That's Wayne's. So respond to Wayne. I don't really care because I don't think
Well, I'll
it's a
respond to Wayne's argument since you did a good job of kind of characterizing them. I would say that worldviews are not subjectively or
I
opinions.
don't care.
Okay, so you don't want me to actually address that? Because it would be
It's
nice
not.
if
It's
I
not my. It's not
Can
my
I, though?
argument.
May I, Jennifer?
Whatever. It doesn't do any good, but whatever.
Okay, well then I won't.
I think Jennifer's just trying to make a point that even though we're talking about this comment, we're not
No,
talking.
but you got to understand, when you address something to me, specifically about my revelation and how I could be deluded or anything, I would appreciate the opportunity to answer it. You know, it would be a nice thing if
I didn't make the
You
argument.
just
Wayne
cut
did.
me off. Shamo, you just interrupted me.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Hurts. But basically, we were addressing like the situation of the comment, not like I think that the conversation is about comments that are vulgar in language and have no argument and whatnot, and the conversation is not about like the actual points that were being brought up in the comment thread, if that makes any sense.
No, I realize that, but I would still like the opportunity to be able to reply if it wouldn't make you guys mad, or if you don't think that it's completely out of control for me to do so. I would like to address it, but if you guys would just rather change the subject, then we can do that, because I've already addressed that about 100 times in the last week, so it doesn't need to be.
Seamus,
let's
so
do
now,
something.
are you saying that there's an argument there now? Because you're wanting to.
No, I'm saying that the way that you characterize it, I'm willing to respond to, even though I don't think there's any argument in the original post. But if you want to characterize it that way, I gladly will respond to the way that you said it.
Does anyone else not get that from what was written there?
Okay.
That's just, if I may say something, yeah. I mean, obviously that's the intended meaning, and the reason Seamus, I believe, would go to trying to answer it is to avoid Jennifer's original point about it being some kind of argument, which you seem to have completely missed, Seamus, and are not answering.
Yeah, like I said, arguments are usually formed off induction. That argument has no induction. Arguments are also formed off deduction. There's no deduction in that argument.
And what about Jennifer's argument?
Off logic. There's no logic.
What about Jennifer's argument, though? You're not responding to that.
Let me respond to it then.
Well, eventually.
It's not Jennifer's argument, though. It's just how she's.
Jennifer's characterization of Wayne's argument.
Yeah.
No, that's not what we're talking about. Jennifer made a point. Nothing to do with Wayne's argument.
Oh, okay, the other thing.
Okay, and by talking about Wayne's argument, Seamus is deflecting from the real point that Jennifer.
Maybe I just misheard. Let her repeat it. I'm willing to answer. I'm not avoiding anything. I don't do that intentionally. Jennifer, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize, Jennifer, formally on YouTube Live that if I did avoid your conversation and tried to deflect, I did not do that intentionally. I would love for you to re-ask, and I would love to respond to it. Would you like to take this opportunity?
Sorry, Jennifer, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was, before we go around a whole circle of viciously circular bollocks.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to say. I don't care about the rebuttal to Wayne's argument because Wayne presented that. If you want to rebut it to Wayne, you can.
Well, sure, but Simon's insisting you made another point outside of Wayne's topic that I actually ignored. If you would like to repeat that one, I will absolutely address it, and I'm sorry for not answering it.
If I'm guessing which one Simon was trying to refer to, it's even if there were a billion atheists sitting there filling up your page with negative, rude comments, what does that have to do with us here right now? And what does that have to do with the argument as a whole of?
Jennifer, I've responded to that twice. I said, first, it's an observation, and what does that have to do with the argument as a whole? Nothing. That is my main point. They should address my arguments on their own merits rather than being vulgar and insulting. I've actually addressed that 4 times in this conversation, and Simon somehow, maybe he was talking about something else, but if that's what he was talking about, I've addressed that 4 times.
No, because you're more worried about how people word things rather than what they're saying. If they're not saying anything valid in your opinion, then state that. If you're just going to sit there and pick on semantics and how they word things and if they're insulting or not, then there's no fucking argument there.
I'm not speaking about semantics. I'm not.
Okay, hold on. This is just all ridiculous, nonsense, bull crap.
Thank you, Jackie. That's exactly what I've been trying to say this whole friggin' time.
I'm getting sick of it. Can we move on to a different conversation? I don't think we're getting anywhere with this.
I just happened to be sick of it 2 minutes after it started talking about it, because it has nothing to do with anything other than Seamus's opinion of a few A people.
I was trying to see his point of view for a sec, just to see what was going on. I have concluded that it might be either because of the disproportionate amount of atheists in the community, or maybe Seamus just happens to only stumble across videos that atheists disagree with. And this comment that he has with Wayne or whatnot, I don't know the entire context of the conversation, so case closed. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Well,
Was that Gus?
No, it's just the fellow on the far end said you knew better, Nadia, and I wasn't aware she was sick. Nadia, are you not well?
No, I'm waving, saying hi to McKay.
Okay.
Hey Jackie, I linked your name. I tagged your name in that comment thread. So if you go check your notifications, you'll be tagged in a thread, and it'll be the exact. It's like a 60 comment long comment thread.
Oh no, okay.
So you can kind of read the context, or and read who's what, and if I was rude or if I was vulgar, and kind of just go through it if you want to see.
Oh, I'm seeing it already right off the bat, the original comment. Yeah, not so great. Okay.
Oh yeah,
I don't even need to read the rest of the comments to know that wasn't such a great original post to me.
But I don't think anybody here would disagree with the way he went about it, and I wouldn't either. But what is the point? I mean, what Jackie and whatever Jennifer's trying to say is that the context of what he was saying, his argument may have had some legitimacy, and how do you address that argument rather than say, oh, he's being nasty? Because I would agree that he can be quite a nasty guy, but that's one guy. And if you're saying that's common in atheist threads, I apologise for that. I wish they weren't like that, but it does happen, and you've got to grow some thick skin and just get over it. I mean, it's one person's opinion,
Yeah, that's like saying Richard Dawkins has nothing good to offer because he said science bitches.
Yeah.
Also, Wayne is a northerner.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with Wayne all the time either, but it doesn't mean that there isn't an argument there, even if it is a horrible argument.
But Jennifer,
yeah, but that whole thread.
That was
let me just make
really,
this point.
That was sorry, I was speaking, Seamus. Hang on. That was really the point, isn't it? Is that within this this troll thread, there is an argument, and you came in saying, why do they just troll? And somebody said to you, well, maybe you should just respond to the argument and not read the troll part of it, And
so this is kind of what Jennifer is advocating.
And
she's saying
you don't get these both situations, independently. So that's why we say when you keep repeating the same behaviour, people are just going to just start ragging on it because you're repeating the same behavior.
Can I just say something? I'm going through this thread and it's just all ragging on Shamos, and I can see why Shamos came in here with the I mean I don't think the observation that he made was appropriate, but I can see why he might have been a little on edge. I mean, he just had a bunch of people who happen to be atheists, like just completely knock him around in the comment section. And
Yeah, but have
And I
you
was not
insulted
rude
these
or
people,
vulgar to them
Shamos?
either.
Have you insulted Wayne, Shamos?
No, not on that level. No.
Right, but have you insulted him? I mean, like, you've insulted me, and that's why we go straight to the fucking situation. Because you never apologise for it.
If you could find a comment.
Sorry, you're interrupting me, Seamus. You insulted me, and that's why we go straight to clashing heads, because you didn't apologise for it. So, there's a reason why we have a trolling history. You troll me, I troll you. Okay,
I don't ever
enough.
troll you, sir. I don't ever troll you. Never once.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm just going to say, then, in that case, I think that's a straw man argument you're making. So
No, I never troll people. I don't come in here to troll.
That's a number one.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. But anyways, I want to address what Jennifer said earlier. She was kind of saying this.
Okay, hang on, that's a number two, that's condescending.
Well, hold on. Okay, let's not devolve the conversation. Simon, you're doing it
We're
again.
devolving it because you said you don't troll me, and you insulted me the first time we met. Never apologised.
Simon, we were doing so well, man. Please.
We're not doing so well, Shane.
No, we were doing so well. Please. See, that's why I said 3 hours I can have conversations with people, and then when Simon comes in, Simon comes in.
Your first sentence was the number 4, whinging. Your very first sentence coming into this room was a whinge.
Simon, you just do this really, really often, where you start cutting people off and you just devolve the conversation. I want to respond to what Jennifer said about 3 minutes ago.
connection problems. Hello.
Okay, good luck with that, Jennifer.
So here's my response to what Jennifer said. She's saying that, okay, it was a crappy argument, and yes, he was being insulting, but surrounded by these insults and these vulgarities is the core of an actual argument. She's not saying it's good. She wasn't saying it was valid. She's just saying there is some substance there, okay? Nadia, you're feeding back heavily. So she's saying there is some substance there, okay? But basically what she's kind of advocating is this. Anyone, if they present, it doesn't have to be a good argument. As long as they present a small core of an argument, they can surround it with as much hate, vulgarity, and insults, and it's okay. But if someone were just to post vulgarity, hate, and insults, that would be wrong. But if they disguise it with a few sentences of an argument, then you have to address the argument, Seamus. That's I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
Okay, thank you for misrepresenting what I said. I did not say that they could be as rude or whatever as long as they have a friggin' minor argument in there. You're the one sitting here saying they were rude, they were this, and they're not presenting arguments. I'm saying, yeah, they are rude, they are being dicks, but guess what? In there's an argument. So if you're worried about there, being an argument to go up against, regardless of how stupid or crappy you think it is, rebut the argument. Tell them it's stupid. Tell them that it sucks. Tell them it's not an argument.
So what if I pitched you a small argument about God, right? But so around this argument, I just called you the dirtiest names in the book. Would you still be like, I'm going to take this guy seriously, and I'm actually going to respond to the merits of his argument, even though he just honestly insulted the shit out of me? I'm going to actually take the time, and I'm going to go through, and even though he only had about a half a sentence of actual substantive argument surrounded by insults, I'm actually going to just look the other way and try to address this, even though he's absolutely a troll with no substance that doesn't care what you're going to reply.
Yeah. Basically, we're saying you should turn the other cheek.
Here's the thing, Seamus. You're right. I wouldn't respond to someone who I knew was an absolute troll. But I also wouldn't go into a hangout and bitch about it for the next 45 minutes to complete strangers who have nothing to do with it. That's the difference between you and me. You were sitting here saying that there's...
observation. You don't have to deal with it. It's fine. You don't care. I mean, Jennifer, if you had a bunch of comments like that, maybe it would be different, or maybe you wouldn't give a shit. I don't know, but I'm just telling you this is what I see, and I was just putting it forth, okay? You know, a lot of you may not have to deal with. Some of you, Jackie showed that she actually has had to deal with this, okay? So some of you may be able to sympathize, some of you may not. Some of you may want to look at the comment section and view it on its own merits. Some people just want to hear me shut the fuck up. Either way, we can change the conversation. I'm cool with it.
Shamos, if you
Finally,
ever
an argument I agree with.
Shamos, I mean, you and I can talk about this later, like in a smaller chat or whatnot, because, I mean, I can see why some atheists have issues with you. But personally, I don't have issues with you. But like, I'm just saying, I can see why. Like, I'm reading through the comments thread, and I do want to discuss with you at some point, like, why you're getting this crappy response from people. And I'm not excusing their behavior. I just want to examine maybe why, like, you're getting such a crappy response and what we can do to, like, make sure that you're...
But there's no way he's going to ever get a good response. I mean, from people who disagree with him, just like people who disagree with atheists and atheist arguments, it's going to be a cesspool in the comments. I mean, it's just, I don't want to say common knowledge, but I mean, after you spend like 5 minutes in the comment section, you know it's a cesspool. It's people who don't want to actually have a conversation. They just want to insult people. So I would just suggest staying away from it.
Yeah. I've actually had, you may find this difficult to believe, people, but I've had a fair number of Christian comments against me. Been quite insulting. I know it's hard to believe, such a nice English chap that I am.
Not you, Simon. Say it ain't so, Simon.
I know, yes, I know. I was astounded as well the first time I came across somebody that they sing my praises.
Well, Simon, you are heavily interrupted.
Sorry, you interrupted me, Seamus. I hadn't finished there. What
You paused. You're heavily interruptive and combative on a level that most atheists don't quite get to.
Yeah, you're such a bastard, Simon. Shut the fuck up, man.
Well, I'm just saying, I even called it earlier. I was like, we had a good 3-hour conversation, and when Simon comes in, Simon comes off the top ropes. And Simon did come in off the top ropes about 15 minutes ago, and you all caught exactly what I was talking about.
Well, Simon. Well.
They call him Simon Suplex. Simon Sunset Leap.
I
I'm still
don't know
with
about
Seamus
the
is
whole
whining.
interrupting thing because
No, I'm not
it tends
Jackie.
to happen on the...
Jackie,
Huh?
honestly, I'm just saying, Jackie, you're interrupting me.
Wow.
Everybody
Okay.
always interrupts me. That's all that happens. Every time I come in here, I never get a chance to make any of my points. Look, there you go, Nadia.
You know what, though? People get interrupted a lot less when there are visual cues, like you're on camera.
I have interrupted Seamus before, though. There was that one time, and I still feel really bad about it. But,
Okay, as I was saying. So, did anyone see the game last night?
What game?
I don't know, but it's got to be better than this game.
The Game of Thrones, where you guys are winning.
I didn't see the Game of Thrones.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Then watch it then.
Spoilers! I haven't
Okay, no,
watched
okay,
it yet.
fair enough. Okay, no spoilers. They kill,
I'm
okay,
watching
no
it
spoilers, I
tonight.
promise.
Everyone shut up.
Okay, they kill all the puppies though.
No! No! No!
I'm kidding, there are no puppies there.
No!
So well, I don't. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jackie. Apologies. But in other news, as my case texting me there, some interesting news. Brett Keane has taken all of his videos to only private.
Hold on. Boyfriend's calling. I'll
It's
be right
working.
back.
That's all I'm saying, is it's working.
Yep. He's finally leaving YouTube for the 20th time.
Yeah, the secret atheist Illuminati lizard plan is finally working.
Yeah.
Simon,
Say it ain't so.
see your face again.
I knew it would be me.
This was probably Mark and the Freemasons. Let's be honest here.
Isn't the Illuminati that did that?
I don't know. It was the Freemasons, dude. Come on, don't be
Illuminati
heretical.
or Masons.
Mm.
They're kind of gone now. Like 200 years.
That's what they want you to think.
Mm. I know. I'm still sending out applications for the Freemasons to all the Illuminati members I know.
How many
What
is
about
that?
what about the reptilian overlords? Come on, send some invitations to them too.
They pay for the postage.
Have a neat little system there. Well, at least we're not talking about talking.
Oh, at least we're not whinging.
We need to have a hangout. We need a hangout devoted to why Simon is such a bastard.
Maybe we need to have it like less personality driven. Hangouts on like some particular philosophical point position, whatever. Personal identity was one. Seth brought up recently.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting topic.
Yeah, it would be rather meaningful to explore.
Yeah.
Like, is it memories? So if you get amnesia, you're no longer yourself, or is it your body? So if you do like brain downloads, whatever. So yeah, brain downloads and whatnot. The consciousness transferred is not actually you.
Oh yeah.
If you had a Star Trek teleporter, is it actually you that shows up on the other end?
Nope.
So on and so forth.
It's actually a copy of yours, but I'm actually more interested in a intervention hangout for Simon not being a dick. That'd be more fun.
Yeah.
We're gonna invite him. He's gonna be all clueless, and we're gonna be tapping him on our shoulder. Hey, Simon, we need to talk to you. Ironically, it's gonna be me, the biggest asshole of all, who's gonna.
No, you're a fucking whinging bitch. You are.
I think Mackie should lead it.
Wait, lead what? What army am I leading?
I think you should lead the intervention for Simon.
As long as it's not you guys. Oh man, the amount of stuff you've
Okay,
thrown at
Simon,
me.
we've all written a letter, and we all love you. And I don't know what the intervention is for, but we love you. So we just
kidding.
need to.
McKay, I'm getting a hard on now, McKay. Thank you very much.
Number one, you're English. That's a no-no.
You have to change your race. Sorry.
You have to change your nationality.
You have to be black, dude. You have to have scholarship.
Yeah, you have to be black. Yeah.
Actually, I am black. I'm descended from Vikings. Directly descended from Vikings.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean proper black. I mean you have to be descended from G-man. You have to be a G-man race.
When you say proper black, is my camera not working? What's going on?
No, it is. We can see the beautiful black pigment in your skin.
Hey,
it's just reflecting oddly with the light, right?
You guessed it, baby.
The camera makes you look like a white dude, like a pasty.
Is that an English tan? That's an English tan.
That's part of the conspiracy. I bought it in a white man's shop.
Just getting out of hand.
This is when we're holding the intervention.
Yeah.
You good luck with that, by the way.
There's also apparently a philosophy of aesthetics, which I don't think too many people delve into. So, at some point, if anybody knows anything about that, getting them to
I do know a little bit as it goes.
talk with us about that would help. You know the philosophy of aesthetics? Okay.
Yeah, I actually solved it. The hard problem of aesthetics. Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
Aesthetics, like beauty and so on.
Yeah. Oh, well, it comes down to recognizing pattern. Okay, and the more obscure the pattern is, okay, the more beautiful we think it is. as being representation of nature?
Well, I think if you ask the wrong guy, he'll say something like boobs.
Boobs! Boobies! Boobies! Boobies!
Yeah, and it's like, sorry, it's all petting.
Sorry for the Jackie response there, but it just seemed appropriate.
You leave the puppies alone.
I feel the same way about boobies that Jackie does about puppies. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, no. Remind me to get a boob job when I get the money. Which I never will, but never mind that.
More than a handful's of waste, just for the girls out there.
I'll donate mine. You can have mine.
Alright, well, I'll transfer him over.
It depends on how big the guy's hands are now.
I have very small hands. I'm not fussy.
You know what they say about guys with big
evolved into.
Yeah.
They wear big socks.
Yeah, they have to buy bigger shoes.
Absolutely.
Oh, dear.
Like, where they need bigger underwear.
Hey.
Oh damn. Somebody has something on their mind.
I guess you're talking about having their wallets in their pockets or something, are you?
I'm just, like, wistful listening, because my skill levels are so far below mark. It's like, even if I tried doing something, it wouldn't actually do much for me.
Right, so after all that excitement, I need a cup of tea. I shall be right back.
You guys say fat cock or fat wallet. Either one works for me.
Cock or what?
I said fat cock or fat wallet. Either one works for me.
Yeah. Well, I haven't really moved on the diet presentation stuff. Like, presenting ideas that are basically math to lay people is something I probably need to completely rethink. I think I've shown you some of the slideshow. I'll flip through it real quick again.
Hello, Jackie.
Hi, I'm back.
We were
My-
talking about killing doggies and puppies and
No,
stuff.
no.
Just as
You
well
better
we went to.
You
Just as well
better
we
be
went-
careful. I have mod controls.
Just as well we weren't talking about breast reduction. Otherwise, I'd be in there.
Long live the cats. I love cats.
Yeah. Cats are the best.
Dogs are the best.
That just shows what a whiny bitch you are, Thor.
Only because I have a cat. She taught me things.
Sorry, what did you say? Oh, that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Okay, Simon, we're all gonna read you a letter, right? That we wrote from our heart.
You bastard, Simon. I was playing a game and you forced me actually to.
Art, that is not your letter. Please stick to the letter.
This says waist hip ratio.
Oh, yeah, I'll go back to that.
Well, you have a nice
I
waist
want
hip
to.
ratio, Simon. No.
Oh, really? Okay.
Dear Simon, you break my heart when you are a mean person, and I wish that you would not be mean to everybody. Also, I am wondering why it is that you are hurting inside, and we are here to help you because we love you like a brother.
I'm hurting inside because
The dark green box right there that I'm got my mouse over. What I'm shooting for. Dark green means healthy weight. So
the
I
very
am
lowest it could be. I understand.
I'm staying within the healthy weight. And
Damn it! I thought red was good.
Oh,
okay. I can only do
I'm
so much.
actually in the yellow. Like, I'm in the low yellow. So, meh.
Yeah.
Or upper green, kind of. Meh.
I'm in the low yellow myself. At least right
I'm
now.
kind of, like, it depends. Some charts will say I'm in the yellow and some charts will say I'm in green.
Here we go for math stuff and then more math stuff and then crunching numbers and so on.
So how's Flip's Hangout going? I mean, it's supposed to be about all of this, you know, exercising, diet.
Well, apparently YouTube sucks because Brett King says so.
Oh, okay.
And yet he still posts.
I like how McKay joined the Brett King hate club. Welcome. Welcome to the club.
I don't hate Brett
I just don't get what you guys got against Brett Keane. I don't get any problems with him at all. We
Yeah,
have
he's
perfectly great.
He's one of the most honest guys.
2 hours plus I've spoken to Brett Keane and not had an argument with him.
Well, if it's 2 hours, then I guarantee you he switched like positions radically during the end of the 2 hours.
Yeah, he became a theist, a pagan, an atheist.
I don't
Well,
get it.
yeah, he didn't argue with you, Simon, because you're a reprobate.
Well, it was perfectly civil. I don't understand.
One reprobate to another.
Apart from the insults, of course. But they only lasted for the first 3 minutes.
I don't know. I don't hate Brett King. I mean, he's asked me.
You can get over it. If somebody insults you, you can get over it. You don't.
I don't.
Really.
Oh.
You don't have to take offence. Really, that's the point. If someone insults you, you don't have to take offence. It's not mandatory that you do.
You're talking about Ran or Brett?
Ran.
Well, I've spoken
When
to
has
both of
Ran
them.
insulted everybody? I think Ran just calls people reprobates.
Ran is way better. Ran is way better to me.
Yeah, he'll just call you a reprobate, and then he'll have fun with you. Like Ran's a good
Oh,
dude. He just wants to
and
have
he'll
fun.
call you a prostitute for atheism.
He doesn't
Great.
mean it.
I know. I'm friends with Ran.
Where do I sign up to be a prostitute for atheism? I need the money.
You're a reprobate. You're a reprobate.
I love my Ran. Don't you insult Ran.
I'll be right back. I like Ran. Ran is my friend. I mean, with Brett King, I don't hate the guy, but like he asks a lot of dishonest questions, and I find it a little difficult to have a conversation with him. But I'm still open to being in the same room as him.
Yeah.
I just don't know how he feels about me.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think
no.
he likes me very much.
You know how Jim feels about you? Pretty much the same.
What?
Yeah, given his history, he sees you as a $sign. You're going to give him some money. That's exactly what he's done the whole
I'm not
time.
giving him money. I'll be right back.
Yeah, if she's the
that's what he
prostitute for
does.
atheism, then
You've learned
she
that.
should be getting the money.
Sorry, McKay, could you say that? I interrupted.
No, I was just saying that if she's the prostitute for atheism, then she should be getting the money. But I don't know if you interrupted me. There's some latency.
No. Brett Keen's a pimp. So you know the prostitute.
Okay.
Yeah. No reason why you can't have a perfectly civil conversation, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, it depends though, because I feel like at one time of the day he might. I don't know. Never mind. Let's switch topics.
Be careful here.
I feel like I might be insulting like a different type of Brett. Like we need to like have like code names for like the different Bretts. Like there's Brett number 1. He's the atheist, you know, super hardcore anti-theist, and then there's Brett number 2, you know, who's like the pagan, you know, polytheist. He's a unique guy.
Like Brett and Brett Light.
Brett Light.
Brett Ultra.
Oh dear.
To be honest, I think some of it as well is just a matter of how witty you are with the insults. You know, there's the Oscar Wilde effect, which is, you know, if somebody says something really offensive to you, but in such a nice way, it's very hard to get angry.
Yeah, it's not just the false. It's not just that. It's the false flagging, you know, that I worry about.
False flagging?
Yeah,
What's
of course.
that? How do you mean?
Where you
false flagging?
flag a channel for doing something that they didn't really do, and that's what Brett Keane is famous for.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see Brett Keane. Yeah.
I'm actually more so afraid of Brett Keane than I am like not liking him. I mean, I don't really have a reason to not like him, but like I've seen evidence of his false flagging and turning on and off people's cameras and being dishonest. I'm kind of afraid of it in a way.
Right. What he did to
And
Happy
and the dot dropping. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a triple threat.
Just have to avoid his hangout, you know. That's what you do.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you can get offended. That's fine. It's just, you know, you don't actually have the right to demand some recompense because you're offended. There's no instant thing that says we're all going to keep to these certain rules of etiquette, because most times people are hypocrites anyway. So.
I'm even offended by Brett Keane. He's a very smart person to me. I didn't even know about him until a couple months back. He's literally the only person who's on my block list because I'm afraid of him, because I'm afraid of the dot dropping and the false flagging and stuff. I'm afraid that I'm going to say something that he doesn't like and he'll do something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a legitimate fear, and I would keep that up.
Yeah.
And it's your right.
And it's nothing against him. It's nothing against, like, I have no reason to dislike him. It's just that, given his history, I would rather be safe than sorry.
See, I can't do that. Like, I see his actions, and he is one of those people I will not associate with just because I've seen it happen where people will warn someone, you know, be careful of Brett Keane, be careful of Brett Keane. And they're like, oh, I know what I'm doing. And then the next thing you know, they're making a video, well, Brett Keane screwed me over, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, you were told. And so I don't even want to get...
That was me. I was one of those people, and I was told. And Art was witness to it. He told me multiple times, Brett's going to screw you over. And I was like, no, I know Brett. He's changed.
Yeah, exactly. And I just don't...
Oh, yeah, of course, it's McKay, yeah. Okay,
yeah, but hey, to be fair, I was one of the people as well. I was like, I gave him 3 chances. I ignored every atheist, you know, friend of mine who said, dude, don't mess with him, you know, he's gonna betray you, he's gonna fuck you over. Like, no, you know, I'm gonna, you know, see what happens, you know, I'm gonna trust him.
Yeah, my boyfriend was telling me about Brett Keane, and I trust my boyfriend's, yeah, I trust my boyfriend more than anyone, so, I mean...
See, that's the thing, though, it's like,
one of those things.
Just like Brett Keane is the low end on the Christian, there are Christians that I respect, like Nate Cunningham. I can totally get down with him and talk with him. And the same thing with atheism. There are Like Osmandius, I can freaking listen to him all day and have a good conversation with him. And there are atheists like Forbidden Fruit who I just don't care for. It's, these are just people that you have your good atheists, your bad atheists, you have your good Christians, your bad Christians. That's
Well,
just people in general.
I think you guys just need to ignore the false flagging and dock dropping, and then just evaluate Brett's arguments on their own merits.
Nice one.
Nice one, Seamus.
Yeah,
Okay, 7. What number was for good point from Seamus? Is 7 a good point?
Unfortunately.
It was funny, but it wasn't a good point. Because it was a false
it's
actually,
totally a good point. If we judge Brett solely based on his arguments,
it's number one. It's number one, a straw man, because we do.
Because he has no
We
arguments.
block Brett clean. We don't listen to his fucking insults. We know he's a douchebag. So just get over it.
Okay, so it's a 1.
No, I don't have a problem. He insulted me for the first 3 minutes of our conversation, right? And then came back in and went, "Oh, I'm sorry about that," and it's been fine ever since. I don't know.
That was pretty funny, though, Seamus. I didn't.
Simon, you're picking on Seamus again. Stop it.
Sorry about that. That's, I'm gonna do one of these games for myself actually, just to show that I'm the big.
We're not allowed to pick on Seamus anymore.
No, you can.
Yeah.
Only
You're a kid.
yeah.
I
Anyway,
actually
puppies.
welcome the picking on me in live hangouts. Like, if half of those comment trolls came to live hangouts, I'd be so happy.
You just confirmed it. It's like, yeah, I want to be picked on. Victim
Well, no, you're
mentality.
supposed to be able to respond to them.
Yeah.
They all sound the same way. With their closed up throat.
No one's picking on you, Seamus.
Oh, you haven't seen the comments. They're picking on everybody in the room.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's
everybody.
not just on him then.
That's the rule of the game, isn't it? Isn't it, Gus?
I think Seamus is adorable.
Gus.
I just want to paint his
Sorry,
feet.
Jackie.
Yeah, he's
Sorry,
he
Jackie.
looks like a
You're
puppy.
talking rubbish. Jackie, you're talking rubbish there. Gus.
He looks like a puppy. So.
He's gone to sleep again.
I mean, I haven't gone to sleep. I'm here. It's just I can't hear half what's being said because, first of all, somebody's persistent reverb, and second, you're all talking.
Oh yeah, that's you, Nadia,
What's that?
with the echo. I think. Yeah, we're live, Gus. We're live.
Why did you mute me?
'Cause you were about to say something complimentary about Seamus. I couldn't allow that in an atheist hangout, obviously.
Like the atheist equivalent to blasphemy.
Oh, Jackie, don't make me do that. I'm going to feel really bad inside. I'm going to have to go and kill a puppy if you keep on doing it.
Okay, so let me show you what the real game is. Number 1 is when I make a valid critique of someone's argument. Number 2 is when I make a really good point. Number 3 is Number 3 is when someone interrupts me and then I re-interrupt them. Number 4 is when I call a spade a spade. Number 5 is when I praise the creator of the universe. And number 6 is when I'm just tired of dealing with y'all people.
Okay, so the reason I made this list, Seamus, in the first place, was to try and show you the ways that you fall down in your arguing. So this is just a personal list that if you never did this in another argument again, all of your arguments would probably be sound. That's the reason I did it.
I'll sum up.
Also to have some fun. But
I will sum up what you're saying there. To sum up what you're saying there is victim mentality is exactly that. You're so the victim. I'm the Christian. I'm the hardened victim. Oh my God, the atheists, the evil atheists are against me. Oh my God, what the fuck do I do? Oh my God!
I don't think
Like,
Seamus has ever said that. Like he's
no,
debated
no,
Christians
every
before.
every
Every
response is the same. Every
no,
response, they're
that's not
interrupting me.
true.
They're whining. They're
Not true, Christian. That's
they
not
you
true.
know
Let me interrupt
bullshit.
you there, mate.
Bullshit.
There are
Exactly.
alls and nothings, and that won't cut it here, I'm afraid. It's only after the argument devolves into a disagreement that these things happen.
Oh, okay, so the timing's off.
Yeah.
But it's all the same thing. I mean, if you would just like just get away from this victim. I'm the victim, and you're doing this to me, and you're doing that to me. You'd get along so much better.
Well, anybody that doesn't do any of those things that are in that list will be a better debater.
Can I put this into a bit of an analogy for you, Seamus?
Please, sure.
Because I like, you know what, Seamus? I like you. I think I'm the only person here that really
I
likes you.
I don't know. I do too.
I really like
Or
Seamus.
outside.
I like chemo.
I'm just playing with you guys. I'm playing with you guys. But there used to be a bully, okay, that I used to have to deal with when I was in like 5th grade, and he was in 7th grade, and he had this thing where he used to walk up to you, and he used to yell, "Tighten up." And the reason he used to yell "tighten up" was you were supposed to tighten up your gut muscles because that's where he was going to punch you. And you had about a second to tighten up. And if you complained or you didn't tighten up, he not only did you get a punch in the gut, but you'd get one in the face too. So really, even though it's not fair, you got to tighten up and suck it up. It isn't fair. I mean, it's not, Seamus. It is. You know, you come in here and you make an argument, and you know you sometimes you take shit for no reason. Sometimes you take shit for good reason. Sometimes you take shit for no reason, and sometimes you get picked on. And sometimes it's like a bullfrog orgy in here. It's like 12 on 1, and I've seen it before. But the problem is you got to tighten up, because if you complain, you just get pounded on worse. It isn't fair, but it's the way it is, bro. You know. I mean, when Jesus comes back and remakes the world in God's image, and everything will be wonderful. But until then, you're up to your hips in shit, and it doesn't do any good to complain about the flies.
Well said.
Yeah, I for once have to agree with Gus, even though I obviously dislike him intensely.
You never agree with me, you bollocks talking creature. I don't even know why I talk to you.
I know
Every time I turn around, you're spouting nonsense, son. What the hell are you?
Nah, you talk to me because I got the bottom of a 12-year-old boy. That's why you talk to me.
You're even worse than Art, for crying out loud. All the time he's talking bollocks is Art.
Ah, Simon.
Sorry, did I just lower the floor again?
Yeah.
I swear, man, the things you do for shits and giggles, I'm never letting you anywhere near explosives.
Oh, that's good. That's fine. And you'd probably be right to, actually.
Just another reminder, I have mod control, so behave.
I believe it dangerously.
I won't meet you 50 times in a row then.
Okay. Thank you.
I heard Art did the same thing to you the other day, is that right? You were out of order with Art as well.
She's being a cunt. Art being a cunt.
Jackie.
No, you were the cunt.
Okay,
No,
nobody
you
needs
were
to use
being
the
a
C word up in here. We can bring it down.
Let's use the other C word.
Champion. You were being
Commitment.
a champion.
Commitment.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, I don't care what word you use.
Mackie, are we gonna get?
A twat.
Mackie, are we gonna get to see? Boy, this is the part I hate. Mackie, are we gonna get to see you skillfully murder individuals in a computer game today? Because I tell you, man, when you show up, I'm all about the murder, man. I'm totally about the murder when you show up.
Oh man, I went in Johnny KY Jelly's room the other day. well, quite a few days ago. Man, oh man, was he offensive. Fuck it, if you think I'm bad, Seamus, at least I'm funny. At least I am funny with it. This guy wasn't even funny.
Talk about trolls. I mean, Johnny is just like
I had no idea.
atheists gonna stab people in a dark alley. Atheists are gonna beat up people for disagreeing with them. That's
Well, maybe you should
crazy.
stop stabbing people in a dark alley. I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Mackie, I understand, and you might not realize this, but stabbing people in a dark alley to get their points and their dog tags is usually not the preferred method of solving problems for most people in the outside world.
But I just wanted to give them a hug. I didn't mean to jab a knife into the back of their skull.
I'll say this to Johnny's credit. He's very, very, like, what is that word? Like,
passionate?
yeah, offensive and rude, and, like, he generalizes.
Not funny.
Hold on. He generalizes, hold on, I'm not done. He generalizes and stereotypes a lot. But one thing that I haven't seen Johnny do a lot, even though he's guilty of all of those things, I've never seen him be, like, overly personal to somebody. Be like, you know, like, look, you're stupid and you're dumb and you know what I mean? Like, I've heard him just be like, look, atheists are this, atheists are that. But, like, I've never ever seen him, like, bang
Well,
somebody
except to say that there should be a final solution against the Jewish
Sorry,
people.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry,
I feel like
that's pretty personal.
generalizing a group of people is very personal.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, there's a distinction between someone, like, often stereotyping people and strawmanning and generalizing and misclassifying, and then be very personal and direct comments towards a specific individual.
No, I totally disagree. I mean, Seamus, you know more. Seamus, no, you know this better than that, right? You know that when somebody says all Christians are stupid and all of their arguments are presuppositions and they're dumb and et cetera, like that's a personal attack on you.
No, what Wayne did to me earlier was a personal attack. I'm trying to make a distinction between what an actual personal attack is, where you actually call out someone's character, call them a liar, say they need to get laid, or if you just generalize their worldview. There's a big distinction.
Saying somebody needs to get laid is not a personal attack. It's a statement of fact.
No, that is a personal attack.
It is a personal attack if used in a certain way, but the point is that Seamus has a point. I personally haven't heard Johnny say anything like personally insulting towards someone, like calling them a name or something like that. However, Johnny is one hallucination away from mass murdering. You know what I mean? It's just, he's either really mentally unstable or he's a total pose. So I hope so. I just hope that he's just...
Can somebody tell me something? Where does the term "po" come from?
Oh, it's from that is what is it? Was I think there was some kind of scientist who studied something about psychology, and it's one of the modern kind of researchers. Well, you better Google it. I don't have the full picture.
Just made a distinction in the side chat there. Stereotypes attack a large group of people. Personal attacks are either directed towards one person or directed towards other people in that person's personal life. There's a big distinction between.
Well, I mean, you can attack somebody's personal life, but calling somebody a liar or saying they're stupid is a personal attack, right? So if I say all Christians are stupid, then it's just as much a personal attack.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a distinction between like a generalization.
No, I understand your distinction. I just feel it's different. I'm not trying to interrupt you either. I just feel like it's different, right? I feel just as personally attacked when somebody says something like that.
Yeah, I think labeling somebody as a stereotype is definitely a personal attack.
Listen. If someone says Christians are stupid, or if someone calls my mom a cunt, I'm more offended by them calling my mom a cunt than them saying Christians are stupid. The personal attack is more offensive to me than the generalization. Okay, it's subjective. Some of you think differently, but personal attacks are independent from stereotypes. They're not the same thing. A stereotype can be a personal attack, but it's directed towards a large group of people.
I don't even know that
An
calling my
individual
mom.
person.
I don't even know that. I don't even know if calling my mom as a dirty name is in the same category as offense, because you do something that offends me and I'm offended. You call my mom a name, and the next thing I know, you're lying on the ground with the better part of your face in my hand, and so it's. I understand what you're getting at, but for me, it's like, wow, that's like comparing a slap in the face with getting both your knees broken. It's a bit of a different family.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a massive distinction between the two.
Well, I mean,
You're laughing about it, Simon?
Shamos has a point. The thing is, Shamos has a point. However, like, it doesn't mean that what Johnny says is any better than if he did do personal insults, because, like, what he is perpetuating is a hate for a group of people. If he was just like criticizing, like, yeah, atheists have this point of view that I don't agree with, especially in terms of morality, that'd be fine. But he's like saying that atheists are horrible monsters, and if someone is watching his hangouts and they're thinking, oh, I better like be careful of atheists now because what this Johnny guy is saying, there's a difference between, I say, like, for example, if someone is homophobic, there's a difference between, like, disagreeing with, the gay marriage legislation and being that stupid California lawyer who's trying to pass that law that you can shoot and exterminate gay people on the streets. Like, he's trying to make that illegal. There's a huge difference. And I think Johnny is on the extreme. I could group him with that California lawyer who's trying to make it legal to kill gays.
So
Shamos,
what were you laughing about, Simon?
Well, just a mischaracterization. I mean, I'll type it in the sidebar.
Okay, all right then.
So Shamos, do you support what Johnny KZ says?
What was that? Do I agree with it?
Do you agree with what he says about the final solution?
Oh, no. I'm sure I agree with some things he says, but the majority, no. I don't even go into his hangouts. I don't even participate. I think that I usually don't like to comment on people, especially Christians. I'm a little bit more critical of atheists. I'll even admit that. But I'll say this about Johnny. I just feel like if I'm often associated in his rooms, that reflects on my character. So I'd rather just stay away.
Well, well done. I tip my hat off. That's good. That's a good thing to do. Because that guy is absolute toe jam.
And it's not because he's... Hold on. We need to make it clear. It's not because he's Christian.
Oh, I didn't say that.
It's because he's crazy.
Exactly. I didn't say he was Christian. He is crazy.
Yeah,
yes.
I know. I just wanted to clarify that in general.
Yeah, you're right. And I don't think Shamos is crazy.
Oh, no. Shamos isn't crazy. I like Shamos. Shamos makes good arguments
Jackie,
and points.
You know what happened last time?
About what? Last time what?
When you tried to compliment Shamos.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's alright. It was just a joke. Silly joke.
I remember when Shamos was making that argument about, oh shoot, what was it? It was like, if the atheist position is true, then there's no way to, like, justify it, but if the Christian position was true than there is. Like, and everyone was like, Shema, you're no, and I was just like, no, you've got a point there.
Right.
Is
No,
that
this
the, is
is
that the hell
straw
or
man.
hell?
He's got a
Is that
straw
the hell
man.
or not hell?
I've never understood the whole point of what justifying or not being able to justify has to do with the truth of an argument. Like, must the truth argument be justified in order to remain true? Like, that's what I've never understood about
I don't think it doesn't contribute to any conversation in finding what the truth is. That it's a pretty valid statement. It doesn't add anything to whether or not there is a God. You know.
If you hold to like justified true belief, just because something is true and you believe it doesn't mean you have justification to believe that it's true. For example, you may be true just out of the fact that you're right, and not because you have any justification or warrant to believe so. You're right because you're right. But does that give you justification to believe that? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you believe it. But are you justified in that belief? So usually it's a three-pronged way. You need to believe something. You need to be justified in that belief, and then it needs to be true in order to count towards knowledge.
But let's zoom back a bit. Let's zoom back a bit and let's talk about why so many theists want justified truth before they'll proceed into evidence. To me, the reason for that, 9 times out of 10, is that they just want to shut you down right off the bat. They just want to say, you know what? We don't even want to discuss what's in the Bible. We don't want to discuss what God has done. We don't want to bother to try to talk to you about what's gone on in the past. All we want to do is shut up. And in order to do that, we're going to play epistemological games with you. We're going to ask you how you could possibly know what you think you know without an all-seeing, all-knowing God to tell you. Which, you know, ultimately it's a dodge. It's an intellectual dodge. And that being the case, I can understand why Jennifer would. The feedback and the echo is really, really crazy. I mean, I can hear myself like 3 times.
Anyway.
But yeah, I think that's to me that's why. To me, that's why I think you're going to see a brand new generation of atheist arguers coming up the pike, who do not give a rat's ass if their truths are justified, because what they want to know is where God thinks He gets off sending 2 she-bears to maul 40-some-odd kids to death. That's the ultimate point, you know?
An argument from emotion, though, that has no bearing on what is.
We are emotional creatures, Seamus.
Sure, but emotion has no bearing on truth. Truth is truth. Emotion is emotion. It's called emotional fallacy.
You can't just dismiss it because it's emotional subject. I mean,
no, I don't dismiss it, but I don't use it as a method to determine truth.
World War II didn't happen because I was emotional about it. I mean, you can't just claim that every time somebody has an emotional, says something that may be taken emotional. He didn't say anything emotional about that. He said about the she-bear. I mean, that's in the Bible. So what are you saying? The Bible can't be taken as
what I'm saying is
emotional?
No, so he's saying that, he said, look, they're not, these new breed of atheists are going to come through, and they're not going to care so much about being justified, i.e., like having justifications for their arguments. They're going to plea off of intuition and emotionality, like i.e., arguments from evil, and just say, look, the Christian God is evil. I don't care if I have any justification for it to why he's evil, or ontologically why he's evil. Epistemologically, I believe he's evil, therefore bang. But whether or not you think something is evil has no bearing on whether it exists or not. So what I'm saying is, I don't dismiss outright the emotional effect of it. I address the problem of evil for what it is, but I just realize that it has no bearing on if God exists or not.
Seamus, I want to demonstrate a situation to you, and I want you to tell me honestly whether or not you think that that's not absurd on its face. Imagine if one or two of the mothers of the children that were killed by the she-bears had an opportunity to ask God, or not God, but a presuppositional apologist, why would God kill our children for the high crime and misdemeanor of being little shits and nothing more? Would you not see it as
tantamountly absurd for a precept to say, well, how do you know anything? How can you judge anything?
No, I actually don't think that's absurd at all. Like, for example, you asked me, Seamus, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me if you think it's absurd, kind of on face value. And the only thing I think of that is absurd on face value is a logical contradiction, is a formal fallacy, a direct logical contradiction, a formal fallacy. That's the only thing I'm going to reject on its face value.
Well,
Okay?
Seamus, let me see if I can strip out the philosophically hot language, because I'm beginning to understand that people who've trained themselves philosophically and as a logician, they tend to hear certain words and it tends to activate subroutines almost automatically. So let me see if I can strip that language out. A mother is standing there holding the rent body of her child who was killed by a god with a high crime and misdemeanor of being a little shit. Okay? And she's standing there and looking at a precept and saying, why would God do this? I think this is wrong. And the precept looks at the woman and says, you have no basis, unless you believe in God, you have no basis whatsoever to judge whether or not what he did was wrong. And even if you do believe in God, you still have no basis whatsoever to judge whether he was wrong. In other words, the potter can do whatever he wants to the clay, piss on you. Exactly how convincing would it be for that woman to sort of go, oh, well, yeah, gee, that's just that, I mean, I don't even have the right to question God, because without God I have no epistemological thus and such and on, and thus goeth the precept script. And in the end, I mean, it's rotten porridge and cold comfort at best.
Okay, I could address that in the way that you want. I would say this: I do agree that with the pre-supper in that position, but I don't take it. I have more argumentation to back it up. I'll say this: I believe that I don't hold strictly to. I'm not a divine command theorist. I don't think that whatever God does is good just because He's God. I don't believe that. But what I do believe is this: so that woman, right? So for this thought experiment, we're kind of presupposing that look, the Christian God exists. This actual event in the Old Testament did happen, and this woman is upset, and we're looking for kind of reasoning for this. And I'll say this: if that is true, and that we're looking at this, that God does exist, and that moment happened in the Old Testament, I would say this: if God exists, He's the author of morality. He's not only the author of morality; He's the author of all things. He created everything, including moral values and judgment. So the woman is actually drawing on morality that God instilled in her and created to accuse God of being immoral. Okay, that's the first argument. I only have one more. God, in that position, appears to have murdered these children. Okay, God cannot murder. Okay, and I'm going to explain why. Murder is defined as the unwarranted or unjustified killing. Okay, that's what murder is. Murder is a subset of killing. Murder is always immoral. Killing is not always immoral. Killing in self-defense is not immoral. Murder is. Murder means it's unjustified and unwarranted, meaning you had no reason and no cause. God never murders. He always has reason and justification and cause. So the first point is He's the author of morality. He instilled those values in her. And the second point is God cannot murder.
I see.
Agreed with Seamus. I mean, emotional arguments can have like some type of merit behind them, but generally speaking, like the whole argument doesn't prove God's existence. You might be able to prove that God is an evil God, but I see how you can prove God's existence based on his characteristics.
No, but my point, Jackie, is that the pre-supper wants to constantly keep people who question things at arm's length, and they do it by by setting up this epistem. You have to explain how you know what you know. You have to justify how you know what you know, and it's a fucking dodge. It's a dodge. That's all it is. It's a dodge. It's a game. It's a word game that's played so that a certain subset, not all, but a certain subset of Christian apologists can be lazy. That's essentially
The
That's all it is.
precept argument is pretty much dead. There's a lot of holes in it. For example, I mean, you have to start with a god to get the conclusion that they come up with, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a god. And then a lot of preceptors take it that it's the Christian god, but they don't. They have to prove that the Christian God exists in order for their argument to follow. And then there's the fact that even if everything was in the Matrix or a dream thing, it's still our perceived reality. Like there is a difference between perceived reality, shared reality, and a universal reality. And even if universal reality and shared reality are all fabricated, your perceived reality is still your reality. So, I mean, the whole precept argument is just flawed in so many different ways, and
well, I would say
dead.
this. The presuppositional argument, I've heard that often said. Alex Botten says it. The presupp's argument's dead. It's garbage. It's this. It's that. Now, I would say this. I don't believe the presuppositional argument is dead. I think that there are a lot of presuppers that use a very, very amateurish, not well thought out form of precept, and this just makes all of precept look freaking retarded. But what I'm saying is there are versions and variants of precept that have honest to God, deductive and argumentative value, and I think that the epistemological Sci-10 precept, where you constantly question your opponent's axioms and precepts, is usually the form of that weaker amateurish precept. I usually try to do a reverse of that. It's called like ontological precept. It talks about why are things the way that they are and how can we justify our belief in them. And I think that that is a very well calculated, well thought up version of precept that usually the atheists either aren't familiar with, haven't heard a lot, or just kind of gloss over because of all the other crap that they hear from amateur preceptors.
Well, I mean, I think.
I would love for you to like walk me through it at some time. I don't know if anyone here. I don't know if everyone's okay with it. Maybe I'll give it a try. You can present it, cause like if it's any different from what I've heard, then yeah, I'll give you some credit. But like, I mean, is this a claim that God exists, or is this just a claim that we can't know anything without a deity? Like, what is the claim?
Well, it's the claim that God exists, but that's not what the argument is around. Basically, the argument that I use in the form of precept is usually formed around what's known as absolute truth. Most people are like, well, there's no difference between absolute truth, and that's true. What the distinction philosophically on absolute truth is epistemologically. How can you know that is absolutely true? It has to be someone who's feeding that.
Well, I mean, absolute truth. The problem with that is that you have you have perceived reality, and then you have universal reality. So even if everything that's around you, that's outside of your perception, is not a part of the absolute truth, your perceptions are still, the fact that you are perceiving the perceptions that you are perceiving has to be a part of the absolute truth, because you're
right, but that's the only thing you can verify is internal. It's the problem of hard solipsism. You can have truths, but only internal truths. Any external truths are unverifiable. Like external minds exist, or any of the other truths put forth from ideas that have followed from external minds, because you have to presuppose that as an axiom. So yeah, you're right. Even if no minds exist, even if parts, because you knew where I was going with that, Jackie. That's really perceptive. I was going to hit you with hard solipsism, and you kind of touched base on that. It's not so much that everyone, that every mind, that you're the only mind that doesn't exist. It's just that you can't prove it and you can't substantiate it. So therefore, anything outside of your internal, what you can. So have you ever heard that Descartes? He's like, I think, therefore I am. That's true. That's true. I'm not denying that. But anything external to your consciousness, you can't verify as true, which is like the bulk of everything you come in contact with. Besides your consciousness and your existence, I think, therefore I am, you have nothing to offer without presupposing an axiom of external minds, which limits you to this form of absolute truth. And the interesting part of the presuppositional argument is, within the philosophical and atheist worldview, the problem of hard solipsism confines us to not being able to have access to absolute external truths. And see, there's no way. Philosophers regard the problem of hard solipsism as unsolvable. That it's not just we can't solve it now. It's highly regarded as unsolvable, which means in this worldview, it will never ever have access to absolute truth because we don't know for certain if external minds exist. Now let's take a look at the Christian worldview. I know for a fact because external minds exist, because the one that created them has told me so. So this means that hard solipsism is false. This means that I do have access to absolute truth.
Exactly. You contradicted yourself. You said it can't be solved, and then you're saying it can be solved.
Yeah, it can't be solved in a secular philosophical worldview. It's kind of
it can be solved by another assertion.
Are we putting this in the hypothetical that even if it is the hypothetical that is true, like, even if you are being told from some higher power that so-and-so is true, that you're getting your absolute truth from an external source, I mean, how do you know that that's an external source? How do you know that's not coming from in your head? Like, you're still facing the problem of hard solipsism, but you're trying to find a workaround. You're trying to cut corners and trying to make your God fit into it, even though he doesn't.
There's more argumentation to kind of back it up.
All right, go on.
So I've kind of all I've really asserted is that I have access to absolute truths because I know that external minds exist. But that holds true for your worldview too. It's because if external minds exist, they exist because of a matter of necessity. So that holds true for your worldview. So you also have access to absolute truths. So what I'm not saying is I have this and you don't. What I'm saying is your worldview precludes you from drawing on this. I think that the main thing I'm trying to say is you kind of ask, like, how do I know that I'm not deceived? You're asking the epistemological question. Well, I have multiple answers to this, and some you might accept, some you might not accept. But the first answer is that, well, there's no logical contradiction in an omnipotent God being able to reveal it in such a way that I would know it for sure. Well, most people will say this, yeah, that's true, but you can't prove that to be true, right? But this actually goes into the method of I have to prove God to prove my revelation. So that's off the table. That can't be asked.
I'm confused.
And that, folks, is what drives me nuts about a lot of apologetics. Look at what Seamus did there. Not because he's a bad guy, but because this is the nature of the game, okay? And part of the problem is that we have turned apologetics into a game. I once again go back to the woman who's holding her torn up son, and the apologist who basically, what's the apologist saying? You can't believe anything's real. You can't believe anything's real without justification. You can't believe that you have truth without justification, etc., etc. Philosophical alphabet soup. Meanwhile, the kid's dead, and God might or might not have did it. If he exists, he did it. If he doesn't exist, he didn't do it. But the kid is no less dead for it. And you know, a lot of what drives me nuts about apologetics is that they want to do everything except examine on a plain, you know, naked and shivering under harsh light on a cold steel table, the plain stuff we've got to deal with, i.e., babies get born with cancer, amputees don't get healed, and instead of answers that essentially accept that we can see that which is right in front of our face, we get the dance of the green shoes, and it makes me nuts.
Yeah,
There's
it's
an
the
interesting
easy
philosopher.
answer. It's the easy answer. I mean, it really is the easy answer. They don't need to deal with any of that. It's the assertion that, oh, I have the answer because I have a revelation from God. I have an experience from God. I don't need to prove that. I do not need to prove that. You either accept it or you don't need to accept that. It's such a cop out. I mean,
You
it's
can't
so
ask for someone's
lazy.
personal experience to
But
prove
it's
you
so
anything.
lazy. It's so lazy. Like as he said, somebody's dying of cancer and their kids is dying of cancer. Like it's so lazy to say, oh well, I have all the answers because I woke up one morning and I was revealed it to be true. It's so lazy. Like,
Well, actually, Christian.
Don't you find that so unsatisfying?
Actually, Christian, it goes even worse than that. It goes even worse than that. It's not the sloth of believing that you may have the answer that the other person doesn't because you believe and they don't. It's that you don't even think they have the right to ask the question.
Yeah,
That's the part that gets me. If there is a God, God gave us a sentient mind, but we're apparently supposed to use it to question everything except what He decides. Not a
You
chance.
can ask the question, but are you objectively justified in your critique of God? No, you can ask it.
Who cares? Who cares?
I'll say this. You're kind of talking about the problem of evil, and there's a new paper that came out 2 months ago from this guy. He has a PhD from Yale in philosophy, and he put out this paper that was really interesting on the problem of evil, and it said this. Think about the problem of evil because we see all this death, suffering, children born with cancer, all rapes happening, all this. I mean, we absolutely have the problem of evil. But he said this, the problem of evil would still exist without evil. And this is what he says. Take away all the death, take away all the cancer, and have basically people don't do evil things, but people do die, okay? Okay? So this is what he was saying. If there was no evil and no evil acts ever took place, there would still be the problem of evil because humans, if one human lived to be 50 years old, right, and another person lived to be 90 years old, the critique of it would be this. Somebody's speeding back again. But the critique of it would be this. Even if there's no evil in the world, is it evil of God to let another human being live longer than another human being? See what I'm saying? Even if no evil persists, the problem of evil would still be valid because
you're asserting that God exists.
No, but what I'm saying is
asserting that God exists. Sorry, what if He
I'm not saying,
didn't?
look.
But we have to assert that God exists in order to have this argument.
Yeah, I'm not saying, look,
Exactly.
therefore God exists, you need to believe God because of this argument. No, I'm talking about a philosopher that said the problem of evil, even if you took the evil out of it, would still exist because there would be a disproportionate allowing of God allowing certain people to live longer than others. What's the reason for that? It's why should one person live 90 years and the other person live 50? That's evil. And he was saying that the problem of evil is always going to exist unless we're in heaven. It's period.
No, you said you have to assume that God allowing people to live longer than others. No. You stop there. Does God exist? That is the question, not the
I'm not trying to prove God. I'm talking about the problem of evil.
No. You're asserting God with your argument. Your argument is factious.
Christian,
Argument is ridiculous.
we have to assume the existence of God to question His morality. We have to assume the existence of
He's questioning.
We have to assume the existence of God. We have to assume the existence of God to talk about whether or not the things that He's done in the Bible. I mean, otherwise, what are we even talking about this part for? I mean,
no, exactly. I agree with you.
You guys don't understand.
I understand that I understand that there's a merit in the basic question: does God exist? But this is another question that we're talking about, and it's a question that we can't address unless we're willing to because the other problem with monkeying around with epistemology is that monkeying around with questions about whether or not God even exists also lets God off the hook. I mean, frankly, one of the things that bothers me is that Christians say, "Well, I am not going to let you put God on trial." My response to that, first of all, is that try and fucking stop me. Two, is that if God didn't want us to question His behavior and His existence, He shouldn't have given us a mind capable of doing so.
The problem of evil is a theological argument that grants God existence in order to examine His attributes, most namely omnibenevolence. I'm not actually saying all this stuff, therefore God exists. I'm just saying, if you're bringing up the problem of evil, here's a philosophical paper put forth by a person with a PhD in philosophy from Yale University, and he basically critiqued the problem of evil. I'm not saying, therefore God exists. Who cares if God exists? I'm just saying that the problem of evil would still exist even if evil was not present, because of the disproportionate amount of time humans are allowed to live, with apparently no justification.
Now, to address that paper, by the way, I think part of the problem is that people who want to apologize to one side or the other tend to grab the argument and run to the extremes. I think that, generally speaking, a certain amount of unfortunateness, if I can use that word, to life is acceptable to some people. But the problem is that life can be so unbelievably cruel to people who cannot answer its cruelty. And you know, we hear, you know, you read things in the Bible like God will bless you, God will protect you, and oh, by the way, your kid's got cancer. And I think part of the problem is that there's a difference in a lot of people's minds because of evolution, as far as I'm concerned. There's a difference in a lot of people's minds between when grandma, you know, gets a heart condition at 95, and everybody starts to realize that, you know, grandma's going to die. It's not very nice, but that's the way of things. People have to die in order for new people to have room in the world. And there's a difference between that and watching a 6-year-old scream in agony in a hospital bed suffering from leukemia. So I do think that part of the problem as well, you know, if you try to rule all of this out, that it just becomes silly. I think that's a game, and again, I think it's a dodge. And you know, I really think that apologists should realize that most of the people who question what God does do so from a middle of the road position where they are basically prepared to be reasonable, but you know, they're faced with this constant, you know, and basically what it all boils down to, you know what, Seamus, what it all boils down to is God is God. You don't know what you're talking about because you're not God. You can't understand God, and God can do whatever the hell he wants with you, and suck it up, Chuck. And for most of us, that's like our response to that. It kicks in an automatic extension of the middle finger, and us saying, fuck you, when you're willing, God, if you exist at all, to at least give us, you know, a degree of fairness in the world, even if you're angry with us, then, you know, we'll love you back. But sometimes what God calls love is a strange, strange thing, depending on where you are and who it's being done to.
The problem of evil actually is an atheological argument.
It only attacks the attributes. You could still have the existence of God without, as long as you say God is not omnibenevolent, which is the Calvinist position, the problem of evil doesn't hold anymore.
Well, the way it is an atheological argument is to the extent you define a deity by those three omnis, no such thing having all three of those properties can exist. Right?
Actually, that's not true. With the free will response actually doesn't deny any of those properties and rebuts that argument. So, and it's in the Wikipedia article, and it's the very first stub in the Wikipedia article. It's the most powerful argument in Christianity against the problem of evil is free will. Hold on, close argument.
Free will can be gunned down, even irrespective of the problem of evil, or any theology. The next part is so. I mean, that presumes that the argument's invalid. Right? It doesn't actually matter if the argument actually holds. It's whether it's an atheological argument. Right? Conclusion is, right? Whether you buy the conclusion or not, its conclusion is that those three properties are contradictory.
Yeah, so but like I said, the free will response doesn't deny the three.
But all you're saying is that the argument doesn't hold.
No, what I'm saying is
arrives at a conclusion, whether soundly, validly or not, that those three properties are contradictory and no such thing with those three properties can exist. So
that's not true given the free will response. For example,
that's only everybody in the argument. It's not. It's nothing what they claim.
Why won't you let me respond, Nadia? This is unlike you.
Well, your response is inappropriate.
I've linked the problem of evil, and the very first stub of the response is the free will response. This is the most common response in Christianity. This one does not deny any of the three attributes. It does not. The Calvinistic response denies the omnibenevolence tribute. That's actually on stub 3 if you want to check that one out. So I'm actually telling you that the problem of evil is circumvented by free will because God cannot be evil if humans are responsible for evil due to their free will. So, yeah, would you like to rebut that?
Yeah.
I have a question.
That's what actual claims the argument, the conclusion of the argument actually is. You can claim the conclusion is invalid. You can say the free will thing demonstrates the argument's invalid. Even so,
I just told you the reason.
What it at least states, concludes, etc. is those three contradict.
I have a question for Shamos. Shamos, is your God omniscient? Does he know everything? Like, literally, does he know everything?
Yes.
Okay, then you can't have free will because he knows what you're going to do in the future.
It's a tautology.
So it's already predetermined.
Well, of course it's tautological.
Yeah, there's hold on, did she ask me a question, Nadia? Jackie, the problem with that is that's called a perceived contradiction known as the paradox of evil. But if you look at it, it's always written in quotations because it's not a paradox. It's what's known as a perceived paradox. The problem has actually been rebutted because it presents a tautology. Okay, it presents the tautology and it interprets the tautology under determinism. It says, well, humans can only choose what they choose, therefore the determinism is right. I've
got three things to scream about.
Real quick, next time Shamos speaks, I would request that he speaks in layman's terms, because I am not in any way, shape, or form a philosopher.
Okay.
So I don't really know in the big terms.
It's hard to kind of put in layman's terms, but it kind of goes like this. Basically what they're alleging is that God, all right, I'll do it through the analogy. They're basically saying that, okay, you do an action, right? And God knows about this action ahead of time. And somehow, his knowledge of that action has actually influenced you to do so. Now let me think about this. This is a thought experiment. Bear with me. I think it'll hold. Jackie, imagine if I had a time machine, right? And I go into the time machine, and I go 5 days into the future, okay? And on that 5 days in the future, I go and I sit outside your house, and I'm so far away that you can't see me. I got some binoculars. And when you walk out the door that morning, I note what you're wearing that day. Okay, let's say you're wearing a red blouse with a black bottom, and so now I take the time machine back in time to the 5 days earlier to the original day. Now I know, Jackie, on that 5th day, and because I haven't done a butterfly effect or come in contact with anything, just let's kind of write that off. That I know honestly what you were going to wear that day. Now, did I influence you to wear that when you woke up that morning, Jackie? Now I know what you're going to wear, but when I woke up that morning, did me knowing what you were going to wear have influence on what you actually chose to wear that day? No, it didn't. There's no causal relationship between knowledge and your actual actions. God does know it. He did know you were going to do that, but you did choose it. Because of his omnipotence, he knew it ahead of time.
Yeah.
Well, where that
I would like to hear her respond to that if she would.
Where that breaks down,
it's the things. Backlog of like 4 or 5 points.
Was that?
Yeah, let's let Nadia speak. It's her hangout, and I'll respond to Shamos.
Okay, so first one is it's actually the omniscience free will. Second, the tautological nature is essentially that it's a self-contradictory kind of proposition. The omniscience free will affair, it's kind of iffy whether that's tautological, but I mean there are actually a priori logical arguments, tautological arguments against it. Third, something being a tautology is actually no case against it. Tautological affairs, the a priori logical arguments are actually far beyond well respected. They're actually even considered preferable to evidential arguments, right?
Okay, I would love to respond.
Considered without any kind of exception.
I would love to expose the flaws there.
Well, try me.
Okay, so the tautological nature is this. You can only choose what you choose. And this is interpreted as determinism. Okay? Well, the problem with a tautology and why they're not regarded is because a tautology, by definition, is true under every interpretation. That means that tautology, you choose what you choose, is both true under free will and determinism. So what you're doing is you're using a tautology that is true under both examples and trying to interpret that to be true only under determinism. If you think that what I just said is wrong, I can actually prove this beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I'm willing to do so. I'm going to let you respond, but if you think I'm wrong, please challenge me on that.
Try to say why that's not why tautological arguments are in general not meaningful, or why what you in particular presented is not meaningful. That's not a.
I'll say it really quickly. It presents a tautology. The tautology is this. At a given decision point, you can only choose one thing. You can only choose what you choose, okay? And this is interpreted as determinism, okay? God knows what you're going to do. You can only choose one thing. God knew it. It can't change because he knew it ahead of time. You were always going to do it. Therefore, determinism is true. However, you choose what you choose still happens to be the case even if free will is true. For example, if you have free will, you're still going to only choose one thing at a decision point, and you're only going to be able to choose what you choose. So what happens is, why it's disputed as being completely bogus is because it's tautological in the sense that even under free will, it's true, because tautologies definitionally are true under every interpretation. So this is actually true if free will is true and if determinism is true. So if it's true under both interpretations, and yet you're only willing to interpret it as a plus to determinism, you're being intellectually dishonest, because as a tautology, it's both true under free will as it's true under determinism.
Well, let's try this on for size then.
Not what makes the omniscience free will paradox. Well, it's not the content of the omniscience free will paradox.
Guys,
First off, the general nature of logical arguments against free will, things that you would call tautological, are that free will is self-contradictory. That's fine. That it cannot be a anything but something that always falls under any interpretation, right? That's how you prove non-existence tautological or logical. And last but not least, your characterization of tautology is pretty far off the mark. Again, tautologies are a priori reasoning. They are the logical arguments, right? Every logical argument is a tautology. Not obviously.
That's
not
not
every
true.
argument.
That's not true. That's a lie.
That's really true.
No, that's not a lie. A tautology is something that's self. Okay.
How is any a priori fact or syllogisms or anything like that?
A tautology usually presents itself under a rhetorical tautology. That's something that is obviously the state of affairs. So they'll say, so what is a tautology? Good is good. That's a tautology. It has the rhetorical form of a tautology. Good is good, okay? And that's what it is. But the thing is, it's what I'm trying to say is basically this whole thing isn't of my own doing. The problem of evil is a known tautology. It isn't just like Shamos just came up and said, like, look, I think this is a tautology. It certainly is. When you go to the problem of evil, I mean, not the problem of evil, the free will versus omniscience paradox, it always goes to one decision point. And at that decision point, you choose one thing. And if you choose one thing and God knows it ahead of time, and that cannot, because God knows it ahead of time, it locks it in, so that means it can't change, then you can only choose what you choose. And that is tautology. It fits the rhetorical definition of a tautology, and it's true under every interpretation, and it's true by definition. You choose what you choose, true by definition. You choose what you choose, rhetorical, okay.
Wait, can I jump in real quick? I need to switch to my phone because I'm gonna go walk to the bakery and get a muffin. If anyone takes my place, can you kindly ask them that I'm coming back? Yeah, I'm just switching to my phone real quick. I'm just afraid I'm gonna lose my spot.
Okay.
So, okay, I will be right back.
All right. Well, try and hold your spot. So, as a brief aside, I realize you gotta correct yourself. The problem of evil actually has three different arguments. There's a logical problem of evil, a evidential problem of evil, and a soteriological problem of evil. So, next, the material paradox's content is actually that omniscience constrains the choices, rendering them unfree, and that clearly is a inference of determinism. To the extent you hold that determinism is not the case, you've arrived at a contradiction. Essentially introduced by either the assertion of determinism or the assertion of the deity.
You may only be able to choose what you can choose, but again, we've got the philosophy's getting in the way here. If God knows what you're going to choose, and then does something, how do I put this? If I know the train's coming down the track, and I put something on the track to derail the train, because I know the train's coming down the track, then, that's on me. You know what I mean? So when you got God, who knows that if he puts the tree in the Garden of Eden, Adam's going to eat of the fruit, Eve's going to eat of the fruit. He knows this. He knows it. So even if he can still make the free will argument, he's still being a bit of a shit disturber because he knows that in all likelihood, putting the tree there is going to disappoint him and break his heart. So to me, this makes no sense whatsoever. Beyond the notion of tautology, I mean, it doesn't make sense on a basic level. If you're pretty sure that your creation is going to disappoint you, you don't set the situation up where your creation disappoints you, and then your creation, who's finite and can barely understand why you're disappointed in the first place, and then it would be like me setting my dog up for a situation where I punish the living shit out of it, and then
Can I answer that?
Well, can I finish the question? Can I finish the question before you answer?
You're just driving the point home. I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay, but that's part of this. You were on to me about etiquette, my friend. That's part of etiquette.
Welcome, Mirror Empty Without Brain.
You will notice, Seamus, that I've ceased speaking.
You were saying something about a dog. I was going to let you just finish with that because it probably would be better because I would probably have more to respond to. So if you just want to finish that little bit up because I did interrupt you.
No, I think I'm good. Go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
Yay! Yay! I wish I knew more about all these philosophy terms. Someone should give me a lesson sometime. I don't know. I find philosophy to be fairly interesting. I know a lot of people are like, oh, I hate philosophy. It's so like, there's so much semantics involved and stuff, but I don't know. I find it quite intriguing.
Okay, so
what does a priori mean? Like, what? Because I hear that term thrown around a lot.
A priori means it's usually it means kind of beforehand, before examining the evidence. It kind of means just on face value, just outright rejection without any examination of the facts.
Face value is prima facie.
Yeah, on face value is prima facie, but what I'm saying is it alludes to the same thing. When you reject something a priori, you're rejecting it on face value without looking at its merits. They're intertwined. Actually, if you look at a priori rejection, the stub on the bottom of the Wikipedia article actually links to that. So they're very similar. But I'll say this in response to Gus's thing. Gus, you have a good point, but I think the answer is very succinct. Basically, it's this. You're right. We were given... Go ahead, Nadia.
The entirety of mathematics is a priori, yet it's certainly not prima facie. Fundamental theorem, Galois theory, or Galois-Ruffini theorem, not prima facie.
So if you reject something a priori, are you not rejecting it prima facie? Don't be deluded here.
It is not prima facie.
So if I reject something on face value, I'm not rejecting it a priori?
I'm so confused.
Yeah, we didn't even need to go here. How about I just link? I'll link a priori page, and the stub at the bottom is a link to prima facie. How about that?
Can you do it in the external chat? Because I'm on my phone now.
I would rather just get away from the semantics and answer Gus's question because he really put a lot of time into it.
When use simple terms, a little easier. So go on there.
Nadia doesn't ever use simple terms, ever.
Yeah, can you use it though? I'm not asking.
Sure, absolutely I can. Absolutely I can. But I want to answer Gus's question really quickly. Gus, you have a great point, and it actually is very succinct. And I've actually thought about this, and this is the main reason why I believe in free will. Think about this. You're right. God did allow all of these things. He set the stage for these things to happen, right? You know what I'm saying, Gus? Like, he put that tree there. He put the serpent there. He and he knew it was going to happen. So he literally set the stage for this. But it's not that he set the stage for this. It's that free will set the stage for this. Let me show you why. So if we didn't have free will, we would be like automatons, right? That means that if God wanted us to do good, he would make the automatons do good, right? And we would do it solely from his command. It would be not of our will of our own, right? But God didn't, it seems to me God didn't want automatons. God wanted moral agents with free will and the ability to not just blindly do as he says, but to come to the moral decision and glorify God. So I think that, yeah, you're right. He did set the stage for that. Only reason why is because he did not want automatons. The fact that he gave someone free will is what set that whole stage. And this is very important to Christianity because this means that free will is very important. It's very important to God. He doesn't want automatons. He actually values faith. He actually values the free will and the free choice and belief in him. And this is the main reason why I believe in free will, amongst other things.
Can someone mute me?
Seamus, can I ask a few questions? I've been waiting for like the last 45 minutes to ask you some things. Okay, so, wow, someone is really echoing badly. But anyway, okay, so you say free will is important, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so if we have choices A, B, C, and D, and A, B, and C lead to God's ultimate plan, but D somehow makes it where that choice is absent of God's plan, ultimate plan. It detracts from it. It kind of throws a monkey wrench into God's plan. Do we really have a choice of D?
Well, I would say this, and I don't know if you'd reform the question, but I'm not sure if we can actually throw a monkey wrench in God's plan. Now, we can do things that God does not like, that doesn't conform to what God would want for us, but I think when it comes to his plan for humanity and existence, I don't think there's any human that could throw a wrench in this. For example, we fall short, some of us are going to do things that God's not going to like, and it's going to be, not to the glory of God. But at the end of the day...
Can I ask a question just regarding...
Sure.
Yeah, do you believe that your God is in control of everything and has predestined your future?
No, that would be the Calvinist
So you
hard
don't
determination.
believe that God is omnipotent then?
No, I believe he's omnipotent, but I don't... it depends how you're asking it. I believe he knows everything, but I don't believe he decreed everything. I believe that for example, all right, I'm going to give you an example, and I'm going to show you where this goes. Some hard determinists who are Calvinists believe that God, because he's known everything and because he's created everything, has somehow set the blocks for this to happen. And like every rape that goes on, God basically set that up to happen. It's not that he knew it was going to happen. He specifically set that up. This is like a Calvinist viewpoint. It's hard determination. Everything was determined by God. But see, I don't hold to that viewpoint. I hold that all of these things, these rapes and all these things, these are ordained by God. These are a product of our fallen nature and our free will. So it's when someone's raped, they're raped because a human makes a free will choice to do something immoral, not because God decreed that
But
that rape
surely
should
God
happen.
would stop that event from happening if he
No,
was
because that would
moral. Anyway.
interfere with free will. As soon as God, if God
Yeah,
were to give us free will, and then
God's
as soon as
moral,
we
apparently.
fucked up, he intervened, why give us free will?
Seamus, okay. Go ahead.
Sometimes suggesting that you should give the rapist free will is bad, because if you stop them from doing the act, you would save the person from being victimized by that asshole. So in effect, by stopping
agree.
his free will to rape, then you would, help the victim from not being the victim of rape.
That's
if God
true,
wanted
but
to
at some
intervene,
point,
they'll be fine.
regardless of how you phrase it, we're curtailing free will at some point. Whether we're just
Yeah, but,
curtailing the
for
free will of the
example,
evil person.
They would happily stop people like that. They wouldn't exactly allow that to happen. So why is God allowing it?
The problem is that the dog that Seamus is describing values free will above everything else.
Yeah, he
And
would
it's
value
a very,
rapist's free will to
I
rape.
would say that free will is a very neutral value.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. It could make God. You can't say God is evil or good based off of the fact that he values free will, because free will is generally considered a very neutral value. You know.
All of good in the world comes from free will. Altruism, generosity, all of these things come from free will. Now, determinists would say, no, they come from determinization. But what I'm saying is, under the theory of free will, think about this. Free will is not just given the ability to do something bad. It's given the ability to not do something good. For example, if I go by a rape, okay, and I don't stop that, okay, it's because that's wrong, right? And it's not I had the free will. It's not that I had the free will that I didn't do that rape. It's that I had the free will to stop that. So it's freedom of will is very, very complex, and I think that
So
at the
free
end of the
will
day,
works both ways. It works both for bad and good. It's not strictly
yes,
just
exactly.
So it's not always good to have free
Wh-
will. So if you make
wh-
sure that, sorry, you go.
Which is why my claim is that free will is a very neutral value to have. I mean, the problem is we're talking about a God that no one agrees what his characteristics are. If he's all good or all knowing or whatever. Like even in Christianity, the characteristics of God are heavily disputed, and the problem is that some of these characteristics are contradictory to each other, and to stay consistent with Shamos' idea of God means that free will in this God's view, and in Shamos' God, this God values free will more than he values the immediate well-being of his creation. And I say immediate because God, if this God character has the characteristic of having a plan for everyone, every individual, then that means that he has a plan for these people who are involved in the rape, and maybe it will benefit somehow in the future. I'm not saying that rape is a good thing because I myself am a victim. I'm just saying, like, in this God's view, that we can't. I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly. I'm sure Shamos knows what I'm saying, and he can elaborate on what I'm trying to say. Right? Shamos?
sure, I understand fully with what you're saying, but I think you said it so well that I would love to hear someone actually. I don't think you did a bad job of saying that, actually, Jackie. I think you did a better job than I probably could have of putting that in the most plainest terms and just being very upfront about it. And I would love to just hear anyone's response kind of to that. I really think that was well said. I don't think I need to add anything to it, to be honest.
Once again,
I don't
it
know.
doesn't prove. It doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't prove or disprove God. I mean, for me, if God values, if God doesn't value the immediate, well-being of His creation, like, I question that. I question whether or not my opinion on this God character, but that doesn't mean that my opinion affects whether that this God is true or not. I'm just saying that I don't know if I morally agree with this God that Shamos is describing.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. No, but here's the thing. You've got a situation where somebody's reverbing again. Who is it? I guess the only one left would be Simon, maybe. No, he's muted. Oh, that's weird. Okay, I mean, here's the thing, though. You can protect your creations against a certain measure of the consequences of inadvertently bad choices without taking their free will away. And to say that you can't is to me, because again, you have this situation, well, if God steps in and protects you from bad stuff, that means He's completely taking your free will away. I mean,
No. If he stops the raper, he's taking away the raper's free will, right? But
yeah,
so think about this. Think about this. But no, I'm not saying nothing's wrong with that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
I'm not done, Mo. Sin, I'm not done. Well, what I'm trying to explain here is that you can protect your children, and I'm using the term children because I mean, when Adam and Eve came into the world, they knew next to nothing. All they knew is what God told them, but they didn't know why. They had no context. In that respect, they were very much like children. And when you have a child, for instance, okay, and you say to the child, "Don't put your hand on that element, or you're going to hurt yourself, baby," and then you turn around and you say, and then you spot the kid reaching for the red element because red is such a darn pretty color. You reach out and you grab that kid and keep the kid's hand from burning himself. You have not abrogated the kid's free will. You've just protected him from doing something disastrous to himself. Go.
Exactly.
But the kind of response here is this: is that the thing about it is this: if in order for that to happen, free will would have to be curtailed in some way. It doesn't mean that that would be bad or if it would be good. All I'm saying is, in order to stop these evil actions that are a product of free will, God would have to curtail free will. And even if, let's do the hypothetical where He doesn't necessarily have to curtail free will, like He doesn't have to stop the rapist free will, He just poofs them out of existence. I mean, either way you look at it, He's kind of getting in between that free will response. So we kind of noticed that, look, free will is the absolute origins of all or most of these evil things, and that is true. But like Jackie pointed out earlier, free will is also the product of some of the most awesomest, just kindest things, the morally good things are a product of free will. So it's neutral. It's like, yeah, you could use a weapon for self-defense, so that no one would as a deterrent for someone breaking in your house. But you could also use a weapon to murder someone. Now, guns don't kill people. People kill people.
Oh, Lord, help me.
But God could stop that.
But either He could, but free will is important to Him. That's what I've said. Of course He could stop it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But I think Jackie just raised this point earlier regarding how God values free will more than His creation.
Right, He doesn't want automatons. If He created automatons, He'd be like, I want you to do good. They would do good, and they would do nothing but good.
Yeah, but I'll be educating His creation about, the actual impact of certain choices, making them more, because some people aren't aware of what actions, the consequences of certain actions. the example that was given by the guy in the spacesuit. What's his name? Yeah, regarding how we're like children to God, so it's important to look after you. Gus, that's his name. He gave a good example regarding how we're like children, and if God is to guide His creation and guide them to, fulfilling their full potential, it's important that He guides them through enabling them to make the right choices rather than just taking the wrong actions to limit somebody's full potential.
Okay,
I think in a way he has. I think he has tried to guide people by instilling these moral
Yeah,
rights
but
in
if he
them, by pointing
enables
to
a
the Bible.
person to rape or get involved in his actions, then it's just ridiculous. Then if he has that ability, then he should do it. He's only limiting his creation by not enabling himself to guide them.
And don't kid yourself, Seamus. The Garden of Eden, the Garden of Eden was a test. It was a test. It was not anything else. I mean, by any criterion that you can lay down, what that God was doing was testing, and it was an unfair test. It was like giving a calculus test to a second grader.
I actually have a question. I just thought about this. So if God values free will, then why does He interfere with people's lives in the way that, people see visions or they pray and He talks to people and stuff? Like, why does that happen if He values free will? Because His presence, his actions through people and being in visions influences people's decisions. His guidance still limits free will in a way, to a degree.
No, that's a good point. That's actually such a good point. I don't even have necessarily an answer for that, because think about this. Jackie makes a really, really good point. In Christian theology, the Holy Spirit is the mechanism of which, and this isn't all Christian theologies, but the majority, that the Holy Spirit is the mechanism of which God comes to you and draws you to Him. So when He fills you with the Holy Spirit, He's convicting you of God, and He's actually, in a way, like Jackie just pointed out, kind of affecting your free will. If He didn't send the Spirit, you would go about with your life. You know what I mean? But He sent the Spirit and brought you to Him, and that did, in a way, affect your free will. And the problem about that is I truly don't have an answer for that. You have officially stumped me.
Yeah, because if only certain people have had these visions, then why do some people go through their entire life not knowing about God and Jesus and all that? I mean, I stumped you, yay! I don't know. My goal wasn't to stump anyone, it was just to have a conversation.
No, but you do have a good point. I mean, it's I would say that it's God values free will, but to be honest with you, I'd rather just leave that. I would rather not even ponder that one. I'd rather just leave that one alone, because I'm not sure. I want to actually stick that in the back of my head for the next 3 or 4 days and see what I come up with.
Yeah, we should have another conversation, and I want to think about this too. Like, okay, I will put myself in your shoes, and I will think like a Christian, and I will try to see if I can come up to an answer to that. And we'll discuss it some other time in a few days.
Okay, it's a date.
Well, that was salubrious as all hell.
Oh, yeah, go now. When the conversation is like long gone past my questions, it's okay. My questions wouldn't even make any sense anymore.
Oh no, I think they would, because we're not like totally done with the conversation yet. Like I still think if you remembered them, I know that you wanted to chime in a bit earlier, and I kind of was like, I did kind of get in front of that. But if you did have any questions that you think are still if they're not really relevant, then yeah, I guess we kind of did lose that.
Well, I was just going to ask, if we have free will, but yet our choices that we use free will for have absolutely no meaning when it comes to the overall consequences of what happens with God's plan, then is there really, I mean, is free will really that important? Because obviously, right, so if God knows that I'm either going to heaven or hell, do I really have a choice in where I go? Because okay, so let's say, for example, I'm going to hell. Is there, and he knows I'm going to hell, is there any choices I can make in my life that would make that not be the outcome?
No.
Exactly. So
But
why
it doesn't
am I
mean
even trying?
it doesn't mean you didn't make the choices to begin with. Like, I was trying to draw that analogy with Jackie's putting the clothes on. Jackie put the clothes on. It was her choice to put those clothes on. I just knew what clothes she was going to put on because I could see the future. I had a time machine. Okay, I did not affect Jackie putting those clothes on. It was Jennifer, in the same way that God knew you were going to, this is hypothetical, please don't take this the wrong way. God knew hypothetically that you were going to go to hell. Okay, God didn't make you do the actions that would send you to hell. He just knew that at the end you would go there. Your actions were still your own, and they still got you to that spot. He just knew what they were and what would eventually happen. And you're right, because of his knowledge, it can't change. You're locked into that. But it doesn't mean that he affected that in any way. There's no, because I saw Jackie wear those clothes that day, I in no way affected her to wear those. Just because God knew what you were going to be at the end of creation doesn't mean he made you do those things.
Okay, but here's the thing, and then this is going to kind of tie into what I think Gus was saying, is if, let's say I could see into the future, and I saw myself going to the pound and purchasing a dog, and I bring that dog home, and that dog, in my vision, I know if I purchase this dog from the dog pound and I bring it home, it's going to tear my kid to shreds, my little 1-year-old, whatever. Do I, and then, you know, when the dog ends up tearing this kid to shreds, the dog gets put down, blah, 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 blah. Do I go to that pound, purchase that dog, bring it to my house, watch it tear my kid to shreds, and then watch the dog get put down, if I know that's going to be the outcome?
No, knowledge doesn't affect the free will at all.
But I would say that, Jennifer, no, what are you saying? Should you, given that your foreknowledge that you know that's going to happen, should you get that dog, or what was the final question? Like, I understand the analogy perfectly, but what?
Well, okay, so basically, if God had the foreknowledge that I was going to hell, why would he create me in the first place to send me there? Like, if he knows that's the outcome, then there is no purpose in even creating me, because he already knows I'm not going to spend any time with him. I'm not going to love him. I'm not going to be in his presence at all. Therefore, it is a pointless creation to create me just to go to hell.
No way. What, even if you, let's just say that's true, that he created you and you're going to hell. But let's say that through your talks you convicted some believers to believe, right? For any method, he could use you to confirm believers. And I'm not saying that this would be, but I'm giving you a possibility of why you would still have a use or a function, even though you were never going to be with God in the first place. And even though he knew that you were going to go to hell, he didn't make you do those things that sent you to hell. He didn't make you not accept Jesus Christ, right? So I would say it depends how you answer it. I don't know. It's hard to really put your finger on it, but.
Well, actually, he did, because he created me the way I am, and therefore I have this mindset that doesn't believe the concept of this God. So in a way, he did create me not to believe in him. This is how he made me. So yeah, in effect, he has made me go to hell.
Well, think about this. If you, this is another aspect of free will that people kind of don't really think about often. But if you're free will and you make free will choices, right? And from these free will choices, you learn things. Everyone knows that you're a product of your experience, right? So if you have free will choices and you make these choices and you go through these experiences, your life is going to be shaped in this way, right? So he didn't necessarily make you this way. Your free will and your experiences shaped you in this way, and yet he just knew it. He didn't just say, I created Jennifer Borden, and then this is who she is, and this is who she will always will be. If you're talking about in terms of your nature, yes, but you are not the same person that you've always been when you were 5 years old, or when you were 10 years old, or when you were 15. People change, and you've changed due to your experiences. Your free will and all of these choices, you've made some bad choices, you made some good choices. The bad choices, you try to cut those out and learn from it. It's just like that. So, yeah.
I have another question for you, Shemos, and I was just thinking about this. All right, so God wants to value free will, all right, but why does he place seemingly natural limitations on us? Like, I have the free will to fly, but I'm jumping and I can't fly or defy gravity. I can't will myself to do certain things. I can't travel all the way across the world in 2 seconds. I can't go speed of light. So God has already placed natural or seemingly natural limitations on our free will. How would you respond to that?
Well, I would say that who you are and what you are and the limitations of actually the being of you is not affected by free will. I don't. I had a better response, but it kind of tripped my mind. But I would say, can you just repeat that last thing to kind of trigger my mind, Jackie? The last
why did God place natural limitations on our free will?
Oh, that's right. Because we're not omnipotent. There are limitations, and it's not because of our free will. We have the ability to do what we're capable of doing, but we're not omnipotent. So we don't have the ability to do anything, even what we aren't capable of doing. So I think that you're almost kind of, there's like an overlap between this omnipotence and free will. Omnipotence would suggest that we could do anything logically possible. Free will would only suggest that we could actually do things that are within our nature to do. So we have the free will to do a moral or immoral decision, but we don't have a free will to fly because that's not part of our nature. And we don't have the omnipotence to just do anything. We're confined by our nature, but within our nature we have the free will to do any of those things. So I would say the reason why you can't fly, the reason why you can't do all these things is because you're not omnipotent and you're not God. But within your nature, you have the ability to make free will choices combined to those elements.
Well, in nature,
Well, one
again,
of the nuggets ones is to consider the source and scope of one's nature. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think Nadia was saying something similar to what I was. You can only do, I can only do logical within my nature as well. I can only do that what's logically possible in my nature.
Yeah, so
Hey,
that's
Adam.
true. Hey,
Hey, Adam.
how was y'all's weekend?
I find myself to be unchanging as well.
No, you're not unchanging.
My nature is changing.
No, your nature's changing.
No, my nature's unchanging.
It's really not. You have a human brain, and every single night when you go to bed, your brain defrags and changes some of the connections. So when you wake up the next day, the responses you'll take to stimuli are different tomorrow than they were today.
Right.
And cells in your body are always dying and being reproduced. So even your material body is not.
My nature's still the same the next day, even with the changes. That's still my nature. My nature is for those things to change in it.
Oh, you're saying it's your nature to change?
Yeah.
That's true.
I have an unchanging nature that changes. Or to change. I was just making a joke, I think.
That's
Fair enough.
interesting.
Is that a glitch or something going on? I'm kind of confused.
No, yeah, it's a glitch. I don't keep muting her. It thinks
Yes,
it's me,
look,
but
I just got to
no,
interrupt there.
Simon, I'm not muting her.
Alright, I know what glitch it is. I'm familiar. When she mutes herself, it just says McKay mutes her. I see.
Yeah, yeah.
Stop mute. Stop. Stop it.
It's the funniest glitch on here.
Oh, heavens no. I wish I didn't mute her. I wish I had somebody else
Oh,
do it.
I've got a whole page in the
I
sidebar
used
of
this
me meeting
glitch
Jackie.
against Simon and Art.
Yep.
Yeah, this tells us that McKay is a terrible person, but I think we already knew that, so that's fine.
No, she's not a terrible. McKay, I was just about to say
No,
that
no,
you're
no,
not
never
a terrible.
muting you. Now I'm off the hook. It's not even me now. Yes.
Oh, that was so funny. You beat me to it.
So anyway.
Wow.
Thunder and Adam Pugh. Well, stop that. You people all suck. Cut it out.
Who is it saying? Who's it saying that? Wait,
It
what's
says
going on?
Jennifer does it. It's the last mod who did it. So when Adam mutes her, it's actually Adam muting her.
Yeah, no, I'm actually just muting her because it's funny. That's all.
Wow.
I didn't do it just.
Uh-oh.
I think now if Jackie mutes herself again, it shows up as being me doing it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whoever mutes you last, yeah, that's actually Jackie muting herself.
No, it's not. That's...
Yes, it is.
Adam, you're just a jerk.
Stop.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
Anyway, so X and Simon, do y'all want to try to round up the others in the next couple of days and finish that adventure we were having?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You be around later, or you gonna be message today?
Yeah, I had to be around later. Just let me know. Yeah, I don't know. So what was the concern about the free will stuff? I wasn't. Also, McKay was in a conversation that made me very angry the other day.
Here, let me tell you what Jennifer was asking real quick before I forget it completely. She's saying if God created her for hell, already knowing the future, knew she was going to never be saved, never be in his presence, isn't that essentially taking away her free will?
Right.
I think that's what's any of it. If I misrepresented it for you.
And I guess
I didn't say that he was taking away my free will. I just said, what is the point in creating me just to send me to hell? If he knew the outcome was going to be
oh, right.
me going to hell, what is the point in creating me? And you said to use me to send other people to heaven.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Or to keep the fire.
I'm curious how it made you PO'd, Adam. What conversation was I having that made you PO'd?
Yeah, well, let me remember. It was last week. It was a conversation where someone was really mischaracterizing someone else, and you were going along with their mischaracterization. And I'm trying to remember what the circumstances were.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're lying, Adam.
Yeah, it made me very angry.
I don't think he's lying, but I don't know if he's confusing me for Deidre or if he's...
No, it was you.
Oh, well, okay.
Deirdre may have been in there too, I'm not sure, but I definitely remember you being in there.
I don't know who I was
I need to get,
mischaracterizing you.
I don't think you were doing the primary mischaracterization. Someone else was, and you were just going along with it. And I was like, I should come in there. Oh, I know what it was. It was Tommy. That's what it was. Tommy was badly mischaracterizing the conversation that he had had mischaracterized
Oh, yeah,
over
yeah,
and
yeah,
over and over
with
again
Sokka.
with
Right.
Sokka.
That's
Okay, did
been
that ever get
that's
straightened
been
out to you?
yeah, to me it did.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Then that's we're on good shape.
He left out the details where he insulted Sokka's parents.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Where Tommy decided that since Tommy never had any sexual urges till he was like 30, that any kids that had sexual urges, it's because their parents were bad parents and did terrible things to them.
And taught him about blowjobs.
And particularly that Sokka's parents were that way, and that's when Sokka just said cursed him out and said you're no longer worth talking to, which I would pretty much agree with. I wouldn't have cursed him out, but I would have said something similar about him not being willing to talk to anymore at that point. Okay, so that's that. So on the issue then of what's the point? Well, let me try to characterize the point. Right. There's something that God can only get through free will, and that is it is only through free will that God can get human souls that have freely chosen God over other things. Okay, or free to where a free choice has been made, a free moral choice has been made to do good rather than evil and to align with God rather than against Him. That's only possible in a universe where free will exists. And here's where it gets nasty: it's only possible for those people to exist in a universe that also includes people that make the other choice. Okay, in other words, there is necessary, in a world of free moral agency, there is necessarily coexistence between those who choose God and those who don't.
I would disagree with that. Why does there have to be a dichotomy of people who disagree and agree? Like we can, I think everybody universally agrees on gravity, for example.
No,
there
they
doesn't have to be a counter.
Yeah,
I know.
There doesn't.
Okay, you can pick another example in which we
There
all
is no
agree.
There are no examples. Yeah, there unfortunately are no examples.
Yes,
I would
but
disagree
you know
with
what
you.
though? Human beings don't need to universally agree on a lot of things. There can be massive preponderance, and that's just as good as universal agreement. You know, the fact that there's a couple of crackpots in the corner someplace that thinks if you drop an orange, it'll actually fall up instead of down. You know, I mean,
I would not call the hundreds of millions of people that legitimately understand the material world to be an illusion and gravity to be a manifestation of that illusion, to be a couple of crackpots in the corner.
Well, considering how many
Okay,
people
well, you can take another example or even a hypothetical example, right? Let's take a hypothetical example of which everybody agrees the sky is blue, right?
Know
Even
that
if
I am
this,
perfect. How about that?
Right.
Everybody agrees
Right.
I'm right. There, that works.
Yeah, that works. Everybody universally.
I think the best example to use would probably be the sexiness of Simon. Everyone in the world agrees that Simon is sexually attractive.
Okay.
Right.
So that's a great example.
Counter to that, in order for everybody to agree with that.
I just want to say, you can call 00-112-5839.
What were you saying, McKay?
I was just saying that in order for Simon to be sexy, we don't have to have people disagree with that. I don't want to say objective because we just wrap this all up in kind of a subjective, but you know what I'm trying to get at. There doesn't need to be a disagreement in order for the affirmative to be a position that's okay to take.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's universally the case that a position has to be opposed in order to exist. What I'm saying is specifically in the case of a genuine free will moral decision. Okay, it is a byproduct of that decision being genuine and being a free decision that everyone is not going to make the right decision. Okay.
No, I'm still not understanding you. So you're saying in order for free will to exist, people have to make the opposing decision.
I'm saying the only world that can exist in which there is genuine free will choice is one in which, in fact, some people do make bad decisions. As a matter of fact, as far as I can tell, It's a world in the only world of which this can exist. Essentially, everyone has to make bad decisions. In other words, we all are less than perfect, and so we all, in fact, make bad decisions, every single one of us, and that is simply a byproduct of the universe we live in, of the fact that we have this free moral choice, that we exist in a world of moral agency, and that we can make choices that harm other people. Is that at some point we will make choices that harm other people? That is a choice we will make. It's part of who we are.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because even from the determinist view that I take, that still stands.
Mm-hmm.
Except
Yeah.
that I'm not saying free choice in these. I'm removing the word free there, but you still have to exist in the same way.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't require non-deterministic libertarian free will even for this discussion. I'm perfectly comfortable with compatibilist free will. I find it to be the same, morally speaking.
Yeah.
Which is it's still an evaluation of choices based on one's internal processing system, based on one's internal nature, and then decisions made based on that. So to me, that's not sort of the deciding factor either way.
Yeah.
So to me, it's important that we recognize there's a couple of things going on. The first one is that we are being evaluated, and our fate is going to be determined based at least partially on the decisions we make. So there are consequences to the decisions we make. And then the second is, well, why set the system up at all? Why set up a system where some people are going to make bad decisions and then bad things are going to happen to them? And the answer is the value in that system for God is, in fact, the people that end up aligning with God and making the good decisions. That is the value for Him. So that does in fact mean that everyone else, in fact, the vast majority of people, which are the everyone else, are in fact the side effect of that.
Unfortunately, what that does is it creates a situation, and Jackie alluded to this earlier, it creates a situation where God is perceived as being more enamored with the notion of free will than he is with the fate of those exercising it.
I'm switching back to my computer, so can you guys just, like, if someone takes my spot, maybe ask them, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll try to get back in, Jackie.
Yeah, and I would like my mod controls back once I'm back on. But not required. Okay, I'm gonna make the switch now. Hold on.
Okay.
Continue your conversation.
All right. In a sense, I hear what you're saying, but to be honest, though, I think it begs a counterfactual that I don't agree with, which is that I'm saying that this system is the only system in which we, being the creatures that we even are, would even exist. You okay, Nadia? You're coughing. You all right? Okay.
Are you okay, Nadia?
She said yes.
Oh, okay. I came in.
I'll take care of Jackie. Cool.
Huh?
I'll take care of Jackie. Just saying.
Oh, wait, you'll mute Jackie if she starts to say something.
No, don't mute me.
What were you in the middle of, Adam?
Oh, I don't know. Something about, who knows? I think I made my point at some point.
You hadn't. Mid-sentence.
Oh, right. So Gus. Oh no, you go ahead. Sorry, Jackie. Yes, please.
I'm gonna ask you the same question that I did Seamus.
Jackie, wait a minute. He was answering my question, and you just cut in.
No, I'm sorry. I made the switch and I didn't know what was going on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Adam?
Okay. Now, I think what you were saying something along the lines of, well, then God cares more about our free will than He does about us, and my problem with that is that my response to that would be that our free will is fundamental to who we are, and it's not and a being that was me, except that God never instilled it with that ability to make moral choices, would not be me. at all. It would be an automaton that would in no sense, in no way, be me. So it's not any more reasonable than saying, that my wife cares more about my brain than she does about me.
I really think you're proceeding from an only partially correct premise, and I floated this back a little bit earlier before you came to the room, and that's that I think when going back to the Garden of Eden, when God first made Adam and Eve, they had the experiential levels of a child. They weren't children physically. As a matter, portions of their mind weren't childlike, but they had the experiential levels of a child.
We don't know that. I mean, you're assuming a whole lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, it only stands to reason they're brand new. I mean, they're brand new people.
We don't even really know that they were brand new people.
What have they experienced outside? I'm going to assume that. I'm going to move on. We can go back and argue it if you want.
Right, sure.
But the thing is that compared to God, they were like children. Okay. When when my little nephew became enamored of the color red and noticed that the stovetops glowed red, I said to him, Alex, baby, don't put your hand on that, or you're going to hurt yourself. Now, Alex had free will, okay, and Alex was intelligent, but nonetheless, I watched him reach for the stove, and I didn't let him put his hand on the stove because it could have been a disastrous thing for him. I stopped him. When I stopped him, I did not in any way abrogate his free will. It is a fallacy to say that I did.
I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree too.
And we could talk. And this is a strongly discussed issue in existential philosophy. This is called Jean-Paul Sartre talked about true versus false choices, but I'm even going to go away and say this. He never really freely had the choice to touch the stove because there was no reality in which he suffered the consequences of having touched the stove. Okay, he in fact had the freedom to decide to touch the stove. Right. He even had the freedom to move his hand towards the stove. But in no universe did you actually give him the freedom to touch the stove or the freedom to experience the consequences of touching the stove. Now, you and I will probably both agree that for a young child that's a good thing. That is, in fact, a good thing. But I think if I were then to do something similar to my 25-year-old, to take all of the necessary abrogations of his freedom of motion that it would be required for him to never be able to do something with consequences as bad as him touching a stove, we would in fact call that kidnapping and abuse, and I would go to jail. Right? So restrictions in behavior that are appropriate for a 5-year-old are not appropriate for a 25-year-old. Now, as I was trying to short circuit this whole discussion, Gus, by pointing out that your assumption that Adam and Eve should be considered 5-year-olds instead of 25-year-olds is based on really nothing in Scripture and a very sketchy 2-chapter understanding of their situation, and we really don't know and can't know.
Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm really not crazy about the Christian propensity for taking something that you and I would recognize from common experience and say that because it appears in the Bible and it has something to do with God, that it's somehow different from what you and I would recognize from common experience.
Well, except Gus, again, in this case, we have a recognition of common experience of the fact that I would stop a 5-year-old from doing something like that. I would not take the necessary precautions to stop my 25-year-old son from doing that same thing.
But your 25-year-old has 25 years of life experience.
Yes, Gus. So how many years of life experience did Adam and Eve have? And please provide your scriptural citation for that.
There's no evidence that Adam had the same level of experience.
That's right. There's no evidence that Adam had any level of experience. Now, we do know, here's what we do know. We do know that Adam had sufficient experience that he could talk and reason, because the Scripture shows him doing that. So, supposedly, he would have had sufficient knowledge and experience to be able to tend all of the plants and animals in Eden because God assigned him to that task. So the idea that in creating these beings as adults, God somehow only gave them the experiential and moral considerations or capabilities of young children, I think is not supported by the text. Neither is it opposed. We just simply don't know the text. Text doesn't say. So to make the other issue for me is, of course, this is mythic history, right? This is in fact mythic fiction, mythic history, and doesn't even. It's not even a literal account of any literal people doing anything. It's a myth.
Right.
Which I know Seamus doesn't agree with, but I do.
But you're leaning the notion of free will on this myth.
I'm not.
Of course you are. Come on.
Not at all.
Come on, of course you are.
Not at all. Not even a little bit am I leading my notion of free will on this myth.
Listen, if we were to pull back the conversation and rewind a half an hour, and I was to say, you know, God put the tree of life in the middle of the Garden of Eden because he knew damn well that Adam would eat of it, that Eve would eat of it, and he set them up, you would pull out the free will thing. And in doing so, you would be leaning the notion of free will on what you're now calling an allegory / myth.
Gus, no, that's silly. You just said the opposite. It's like you let me give you the analogy now for that, Gus. You're saying well when God put the tree in the garden, why didn't it float off? And I say, well, because of gravity, and that means I'm hinging gravity on Adam and Eve. No,
why didn't it float off? I didn't say that.
That is what you said.
Why didn't it float off? I said he set them up.
What?
I didn't say the tree.
No, but the point is, you're saying that if I would justify my
you asked me for clarification, and then you won't hear it.
I'm not asking you for clarification.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I guess you're right.
So you just said that if I would use free will as a justification for God's treatment of Adam and Eve, that means I'm hinging my understanding of free will or the existence of free will on Adam and Eve. That's backwards. Okay? I would not say, you know, Adam and Eve, therefore free will. I would in fact say free will was just as important in our understanding of the in the understanding that's being put forward in the Adam and Eve tale as it is in actual understanding of real sinful humans. I mean, that free will is an important point of that myth. That's part of why that myth is there. That doesn't mean that free will is based on the literal truth of that myth. It certainly isn't.
So, oh man, you're beautiful. You're good. I love this. Okay. Well, here's the thing.
I'm feeling very disrespected by the way you're saying that. What do you mean by that?
I admire the legerdemain with which you brought that point up.
Okay, I'm no longer interested in talking to you. You see everything as being some sort of battle or contest. You clearly are not actually interested in talking to me about this stuff. You call everything I do rhetoric. You act like I'm being dishonest. I don't appreciate it. I'm not interested. So Gus, let's talk to someone else.
Crying, don't put words in my mouth. If you're going to run away crying, don't put words in my mouth, Jack.
Shut up, Gus. You're an idiot. Go away. Okay, anyone else?
Me.
I probably have.
Me.
Yay.
I wanted to pose this question that I asked Seamus earlier, and Seamus and I are both stumped with it.
I maybe do them.
So if God values free will, and doesn't intervene with people's decisions to do good and to come to God, then why does he interact with people through prayer and through visions and all that? That is a way that he is interfering.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, first of all, I don't believe there's any sort of like clear and definitely true doctrinal answer to this, right? So the answer I'm going to give you, I'm not saying I know this has to be true or the Bible requires this to be true. This is just my understanding of it. I want to start with that, okay? The answer to that question is that everything, including whatever level of interaction we get with God, is all designed and balanced to give us that free choice. Okay, and I genuinely believe, for instance, that it's possible that if person A got the same interaction with God that person B gets, that it's possible person that would actually be so much that it would overwhelm person A's ability to make a free choice. Does that make sense?
So
But for person B, it doesn't.
what about the people who never ever get anything from God? So they don't.
Well, then and again, this is sort of, in a sense, it's ad hoc reasoning, but essentially, for them, the idea would be that if they didn't get it, they never needed it. That would be the idea.
I'm talking about people who just never heard of Christianity, like people before Christianity, had the right to.
Yeah, the biblical description there is that prior to the spread of Christianity, individuals were able, or rather, really family groups were able to interact with God more directly.
Right, like hit a house.
Yeah, so God would have showed up to those people and told them what they needed to do. Then it would have been up to them whether to follow that or deny it.
Somehow that doesn't sit well with me for some reason.
Yeah, no, I understand. The real concern.
The last one, Adam,
me,
is biblical.
So what?
I said the last one you said is biblical. It is.
Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah. So I mean, dispensationalism is not. I mean, there's some nuances that aren't entirely agreed upon, but that's pretty close to biblical. Yeah, I'd say.
I don't know. It still doesn't really make much sense to me.
Me either.
But consider it. Recognize that none of this stuff is happening in a vacuum. The idea, I think, particularly those of us who accept the idea of sort of dispensationalism, is that when the world was of a sort that sort of individual tribal groups needed to be told what to do. That's how God did things. And then when the world changed to such an extent that there was enough sort of interaction within a global community that it was reasonable for groups to sort of get this message and be part of a global kingdom, a global church, then that was the condition in which God brought Jesus into the world and then sort of corralled everyone into one church. So the shift was only possible because of a shift in sort of in the world, a shift in the way things were globally. Yeah. So the condition. The idea there, I guess, is sort of it's indicating a counterfactual. It's basically that if Jesus had shown up, 2,000 years before that and revealed his truth to folk, that most folk would have never heard about it. But instead, Jesus came at a time when a decent portion of the world's population was unified both by a political structure and language, so that essentially the message could spread worldwide.
Actually, wouldn't 200 years later in China have been better, given that the printing press was available there and then?
200 AD in China, the printing press?
I believe they had printing. Well, something like a printing press.
Okay, something like a printing press. Maybe. I don't know. Could be, actually. I think it's an interesting question if we can identify times and situations that might have been better than first century Palestine for getting the message out.
Virtually any.
Well, doesn't it always be Palestine? It'll always fall back to whatever God thought was the best time, or knew was the best time.
Under Alexander, it could have reached India, Bactria, and essentially the whole where the Roman Empire stood 300 years later.
Isn't that what happened with like the cult of Isis or something under Alexander, one of those mystery cults?
And that makes a big assumption that God wanted everybody in the world to hear it.
Yeah, it does. Well, we're told Christians are told to try to spread it to the whole world. So
the Christians
maybe he could have preserved the original Testament rather than just getting them in fragmentary form. He could have actually just given us the book originally done.
Can I go back to the original point real quick? Like, it still doesn't make sense because there are situations, like, let's just give the example of rape. There's a rapist about to harm his victim, and, like, why Okay, so if God values free will, then he has to, and he values the creation. He has to value. If he doesn't interfere with situations like that means he values free will above everything. He values free will above the immediate effects of, the immediate consequences of actions onto his creation.
That's right.
But why does then, like, he turns around and he interferes with free will and talks to people through prayer and stuff, because to me, it's very contradictory.
Or even the flood.
If he values free will, then why did, like, in some situations he decides to value free will, and then others he doesn't?
The flood could be counted as that one as well. He took everybody's free will away except for those 7. Well, he even messed with theirs because now they can't interact with anybody else except for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was discussed earlier. Is that free will does not mean does not imply complete freedom of action, because we're limited by a variety of things. We run them. The idea of free will is not that we build the maze. It's that when God builds the maze, we're not forced to only run in one particular direction. We can run in either direction. That's the. But the maze is still not of our construction. We're still running in somebody else's maze.
The problem I have, though, is that this God, like, he apparently talks to people and guides certain people through life. But then he, like, let's say this God knew that someone was going to lose their keys, right? And this person's a devout Christian. They pray to God all the time. They lose their keys and they're gonna wear a pink shirt on Tuesday or something. But apparently God tells them not to wear the pink shirt on Tuesday, but he doesn't tell them that you're gonna lose your keys. When losing your keys is gonna have more of an impact. I don't know. I'm not making any sense, but like.
No, I definitely understand what you're saying.
There's just something that does not make sense in the way that God interacts with people. It's very inconsistent to what his characteristics are supposed to be.
Because free will is an illusion.
Okay, that's one. One way to put it. Again, no, I want to make sure you recognize that I'm hearing what you're saying, Jackie. And I see. I think, at least I think, I can't know for certain, but I think I understand both what you're asking and why there's some frustration with it. Okay. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I don't know that I'll have too much better of an answer than what I've already given, which is just that, yeah, there are that basically that that God doesn't, that there are things that happen in this world that God does push or mess with or twist or control in some way, and yet at the same time he does not use that power to prevent all bad things from happening to us. He in fact allows terrible things to happen to people. And he does not explicitly allow terrible things to happen to people as a consequence of those people being terrible. The Bible is quite clear that the opposite is the case, that bad things happen to those that deserve it and those that don't, both in this life.
Well, hey, let me ask you a question then, Adam. This is a disagreement Sokka and I have about morality and the stance of amoral. Or if I walk by someone and I'm seeing them raped and I just keep walking, is that an immoral act in of itself?
It probably is, yes.
And which I don't, I never apply human standards when I'm thinking of God. But if I apply those to God, God sees someone being raped and just lets it happen, like you were just saying with the free will thing. Does that not tend to, at least from our point of view, become a immoral action?
Yeah, I think I see that, and it becomes. It's a difference in kind that is due to the difference in sort of the more general consequences of the behavior. Because I can give you because we can start with the human example you started with, and then we can go a couple of steps further. You ready to? So we start with Nick walks down the street and Nick sees someone being raped, and Nick says, I have a moral obligation to intervene. Okay, so Nick does intervene. Now, the next evening, Nick is home watching a movie, and Nick says to himself, if I were out walking the street, it's quite possible I would come upon someone being raped, and then intervene, and then could intervene. I therefore have a moral obligation to stop watching my movie and go out and walk the streets. Right. So there's our next step, Nick. Now, would you say would you say that is true or false? That it would be an immoral or action for you not to take an active step to put yourself in a position where you encounter a rape.
You know, you're using almost a similar argument I used with Sokka, because I took the amoral position. I took this as an amoral position, and I took it to donating to charities and things, but it went down this same thing that you're doing. It's kind of neat.
Okay. Well, I mean, but what would your position? I mean, can you? You understand though that we see on the one level in an immediate situation where there's a rape right in front of you and you have the power to stop it, right? You feel like exercising that power is a requirement, and yet people don't feel like they have to give up all their free time looking for rapes, right?
Right.
Patrolling for that and putting themselves in a position to do that, even though we all recognize the fact that we'd be much more likely to find ourselves in that situation if we did that than if not, and that in fact every night that I stay home not going out and patrolling the streets, there's probably some rapes that happen that I might have been in a position to prevent, right? So next example, okay, now Nick, you
walking down the wrong street.
Say what?
I said, and now you could be immoral for walking down the wrong street.
Well, it's I don't know. I would probably not go that far to the extent that I don't think you could call it immoral for walking down the wrong street unless you had some reason to know which would be the right street, right? So it's one thing to say it's immoral that I'm not taking this action that would make it more likely for me to do good. It's another to say, that these two streets are in every way I know identical. I choose the right street instead of the left street, and that ends up being immoral because of a factor I knew nothing about and had no control over. That I won't agree to.
No. You are. Yeah, keep going with yours, but I'll.
So here's the next thing, which is that now Nick is on the city council, right? And Nick takes a look at the budget for the year, and he realizes, wow, less than 100% of our money is going towards rape prevention here. We could allocate more money than we are to rape prevention, and probably there would be fewer rapes that happen.
All right.
As a matter of fact, we could. There are all sorts of legislation we could pass that would make rape less likely. We could pass legislation that makes it illegal for individuals to stay out past 8 o'clock in the evening or after dark. If no one's out on the streets after dark, there will be no late night rapes, right? Okay, we could in fact put trackers with at least audio feeds, if not video cameras, on every citizen in town. Well, don't you think if we had those monitored, people would be less likely to get raped?
Yep.
Okay. I use this set of analogies when people try to tell me, because this is something that the folks on the atheist experience like to say previously, is they say, what makes me different than your God is I would never under any circumstances allow anyone to rape. And the reason why I call that a lie is because we do not set up our society with 100% maximal protections against rape. That's not how we live.
Right.
So even we as a society have acknowledged that preventing rape is not the only thing we care about.
But your God is naturally
freedom of movement and freedom and people's ability to act freely matters
aware
too.
of stuff that we as human beings would have to take invasive measures to be aware of ourselves. So the whole idea of putting cameras and us being invasive and watching people in a mechanical sense, I mean, he just naturally has this capacity on his own. So it's not a fair analogy.
Yeah. So the question then becomes what now? But now that we understand the fact that yes, on the one hand, we have this idea that as an individual in a present situation, I might very well feel a strong moral compunction to intervene in a rape, but then we're saying, okay, then how is the situation with God different? And if we recognize it's not different in that our capacities are limited and God's aren't, then there must be something else going on. And what I would say is, to be honest, it's the same principle that stops our government from taking quite draconian measures to prevent rape. It's the same sort of thing, not exactly the same thing, but the same sort of thing, which is what I was talking about earlier. God has created a world where people can do terrible things to each other, and those consequences will in fact be carried out. Yeah. And that is the world where moral agency exists. Moral agency exists in a world where we can really, genuinely, terribly harm each other, for reals.
And tie it back
there are things I can really do that really hurt other people.
Yeah, tie it back with the free will, because that's what I wasn't meaning to take it down a moral thingy, except for the analogy or the example of it. Because back with the free will is if you were to strip just that part of the free will away, if God were to take, and I don't believe in free will, but if God were to take free will away from people being able to rape people, those consequences would be cascaded across more than just that.
I think so. I mean, maybe not, but I think so. I'm concerned, and I don't want to be cynical about this. We use rape in these examples because it's one of the worst things we can think of. We could certainly think of a reality where people can do worse things to each other than rape. God didn't put us in that reality. On the other hand, we can also consider a reality like you were saying, where rape is just not an option on the table. And if we were in that reality, we would be debating whatever the next worst thing is that we were permitted to do from each other, and we'd be having essentially, I think, the same discussion.
Yeah.
But isn't hell that place where the worst thing imaginable is
no,
there?
No, I don't accept that view of hell.
Adam's an annihilationist.
I'm an annihilationist. Hell is just simply a description of the place where souls go to be obliterated, destroyed.
Yeah.
So there are two. God plants all these souls. Some of them grow up right. Some of them don't grow up the way He wants. The ones that grow up the way He wants, He harvests and takes. The ones that don't grow up the way He wants, He destroys. That's it.
Does Jesus not talk about a punitive hell?
What He talks of, punitive, yes, but not inconsistent with the idea of just being burned to death.
But He speaks of something called Gehenna, right?
Yeah, He does.
Isn't Gehenna like a continuous garbage fire outside of Jerusalem?
Yeah, but the garbage in that doesn't burn forever. It's burned up.
Could I read off some of my comments from Sidebar for the audience?
Yes, you can, because they're very good comments.
I'll start with, I don't feel free will. I feel that I am essentially a sort of automaton, or otherwise a philosophical zombie. That is, in the sense that I could be said to feel anything in such a circumstance. That the responses I make are conditioned or programmed by formative processes and prior experience seems so obvious to me, not just in the fact of it, but even how it came about.
Yep.
Porcelain dolls' heads are hollow. There's no Matryoshka doll further within. People don't rattle when shaken. There is no illusion of free will that I can see.
Yep. I agree completely.
Well, and I guess I just don't understand why it is that we all acknowledge that we do in fact make choices, or at least that we select things.
All right.
And it seems silly to me that because that process is determinative rather than non-determinative, we somehow consider it empty or unimportant or hollow. I mean, regardless of why it is that I choose A over B, the fact of the matter is that I am choosing A over B. The choice of A over B is due to my internal programming. Now, you can say that my internal programming back some number of iterations was not initially my own choice. I would not disagree with that. But that doesn't make it any less my nature, my programming.
That's what it is. He's saying that nothing inside there's nothing separate inside making that choice besides what you just explained.
It's just who I am, yeah. And I don't even like the idea of some sort of disembodied soul that makes decisions independent of and with no respect for my actual nature and experience. I want my nature and experience to be the cause for the things I do. That's the person I am. It is the idea that it wouldn't be based on that is much scarier to me than the idea that it would.
It seems like one of the guy's evidences for why he believes in determinism is that he was shaped by his experiences. But I was kind of curious, how is being shaped by your experiences an argument against free will? It seems as if free will was possible, you would also be shaped by your experiences, and if determinism was possible, you would also be shaped by your experiences. So I don't see...
Because I take that stance. Because any of the external things are actually what make me who I am. There's nothing separate making me who I am. It's just external environmental stimuli come in. My brain does what it does, just rearranges it, and spits it back out in different circumstances.
Well, there's also something of a semantic issue with this, right? So where I think Adam's going is essentially a sort of compatibilist notion, where essentially the kind of arguments against compatibilism are truly semantic, right? So where for something to be called free will in a way that's meaningful would imply contra-causality or agent causation or alternative possibilities and so on, right? So when the smoke clears on that one, you end up disagreeing less about the nature of reality than what to call it.
Well, I think it comes down to whether
this is.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Is this essentially Lucretius? Isn't it against will and ability? And whether God does have the absolute moral standard to affect both, neither, or them together. I mean, this is such an old question, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
I would expect it would be an old question. There's not. I mean, pretty much by the time we evolved sort of a unified cognition to deal with our choices, we should have started evaluating.
So do I understand then, Adam, that you're basically redefining God's moral authority over only things over only conscious actions?
Redefine? Yeah, maybe. Am I? Good question.
Can you think about that for a second? Let me address Seamus's question real quick.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
There's two things to explain, two analogies that can explain it would be to have someone born in a black room, grow up, and never know. You'd have to assume that they don't need food. So they grow up in this black room, never any input, never any stimuli. They wouldn't know what things they could do. They wouldn't know you take them out into the light and give them a choice A or B. They wouldn't even know what to do to make a choice because they haven't had the stimuli. They haven't had the things to grow to show them.
Rest easy, Jennifer.
Say it again.
I said rest easy, Jennifer.
Have a good evening, Jennifer.
And then the other would be to take it as now and all your stimuli that you bring in. You say someone lays 50 choices out in front of me for any given answer. Doesn't matter what the question is or the answer. Now I have 50 options to choose from to solve the equation. I am only going to pick a select set of those 50 based on prior experiences and stimuli that have led my brain up to that point.
I agree. However, so like
in that whole course, there's no free will needed.
Well, no, dude, there's limiting factors. For example, like when I go out to eat lunch, right? There are limiting factors. For example, I'm not going to drive more than 30 minutes to go get lunch. I'm just not. I'm not going to drive 3 hours to go eat lunch. That's a limiting factor. But it doesn't mean I technically could go drive to New York right now and get a freaking, what do they call those, Coney Island hot dogs? I could go do that. But the thing is, on average, I'm limited by certain things, but that doesn't mean I don't have free will. Like, I'm only going to drive to a restaurant that's maximum 30 minutes away. I'm only going to drive to a restaurant within my price range. I'm not going to go to a restaurant and pay crazy prices for shit that really doesn't deserve those prices. So, but could I do that? Yes. So yeah, there are limiting factors. I agree, but they're not. I don't think that's a. I don't think that's a defeater for free will because for those reasons.
I'm not sure how you showed me free will in that. Just because you could go do these other things.
Then I would have the free will to go do them. But I'm limited.
I'm saying those are the 50 options laid on the table. Those are just some of the 50 options.
True. So here I'll put it in scope of your analogy. So I'm going to go eat lunch today. I have 50 options, but I really have like a crap load more. But let's just say 50. Okay, I could go eat at let's say that there's 10 to 15 restaurants in my hometown. I have a small hometown. Those restaurants are the ones that are within that 30-minute range. So everything else gets eliminated, right? I'm not going to go drive any farther. So only of those 50 choices, 35 were eliminated due to the fact that I'm not going to drive that far. But now I do have 15. I do have 15 choices. 5 of those are going to be eliminated because I'm not willing to pay the prices for those types of food. So now I have 10 choices left. But now of these 10 choices, I have preferences, right? Well, there's some restaurants that I just don't prefer. Okay, so that takes out like 3 or 4. So I'm left with like 6 restaurants that I could possibly go to, and usually these 6 I will vary. I'll go to this one here, this one this day, this one that day. But the point being is, I did have the choice to choose those 50. I could have chose those 50, and actually, if I wanted to prove a point, I could drive down to New York today and spend $200 on gas and go buy a $15 Coney Island hot dog, just to prove that it's possible for me to do something outside of the norm. So I think that I've kind of justified that.
But all those were limiting factors.
Yeah, I think
all those were external limiting factors.
Yeah, I think
Actually,
what the determinists.
You may have to settle for a borscht instead of a hot dog.
Yeah, I think what the determinists are really saying is that those internal preferences are every amount as limiting as the external factors.
Right.
So in other words, that really there was always just the one place you were actually going to go, and
right.
all of those things, including your own preferences, how long it had been since you'd done something, how hungry you were, that all those were really just external constraints that resulted in a single choice.
Right.
It's true.
Yeah.
But by that definition, it seems that. Oh, go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
So my view then, and I recognize it is semantic, is I just break those off. So I draw a little circle around my brain and my internal consideration procedures, my preferences, my considerations, the things I care about, and I put a circle around those, and I call those internal constraints, not external. And I say, when I talk about free will, I'm talking about a freedom to make choices from external constraints. And my internal constraints, I say, are my nature, and they're part of the process by which I make a decision, a free decision. But being controlled by my internal constraints is just being controlled by me, and therefore I don't call those limitations on my free will. Okay? That's the way I put it.
Well, I would say this in response to the whole preferences thing. Well, preferences are definitely these internal constraints that Adam is talking about. But this defines free will that basically, if you hold to this definition, it kind of precludes free will from being anything other than just a random choice. If there's any backing, if there's any preference or any backing that led to that choice, then determinists say we must be determined. So, but I think that's incorrect, because then you define free will into only being a choice that has no prior backing or any other thing that led into that. Which is
right, and who would want that?
It's a hijacking of the term free will if you use it in that sense.
It leads me into being free will being incoherent. It doesn't even back me into the one you're saying. It backs me into any definition I've ever heard of free will being incoherent.
But I'm saying if you say that free will can't be possible because of certain preferences, choices, things that are experiences and everything like this, and because of that free will can't be possible, then what you're really saying is the only way free will could be possible if the choice you made did not have any backing, any reason, any rhyme to it. And that's absurd. That's trying to say
Maybe
that.
that's the issue, because I don't say free will is impossible.
I just think that that's using what's known as
free will very much could be the case.
I think that kind of
I
like
say,
hijacks.
I've always any definitions and it playing out has always been incoherent to me.
I think that just kind of hijacks and takes control of the definition. It just says, look, if it doesn't meet this definition, then it's not what I think it is. But it's like, and that's not it. That would be okay if that was a commonly accepted way to define free will. But I'm not. I mean, I understand from a determinist point of view that might be common, but I'm not sure within the scope of free will that all of those properties of just the fact of experience, preference, motives, and all of these things would actually be a defeater for free will, because the only way that would be possible, like I said, is just I had a thought, and it wasn't because of preference, it wasn't because of experience, it wasn't because of any backing, I just randomly thought of it, and that seems to be the only way that you could say, well, that's free will.
If you could show that, great. I would love for you to show that.
But I don't believe that happens.
You had a thought.
If that doesn't happen.
You had a thought that wasn't tied to any experience you had ever had or any external stimuli you'd ever have. I would love to see that.
That doesn't happen. That's why I'm trying to show you that doesn't happen, and you're trying to say that is the only way that you would accept that as free will. And I think if that doesn't happen, and that's the only way you'll accept free will, guess what? You won't accept free will.
No.
I mean, it's that obvious.
That's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth like 3 times there. I'm saying free will could be the case. I've never heard a coherent definition of it or seen it played out in a coherent manner.
Can I dispute that notion of a boundary? I mean, for instance, in California, when I got psych spotted, I saw like various people who've been, I don't know, acting a bit crazy on the street. They got rounded up, and they were shot up with a drug called Invega, which these intramuscular injections last for about a month. And after about 72 hours, people who got rounded up, locked up for 72 hours, and shot up with that stuff were dumped on the street. It's an antipsychotic. It changes their nature. So that they, I guess, think more clearly and behave less disruptively. And so to whatever degree they have some kind of nature and free choice and such, they are, well, in a way, being puppeteered like marionettes on the strings of this psychiatric drug. Go ahead. Is my audio dead, or is there just a lull?
I think there's just
No, there's still a lull, right?
Yeah. We do, in a real way, puppeteer each other. At least those in power.
I don't disagree with Xbox. I agree with them 100% that every single decision you make is not random. It's not a product of just of nothing. It's definitely has reasons and explanation behind that decision point. Now, I don't think any decision point is just absolutely just made up and random and just comes from with no rhyme or reason, no explanation. And just maybe if you were like severely mentally had some problems or something. But I'm saying on average, I see that most all or no, I see on average within healthy people that all things decision points that they make stem from something, whether it be a motivation, experience, or whatever. So I mean, I agree with you there, but I just disagree with you that is somehow indicator that determinism is the case.
Oh, you can literally cross over that brain boundary. Yeah, walk on in there. You well, weren't constrained by bioethics. You could literally, you could make a literal marionette, just with electrodes in the brain, and they'd move around like a puppet.
How is that a defeater for free will? You manipulate someone's brain chemistry, impulses, and it does things. Yes, brain has correlations to physical features. If you manipulate those, things will change. How is that a defeater for free will? I'm missing the causality here. Can you illuminate me?
It's to a rather specific point, which was that drawing a boundary around the brain, right? So if the boundary's around the brain, well, these causal forces can cross that boundary rather easily. And to the extent okay, so if your claim is such as that the things originating within the brain, it's ultimately attributed to the person, well, we can produce an example of essentially causal forces crossing the boundary, and in a way that most likely the people who advocate that kind of boundary would be very unhappy or uncomfortable calling it free will.
I think one of them.
Yeah, it's really a semantic argument, even though it sounds like some kind of I don't know, hypothetical, but still.
I think what's interesting is that the perception of free will decides if we how we act. Like the research that is done. There have been some experiments where you tell an audience or an audience there is no free will, or you have and one that there is free will, or you have a talk about it, and then you see afterwards how people act, and it has been shown that the audience that have been to a seminar about there is no free will, they tend to cheat. So just the perception you have, is there a free will or not a free will, has great influence on the choices you make.
Can I raise the objection I've raised before against this, and also a second one? Okay, so the second one I'll do first, which is, of course, that the ability to influence people that way is essentially making them dance on a string with either electrodes, in the brain moving all their limbs, or the antipsychotic, whatever, and similar, right? And so you're actually giving a sort of counterexample against free will in a way. The next one is that the extent you consider this some kind of, I don't know, pragmatic sort of affair where it influences people's ethics. The trouble is that free will, at least in, I don't know, much of historical philosophy, has been conflated with moral responsibility in a way that's imperfect. Compatibilism, in fact, has one of its prongs of semantic argument against it, that what the compatibilist affairs or concepts of free will actually describe is moral responsibility instead of anything that would generally be free will. The other prong, of course, is that what is genuinely free will is contra causality and alternative possibilities and so on. So between those two, I think it's not terribly compelling. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, it's important that it influences ethical choices. I mean, that's an important part of choice making, and you know what kind of
Like I
research.
said, influence on the ethical choice is a byproduct of the conflation of free will with moral responsibility, which is a gross inaccuracy.
I don't. Perhaps I don't understand you clearly, but at least this research. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we've been over this before. You actually gave me the paper then. I looked over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really
Then
dispute it.
it's
troll was
pretty clear. I
right.
mean, you have people. But
If you tell them that without actually clarifying further that moral responsibility is actually a distinct notion from free will, that it's not necessarily dependent on it, that the various determinist philosophers and such advocate notions of moral responsibility and not dependent on free will, then you will have essentially the message coming across that there is no moral responsibility.
I'm not saying that
And without that qualification, which I'm rather certain from the paper it did not give, you will obviously be giving a message that's with ethical content that it should not have. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, how I have seen it presented is very sound scientific experiments, and I mean, it doesn't. Of course, it doesn't prove free will, but it proves that the notion, the perspective you have on free will influences your choice. And I think that is very interesting. I think it's.
Okay. Anyone else want to deal with that?
Have you heard about these experiments, Adam?
Haven't been paying any attention.
Okay.
What experiments are these?
Well, they have. I don't. It's many years since, but that you have two groups, and one groups go to. They don't know what it's about. They go to a seminar or presentation where someone is talking about there are free will and so on, and the other groups go to a presentation talking about everything is deterministic. And after this, they put them to tasks, and in these tasks, you are able to cheat to your own advantage. And the people who have gone to just before a seminar about their free will exists, they cheat less than the other group.
Yeah, makes sense.
Did you hear any of what I said about the sort of conflation with free will with moral responsibility?
Yeah, and that bugs me. I don't think it's reasonable to consider there to be a connection. Of course, that part of that because I did a really long week-long thought experiment with my friends at Stanford where we decided everything was purely deterministic, and then decided if it was possible to develop morality, and we determined it still was. So.
Yeah, there we go.
Morality would just mean something a little bit different.
Right. Yeah. Nothing stops the arrangement of matter that we are from actually developing brains that develop a moral system.
So, yeah, that's actually what it actually relates to one of the prongs of the semantic argument against compatibilist free will, which is that it's not free will because what free will actually is that contra causality and alternate possibilities and such. The other being that what compatibilist free will is actually describing is moral responsibility. So.
Dum dum dum.
Sorry, Facebook discussions.
In response to my aside in the Matthew chapter 19, verse 12 thing where Mark's having a lion cross.
Somebody wrote an article arguing that it's not possible to be pro-choice and a Christian.
Oh, that'll be. You and Deidre should get together.
Well, what they explicitly said, I mean, what he said was, if you're pro-choice, then either A, you don't understand what the Bible says, B, you don't understand what abortion is, or C, you're not really a Christian. So,
What is your stance on that, Adam?
I think that's silly. I think the pro-choice, pro-life question is a legal question and a political question, and I know a lot of pro-choicers who take the position that abortion is wrong and we need to be minimizing the loss of human life through abortion, but nonetheless, making it illegal isn't an effective way to do that. And that's certainly not a contra-Christian position. I don't see how anyone could really say that. I mean, basically, in order to make his argument, he has to say not only that abortion is morally wrong according to the Bible, which I think that's relatively clear, although somewhat debatable. But more importantly, he also has to make the argument that Christian morality, that all Christians need to believe that Christian morality needs to be enforced in our laws. Which that's the point where I just entirely break with that. That's silly. So because you can make his exact same argument about freedom of religion, right? And say, if either you don't understand the Bible, or you don't know what idolatry really is, or you're not a Christian if you think people should be permitted to worship in Jewish temples and Hindu temples and stuff.
Well, there's an intersection between morality and law, but I mean, Malum and Say, for instance, there are almost certainly moral questions, but Malum Prohibitum are, well, those, it's almost by definition not.
I consider that distinction to be archaic and silly between Malum and Say and Malum Prohibitum.
But even so, you get the idea.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah, I realize it's not that hard and fast.
Yeah. I'll point out by the way the only time the terms malum in se and malum prohibitum have ever been said or have ever been used in my education was in watching the movie Legally Blonde. In my actual law school classes, the terms were never used, did not come up. So I think that's because I don't think that particular school of thought on criminal law is ascendant anymore. Although, for all I know, it might still be at Harvard. I understand.
What was the name of the movie again? What was the name of the movie again?
Legally Blonde.
Yeah, Legally Blonde.
If you want a more stark definition of
Legally Blonde.
Sorry. If you want a definition of those two terms, you can actually watch the latest remake of True Grit, where Maddie's character actually explains those two terms straight up.
Yeah, I mean I understand the terms. It's just they did not.
But for the sake of others that perhaps may not.
Am I echoing?
Nope.
Okay.
You me? Let me check and see if it's me.
Yeah. That you're right. Maybe we should make it clear to the audience what the heck we're talking about. Malum in se, literally bad in it or bad in itself. Usually understood to be a crime that's a crime because it causes harm. And the other being malum prohibitum, bad in prohibition or bad through prohibition, bad through being made wrong, through being prohibited, which is something that is bad, basically something that's understood not to be intrinsically bad, but is nonetheless prohibited by the law.
The first one is consequentialism, and the second one is known as deontology.
No, I don't think that's true.
What do you think?
You were saying that it has that the first one is because it has a bad effect. That's known as consequentialism, and the other one you're saying because it's a matter of that it's a rule. That's deontology.
No, not quite.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm certain.
you have a distinction between consequentialism and deontology. I mean, the whole of law is now structured is deontology. The consequentialism in law, well, you ultimately have to have sort of a driving archaic or deontological notion behind it. Yet still, you would have I don't know, almost like free form judgment and so on, without say reference to common law precedent or specific statutes.
Well, what he used Latin. The one was prohibitum. What were the two Latin? Was that Latin?
Malum in se and malum prohibitum.
Okay, so bad because it is bad. Bad because it causes bad. And you specifically said bad because
Malum
it
in
causes harm.
se, bad. Malum in se, literally bad in itself. Se being a reflexive.
Okay, well that's not necessarily consequentialism, but the malum prohibitum is definitely deontology.
Except we're not talking about a moral justification for either. We're talking about a classification of laws. That's the context here.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that which one are most closely associated with what you were talking about is all I was kind of saying. Malum prohibitum would be more closely associated with deontology, I think. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Adam, why do you think that those two Malay are archaic?
To be honest, just because I've never run into them in any jurisprudence that I've read in any cases, and they were not discussed in any of my law school classes. So that's why.
But kind of a mild subject change. I saw last night a debate between a Muslim apologist and a Christian apologist. The Muslim apologist I'm kind of familiar with. The Christian apologist I'm not. Who was defending the Trinity. It was a Muslim-Christian debate. Adam, the information that this Christian scholar had, his name is Nabil Qureshi. He is a Arabic person that used to be a Muslim and converted to Christianity. He had some of the most greatest arguments defending the Trinity against Islam that I've ever heard. In like his opening thing was 30 minutes long. I was going to post you the link, and whenever you have a chance, you could watch that because I know that you're a Trinitarian Christian and you are kind of critical of the Muslim view of Christianity, and I think that that guy had some information that I learned so much. I was like, wow. I was really impressed with the stuff he said.
Well, Seamus, I very much appreciate you wanting to share that with me. Definitely give me that link. I'll also look up this guy myself. I just posted on the sidebar, by the way, an article he wrote last year in Christianity Today about his deconversion from Islam to Christianity. So.
Is that Nabil Qureshi?
Yes, Nabil Qureshi.
Oh, I'm going to have to check that out because that was the first I've ever seen of him. And I want to know what impressed me the most? He had exegesis talking about, how Mark is the earliest gospel, and most of the Islamic scholars are going to want you to use the lower Christology in Mark to verify the deity of Christ rather than use like John.
Right.
So he pulled references out of Mark that had eluded me. Everyone knows like the obvious references in Mark, like the I am and certain things, but there's two, and you may know these, and they may be kind of obvious, but I didn't, and I was like very, very appreciative they showed me. You know in the John 1:3 where it says John the Baptist was crying out in the wilderness, make straight paths for the Lord. Yeah. That's actually a verse from the Old Testament where it says that you make straight paths for Yahweh at crying out in the wilderness. So he was specifically in the very first chapter comparing Jesus to God. Then the other one that I didn't know was the one where he calmed the storm, where Jesus come out and his people were calling on him, and then he come out and just calmed the storm. That's actually from the Old Testament, from Psalms. It says God's people were on a boat and the storm approached them, and they cried out to him, and Yahweh calmed the storm. So I was like,
wow, I didn't know that one either.
Yeah, it's Psalms.
That's fantastic.
I'll find the verse, and I was like, I swear to God, I'm not lying. I put down my headphones and I got down on the ground and I praised God right when I heard that.
That is cool.
That's one way of describing it.
McKay, are you a Unitarian in addition to a Universalist?
I'm a pretty ignorant. You'd have to define Unitarian for me.
I guess it thinks that there's only, say, like a one person in the deity, in the Godhead. So there's a few different ways it can happen. But...
Oh, you mean like Unitarian versus polytheism? Yeah.
Yeah, well, Unitarianism is in contrast to Trinitarianism.
Do you
No,
think
I
Jesus
believe,
is
I
just
believe in
the Son of God?
I believe in the Holy Trinity. I believe in
Okay.
the Holy Trinity.
So you are in fact a Trinitarian Universalist instead of a Unitarian Universalist.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
That is interesting. Yeah, I'll admit, until you pointed out just now, Nadia, I was not aware that the Unitarian in Unitarian Universalism referred to non-Trinitarian doctrine. I did not know that.
Well, what do I say? As far as I know, that's what Unitarian means.
That is what Unitarian means.
She knows her ish.
They were called heretics. They were included in the atheist and heretic bill of whatever it is, 17 something or another.
Yeah, for whatever reason, non-Trinitarians and non-particularists seem to both be more often on my side. So I'm.
What
always,
country passed the atheist and heretic bill?
Sorry?
I think, England. Great Britain.
Okay. Why?
Because they were very worried about atheists, and especially deists, but more importantly, Anabaptists. I don't know.
Silly.
Yeah, it was just one of these things. They needed to legislate against atheists, and they thought at the same time, well, we better get the Unitarians at the same time, you know.
Man, you Brits
were
you Brits were so hateful. I'm so happy that my ancestors moved to the States, where everybody's so loving and forgiving and doesn't judge. Not like you Brits.
Adam,
Recently,
Go ahead.
Amen, brother.
Joseph
Wow, he
Priestley
said brother
was,
correctly. What? What'd you say, Nadia?
So Joseph Priestley or whatever was floating around. I'm not sure if it was around the time of that though. I remember he fled England to Pennsylvania in the U.S. and continued to advocate phlogiston from Pennsylvania, which I'm sure Fudd Martin will be horrified about, but still.
If Fudd ever gets back.
Oh, what is this? Phlogiston?
Phlogiston.
You've woken the dragon.
I think phlogiston.
You called my name. I have risen. What is this?
You Americans. You just
Before I
can't
turn you to
pronounce it.
stone.
Yeah, it was a theory before Lavoisier, I guess, really nailed down chemistry about the nature of fire. That fire was the emission of phlogiston instead of the combination of things with oxygen.
Uh-huh. Well, if that idea caught on, that would certainly hold us back a bit, wouldn't it?
It did for about 100 years. It was orthodox in chemistry for about 100 years.
Lavoisier, I think, did it in. So.
Eventually.
So you'd be running up to a burning building and say, "Be gone, flames! Be gone in the name of Christ! Damn it! Be gone!"
The theory they would have had about, say, fire extinguishers is that they, drown out all the phlogiston from the air, or something like that, or suppress the emission of phlogiston.
Yeah. So on that basis, what you would do then is you would basically your fire extinguishers under that model you would basically fill with phlogisticated air, which is to say you'd end up basically filling them with air that had no oxygen left in it, and then you would spray that over the fire, and that would stop the fire, and that would actually probably work.
Yeah, it just didn't correspond to the mass balance or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, basically,
Fuel, air, and heat. All you got to do is take away one of those three elements, No fire.
Yeah, what they got backwards was that basically rather than thinking that oxygen was being removed by the air, they thought that something was being added to the air that was eventually stopping the combustion. So
Yeah. Originally, Priestley called oxygen dephlogisticated air. It succeeded in some experiments to refine it himself.
Joe there, Nadia.
What is that?
I said, is it Joe? Joe there?
Yeah, we know Joe. That's Jonas.
That's Joe.
Oh, it's already done. Because I had my mouse on it ready to undo.
Speaking of, various kind of arguments about the Trinity, I think Joe here may have, well, actually, I don't think he's, that hyperbolic, an objector to it, but I may have some commentary.
What about what specifically?
What do you think about the Trinity then?
Well, Seamus actually had a particular debate he was referring to with a Christian apologist and a Muslim apologist debating each other on the Trinity.
Walk into a bar.
Yeah, Seamus may need to get the link for that. Go ahead.
I have the link right here. I'll post it.
Yes, a Christian apologist and a Muslim apologist walk into a bar. The rest of the joke is left to your own devising.
The
rest of the joke is left as an exercise
the
for the
Muslim walks out, the Christian gets hammered.
A particularist, a annihilationist, and a universalist walk into a bar. The particularist bursts into flames, the annihilationist disappears, and the universalist floats away.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
There we go.
Another one of this guy's, Nabil Qureshi's defenses is how the word ahad is used as the meaning one. It's also used in the Shema Israel, Hero Israel, Yahweh is our God, Yahweh is one. But it talks about another interpretation of Deuteronomy 6:4 for the Shema Yisrael that actually reads correctly. Also, hear, O Israel, Yahweh is our God, Yahweh alone. Right? So then he goes on to talk about the word ahad, and in the word ahad actually refers multiple times to two things, multiple things becoming one. Genesis 1:5, evening and morning make one day, ahad. Genesis 2:24, man and woman in union, ahad. Numbers 13:23, a single cluster of grapes, ahad. Ezekiel 37:17, two sticks held together, ahad. And then it goes on to talk about another word that's used for one, yahad, which actually is used only independently to talk about the singular. And when God is talked about, is used ahad, which could be multiple, implying that it could be the Trinity. And his argument was, who is God? No, it's what is God? He is God, one person. Who is he? Three persons. The what is this distinct from the who.
Okay.
Great.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
I think it's time for the Google effects.
it's your religion. You can decide on these things, and doesn't really seem something to fight about to me. But on the other hand, those who are trying to advocate other religions may have a different idea.
No, I was just kind of telling
the
Adam these
discussion.
were some of the defenses to the Trinity that Nabil
No,
used.
these are excellent. I will watch that video at some point.
It is so amazing.
I wish that argument you just gave, the ahad argument, was in written form somewhere.
It is. It's 25 minutes in. He has a slide. Go to 25 minutes and you can read the slide.
I will do that now.
And then right after that, the next slide is the Yahad slide. So 25:00.
The Trinity, a fresh approach. Just like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, only better. If there is such a thing.
Well, this guy must be quite something special.
Why?
Well, if he's managed to come up with something new on the Trinity and the tops.
I don't know how new this idea is. I will
the great Catholic theologians. There's been some pretty cool Catholic theologians over the years.
Who's your favorite Catholic theologian?
My favourite. Let me think. I quite like Ratzinger. His one about defending the church through returning to a hardline doctrine. What do they call that? Orthodoxy. Did you see that paper?
No, I have not. I always
yeah.
thought Ratzinger was something of a jerk. Maybe I should read that paper.
He's a genius. I will say that much. No, he reckons that the church should go to being orthodox because it's to delineate the line between true believers and non-true believers. Is that cool or what?
Well, it won't. Well, actually, at small group last night, one of the philosophy professor in our group was talking about how you have groups that sort of broadening groups that get in more believers, and then you have sectarian groups that sort of refine doctrine and tend to exclude more people.
Right.
And so there's sort of an inverse correlation between how tight your doctrine is and how many people fit in it.
Not something the Catholic Church has to worry about.
I would disagree. I mean, to be honest, I think the opposite is the case. They're concerned about how many people they're losing throughout the world. So it would seem like tightening their doctrine would would not be the right approach.
No,
but
that was
I
his
could be
argument.
wrong. Hence
Frank
Philippi Pope. What?
It's that it is the right argument.
Oh.
That was his argument, because if the reason this criticism has been allowed to get to the point where it is because they haven't been strict enough about their doctrine in the first place, and the believers aren't really believers anymore. So that was the argument, was to reinstall the faith rather than justify it. Make it a condition rather than what's the other one? Sufficient. You know?
Yeah,
I've got to agree. I think that's not a bad idea, actually. Close ranks and then expand when you're under attack. Never, what's it, Sansu? Never start a battle unless you know you're going to win. I think that's the tactic they've been using for the last few years.
Nadia says that saying that a nihilist saying atheists get what they want is offensive.
No, I would think it's a little distinction here. If annihilation is true, it's not that the atheists are getting what they want, it's that they're getting what they expect.
Ah, yeah, that'd be better to say.
There you go. It's not what you guys don't want to be annihilated, but you expect to be annihilated. So you may not want it, but it's exactly what you think is going to happen.
It's the most reasonable conclusion, I would say. It's the most reasonable conclusion.
Yeah, I think then.
Nothing to do with
essentially, which isn't. Yeah, so that allows you to make the distinction that you realize that if that doesn't mean it's what atheists would want if they knew the truth, right? It's just
it
is what they expect based on their understanding of what the truth is.
Yeah, based on our version of the truth, it's to be expected, but not necessarily desired.
Well, so I think a lot of atheists probably do want it. I think a lot of human beings are very happy with the idea of ceasing to exist after death.
Well, not necessarily desired was my way of phrasing it.
Yeah, exactly.
You commonly hear the sentiments like eternity would be boring, and almost like they're advocating it might just be best to be annihilated. I've heard that often criticism. I don't think it's a very good criticism.
Trying to point out the inconsistency in the view of the afterlife.
Well, what I've heard it come down two streams. I've never heard an atheist say that they would prefer absolutely nothing. But what I have heard is that two streams of it. The one is that if they have to live with a God that they see to be immoral, they would rather pass into nihilo. And the other one is that despite the fact that they would like to live on in some form, that they believe that empirical reality has never presented a situation that's ever been determined to their satisfaction where that can ever happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't think it's
reality doesn't care.
I mean, I'm
reality
sure
just
you
doesn't
could
care.
probably find some atheists that would just rather, when it's all over, just go to sleep and that's that. But I don't think that represents a significant portion of atheist view.
Annihilation is true. This kind of is a little off topic, but not totally. But it doesn't really address what Gus said, which I think was a really good point. I think if annihilationism, crap, I lost my train of thought. I hate with those long prefaces. Oh, I'll remember in a minute.
Damn, I didn't even get a chance to interrupt.
One, sentence 2 is false. True.
Yeah.
2, this door is open. False.
Fuck off, Adam.
Are you writing that for sentence 1 or sentence 2?
I'm writing that in all sentences on the door, all over the door. I'm writing it in every single sentence in the whole fucking building.
Oh, I remember what I was
love
going to say now. I was going to say that if annihilationism is in fact true, I don't find it being like that. I don't find it being like that undesirable or that bad of a punishment. I mean, that might sound weird coming from a Christian, but think about the justification for it. Like, I think of annihilationism kind of like this. Like, okay, so my atoms and molecules and all this stuff has literally been present in this universe for 13 billion years or whatever, right? However, the accounting that I have is only of the last 30. So even though all my molecules and everything was present there that make up me for 14 billion years, I have no recollection of it. I mean, think about it. Before you were born, it's just nothing. You have no recollection. Even time itself, there was just nothing at all. And I find that was that unpleasant for me? I'm not sure. You know, I think I'll just kind of leave it there.
Yeah. No, in fact, you know, your molecules in your body get replaced on a regular basis, so you're not the same molecules that, in fact, you were when you were born, even.
Yeah, but all the molecules were present at the beginning, unless you think that molecules were created.
No. Yeah.
Okay, I accidentally fell
Sorry, Jackie, let me
asleep,
just
so I'm
finish this
out.
point quickly.
Bye.
Let me just finish this point quickly. Yeah, molecules get created through fusion, as well as other processes.
Do you guys mean to say atoms when you say molecules?
I think he meant atoms, but
okay.
I mean molecules.
Because molecules are created
molecules
all the time here on Earth.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say, like, the matter changes, right? Everything was when the Big Bang started, there was like 99% hydrogen, and hydrogen has changed into different, more higher molecules. So I'm not denying that change, but what I'm saying is the initial matter that is
Sorry,
made up my body has always been.
Let's use the word elements there, Seamus.
Yeah, whatever you want to use. Adam
Elements,
probably,
yeah.
if you could just understand what I'm saying, Adam, and then kind of paraphrase, because he's way more scientifically savvy. But all I'm trying to say is, like, the matter or the elements that are present in my body have always existed within this universe for those 14 billion years. And I'm saying, even though that's true, I have no recollection of those 14 billion years. I only have the last 30. And what I'm saying is, was that less desirable that I don't have that recollection? I was just kind of making a thing that I don't think annihilation necessarily is a bad deal, or if it's going to be completely painful. I think if annihilation is true, it's much preferable to hell in the common sense.
Oh, well, if you compare annihilation to hell, sure. You know, yes, I would much rather go to sleep forever and sleep the sleep of the sleepy sleepness than, you know, have devils deciding which part of my bollocks they want to stick a pitchfork into. I mean, I don't know.
That is a very good philosophical argument, actually, Gus.
If I'm only given those two choices, I mean, I would much rather disappear from all existence forever than become the plaything of angry demons. So,
well, I don't know if I would necessarily. I mean, while I'm in abject pain, will I still be able to think? If so, I might want to go on thinking.
Well, I mean, there's
Have
a
you been in
simple
abject
test.
pain
There's a
before?
simple test for your
Have you
question.
been in abject pain before, Adam? Then
Yes.
could you think at the time?
Adam. Well, anyway,
some, yes.
Were
No,
your ability to think? Was your ability to... Go on then, Gus. Go on. We're live, Gus.
This is
Go
one of
on.
those times when this conversation would go much better at a table over a bunch of beers when we could see each other's faces moving.
Yeah, probably.
Too true. Go on then, Gus. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Here's the thing, and I don't say this because I actually want you to do this, Adam, despite the bulk of our conversation today. But if you were to, the quickest way you could find out if you could still think when in abject pain is to, I don't know, smash your hand with a hammer. I mean, personally, for me, I've been in spine-cracking agony, and I can tell you that you do very little true deep thinking under those circumstances until you reach the point where, I don't know, I mean, people talk about the point where they achieve a mental equilibrium between the sensations their brain is receiving from the rest of their body and their higher thought. It's never happened to me, and I've spent my fair share of time in nut-hollering agony, believe me. But there's only one way to find out. For you, Adam, because everybody's different, there's only really one way to find out. And I hope.
I mean, I have definitely been in pain that was so bad that I really just wanted to go unconscious to escape the pain. But that, you know, again, though, if I were told, okay, right now the only way we have to stop this pain is to kill you. You can either keep having this pain and live whatever quality of life you can have with it, or cease to exist altogether. If those were my options, I'm not sure that I wouldn't choose the horrifyingly terrible existence with at least some possibility of continuing to think something, rather than ceasing to exist altogether.
What thoughts could you have in hell?
Who the heck knows? Who the heck knows? I don't know till I'm there. I think new stuff all the time, and I love it. I mean, I could just sit there with no stimuli at all, and start putting worlds together and imagine stuff and think through experiments and do math and other stuff. I love thinking. Love it.
I suppose that when we line this up with your previously stated view of what hell actually is, I guess whatever happens, you're not going to have to endure it for long.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm an annihilationist. So to me, but my point is, I'm not an annihilationist because I think it's somehow better. I'm an annihilationist because I think it's my best understanding of what I read in Scripture.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that you were an annihilist because it was the easiest or the betterest way. I was just saying that, you know, if your theory of annihilism or the conclusion that you've come to from reading the Bible is annihilism, then whatever state of physical, mental agony you're going to be in, you don't have to put up with it.
Won't last too long, yeah.
But if somebody truly believes that hell is eternal torment, incalculable and unceasing, I don't know as they would be as fluid in their decision as you would.
Like I said, I don't know. I mean, I can certainly understand. What?
I'd say, give me the shot, Doc.
Yeah, well,
I've seen people living in terrible, terrible pain, and there's one thing that's consistent: is they don't get to think very much, and most of what they think about is ending it.
Well, but then again, you also have the issue of is pain in hell going to be that kind of pain? Is the physical body even involved? Is there?
Right. No, I mean, for me, you know, hell is a good place because it's the absence of God.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, if once again, it's difficult to nail down the precise terms of this because our views of hell are different, and our views of how long hell's going to last and how much it's going to hurt is different. So I think in order for us to truly answer this question, we'd have to first come to a consensus on one of the variables, either the level of pain and how bad it would hurt, and or what hell is, how long it would last, and how much pain it would inflict.
Well, I think Adam kind of espoused kind of a common Christian view that we're not even really sure if it's physical pain that you're going to be experiencing in hell. There's a widely held Christian view, and it's pretty common, and I actually kind of hold to this. I think that the pain that you're going to be enduring in hell, if annihilation isn't true, but the classical thought of hell is true, then it would seem to me that the pain would be eternally separated from the holy God. And that would be enough pain for anyone to endure, I believe. So.
Is it or is it not true that by the time you're cast into hell, if it's eternal separation from the holy God, you would have at least caught, quote unquote, a glimpse of what you've missed?
What do you mean? I'm not sure what you're...
There's a verse in the Bible that says that before everybody gets sent off to their just rewards, whatever they may be, every knee must bow and every tongue confess. That suggests to me that you're at least going to be in the presence of the Almighty long enough to do that, and it would also suggest to me, considering that humans are relatively perceptive in a relatively short time, that if being around God is the blissful, just being in His presence is a matter of enormous blisses, that and then He sends you off to hell. That means that you get a glimpse of what you've been missing, and then you go to hell.
Right, I get to what you're saying. You're saying how could you be separated from God for eternity if we know that you're going to stand before God one day and confess Jesus Christ as Lord? Because if one moment you're actually with God, it doesn't seem to be you would be eternally separated from God. But most people are.
That's not the point. My point
well,
is.
Let me make this point because this is even if it is a little bit off. Most people think about eternity as going both ways, forward and backward through time for eternity. That's not necessarily true. It could start at one duration and then from that duration go on infinitely. It doesn't have to work backwards. So that would kind of be my rebuttal. Even though you were presented,
what does that mean though? Like what I'm saying is you're plopped in front of God. God says, you know what, you're guilty of sin, but I'll see you take the knee and confess my primacy over existence. And by the way, check me out, ain't I wonderful? And this 2 seconds that you were beside me, aren't you filled with bliss? And oh, now, by the way, because you're a shitheel, to hell you go. And at that point, once you're sitting in hell, having tasted of the fruit of God's presence, isn't that every bit as excruciating as being physically pestered by demons with sharp sticks?
So, certainly, I kind of would hold that view. I would also hold the same view that when they stand before God, that yes, they're going to feel that presence of God, and they're going to know He's the one true God, the righteous Creator of all things. And being separated from that, after that feeling, is going to be the worst thing they could ever experience. And it will be for eternity. From that moment in ad infinitum, it's from then on, and they will eternally be separated from God after that.
Now, the conversation before I got to clarify my point went on long enough that I've forgotten whether or not it was Adam or you that postulated that being separated from God might not be, it might not quite be as bad as being tormented by demons, and it may be something endurable, sort of make the best of what you got kind of thing. And I'm not so sure that either instance wouldn't constitute an absolute soul-searing agony, to the point where you would just imagine that you get a glimpse of utter perfection, and then you're sent into a holding place of at best dust and nothing. I mean, I don't it takes a special breed of human mind not to completely collapse under that sort of thing. And I'm not necessarily sure that a case can be objectively made that we wouldn't just want to go to sleep because it's easier.
I think I might just agree with everything you just said.
Apart from writing, I agree with that, Gus, in the side chat.
You wrote that. He wrote he agrees with what you said in the chat.
And then just said, I disagree with everything you said. I mean,
no, I meant to say
that's a
I
bit
agree
weird.
with everything. No, if you must have heard me wrong. I meant to say I
did.
literally agreed with everything he just said.
Oh, cool. I did mishear you. I do
Absolutely.
apologise, Seamus.
Yeah, no problem. It's all good.
I think you may have misspoke, but...
Yeah, I
what
probably
difference
did.
does
I
it
probably
make?
did misspoke, but I meant to say that for once I absolutely agree with everything Gus just said.
Oh.
Sorry, am I deaf or not deaf anymore?
No, clearly not.
Adam bounced out.
Good man.
I'll see you later there,
Rage quits. He does that, he rage quits a lot.
I don't know if it's rage quit. certainly think he's
Adam.
prone to sudden temper, but I don't think he's rage quit on that one.
Adam never gets mad.
He's not the first person I've dealt with who's prone to sudden temper, and Lord knows it's not easy talking to me sometimes. So I don't hold it against him.
Oh fuck no, Gus! It's a nightmare. He's gone now.
Somebody discovers he's wasting time in Google Hangouts instead of working, and he quickly kills it.
Kukli.
What was that you said, Fudd?
What's a kukli?
What'd you say, Fudd?
I said I like to think that someone at his office or wherever he works or whatever he does is discovering he is wasting his time in a Google Hangout, and he just quickly blows away the evidence, kills the browser or whatever.
They almost caught him fucking the dog.
On the subject of fucking dogs, that's the first thing I go to when people call me a son of a bitch. How dare you accuse my father of such horrible actions?
Quite.
And your mother smelled of elderberry wine.
Indeed.
McKay, how come you're not playing a wild and
It was a good.
Maybe McKay went away for a while.
Yeah, that's her be right back screen.
Actually had a feature that would you just press a hotkey in it and it would pop a fake Lotus spreadsheet or some such back in the
that dodge has been going around for a while. That's all right. Eventually I'll find out my pecking order around here.
Oh dear. Let's just hope it's above Seamus, eh?
I like Seamus, and Seamus likes me, don't you, Seamus? Seamus?
Yes, of course. No, yes, of course. Sorry, I was in another window. I was reading comments. Yes, of course.
It's okay. I just played it for comedy, man. It's no big deal.
Yeah, we were baiting.
That was a total Warner Brothers moment there, man. It was just like, Seamus is my friend, aren't you, Seamus? Seamus. Seamus.
You should have just not said anything for 10 minutes. Just after 10 minutes, just very slowly said, no.
Well, I know my daddy used to say, you're nobody till somebody hates you.
Indeed. I am quite the somebody then.
Yeah, I bet
you were somebody young, Gus.
I get a lot of people to hate me because I'm a dickhead.
Attaboy. It's good to have a goal in life.
Indeed. It's a brilliant goal. It's a lot of fun.
Certainly one you can achieve, anyway.
Yep. Simon just thinks I'm the dog's bollocks. He does.
Yeah, Gus over there.
Although I was scolded, I think either this morning or last night for saying bollocks because apparently bollocks doesn't work for a North American.
No. He's my new friend from Newfoundland, aren't you, Gus?
He can kiss my two bollocks as far as I'm concerned. I mean, just look at my picture. Just look at my picture, and you see I mean fucking business.
That looks like my girlfriend's vibrator.
I was just wondering, in all the Star Wars episodes with the Stormtroopers, that armor never did them one damn bit of good against the blaster.
Yeah, the only
or a strong gust of wind.
I can actually explain why that's a thing.
The armor really wasn't for direct shots with a blaster. I mean, even modern body armor, Fudd. I mean, you know, if I stand in front of you and put a couple of good shots at relative combat range with a battle rifle or an assault rifle with with bullets that got a decent load in them, you're going to have one hell of a time walking away from that clean. And if especially if you're not wearing an additional trauma plate inside that vest. If you're wearing a trauma plate inside that vest, well, you've got a better chance of leaving with just like 9 broken ribs. But body armor for years and years has been only partially effective against standard issue military long arms. So I'm not necessarily surprised that that's the case. The other thing too is that stormtrooper armor isn't necessarily only about protecting the stormtrooper. It's also about the psychological effect, you know.
Yeah, Stormtrooper armor is actually also produced relatively cheap because they have such a vast army.
It's true. Definitely a cheaper make and model than the clone armor.
It's only a movie. It's supposed to say it's just so it looks good. It's the only reason. It's plastic. It's not real.
No, I believe it's what's it called, Duraplast or something like that.
Duraplast, but it's all Duraplast though. I mean, unless you're talking about Mandalorian Beskar, it's all Duraplast.
Yeah. A Mandalorian steel.
What are you sniggering at?
More...
You nut. What are you sniggering at?
Yeah, it would be more impressive.
Oh, you guys, you just don't have you guys just don't have the force.
I will admit to not having a life whatsoever.
Yeah, you just.
Unless we're talking about Half-Life, in which case I do have that.
Listen,
all I need is a
where you've got the shoulder-mounted gun that fires where you look.
All I need is a blanket.
What about? Shush up a minute, Simon.
No, I'm just saying. All I need. All.
Again, Flood Martin? What kind of armor?
The Predators. You know, from
Predator armor.
Yeah, but that's not really armor.
They had the shoulder-mounted gun. You just basically look at what you want to shoot and zoom.
That's not armor though. That's a face mask and a pulse.
Higher rate of fire than the blasters too.
They full body stockings, full body fishnets.
Built-in blades for close-up work.
Yeah, but that's not. They're not wearing armor though. Look at their chest. There's nothing there. There's nothing there but their big old heart.
Well, it depends a bit on the Predator actually.
Well, I suppose, but it's very rare to see.
They even had their own air supply or whatever the hell it was they breathed.
Yeah, but it's not a suit of actual body armor in most cases, though, Fud.
No, it's hunting equipment, all of it.
Yeah, most of the time it's just a hard mount for certain pieces of equipment, and then almost like a fishnet type body stocking that acts as a dispersal web for their camouflage.
Mm-hmm.
Personally,
What, Simon? Why are you talking numbers?
Did anybody see?
I'm just guessing what's in the video that Seamus put up.
It's a picture.
No, the link before
got
that.
Seamus like a dog on the phone. You let him up to breathe once in a while.
Oh, the video I posted was that debate.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's rubbish.
Did you Predator fans see the most recent Predator movie a few years back with Adrian Brody and Danny?
The Predators. I like that one.
It was really good. Although realistically, it was very much a pseudo copy of the first Predator movie.
Yeah, sort of.
We still haven't figured out that you don't give rotary guns to the infantry. They still haven't figured that out yet.
Do you know how they actually got what's his name, Danny Trejo, to play in that movie?
They gave him a lot of money.
No. This before he was cast, the script said Danny Trejo-looking character does this, and that. And Danny Trejo got wind of that and called him up and said, "I want to be the Danny Trejo character," and that's how he got in the movie.
And the casting guy said, "Well, shit, why not?"
Yeah. There's actually one thing I like about the Batman Arkham Origins. In the multiplayer, you can recreate Danny Trejo because there is his face and his hair for some reason.
Right. That's fair.
Yeah, that's the only good thing about Arkham Origins.
Well, what do you think of Arkham City?
I really like Arkham City. I actually bought it twice.
I love the new Batmobile. I love it.
Yes. the bat car that doubles as a tank.
Giant armored car with like rapid fire 100mm cannon shells. Yeah, okay, yes please, I'll take some of that.
Lovely.
Omnidirectional multi-pivot wheels. It's even got a little storage compartment in the back for people you want to drag along with you.
Yep.
Love it. I totally want to get a toy of that.
They probably will make a toy of that.
Oh, they have.
Oh, they have
But
already.
You know how these things go, right? They want like an arm and a leg and 2 nuts for them, and plus they make them in limited edition, so they even go up in price.
He just admitted to rage quitting. We're nerding out too much.
Who did?
Seamus, number 6 was rage quit, if I remember correctly.
Oh god, you got the points. Damn, I was going for the full house. That's why I wrote all those numbers before it.
Well, I guess you won the game.
Yeah, oh, he always wins. I let him win though. Otherwise, he won't come back. I mean, you can never win in a philosophical argument. I mean, I learnt that on day 1 of my philosophical teachings. I don't know how people use it to argue.
Not everyone can be, what's his face, the fellow from 2.5 Men. He wins everywhere with his tiger blood.
Oh, winning?
What was that?
Haven't seen it.
Always winning.
Yeah, what's his fucking name?
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen, there you go. He wins everywhere. That's what he does. He wins.
It's all right when you got 50. It's all right when you got 50 script writers behind you.
No, but he said in an interview that all he does is win.
He's got Warlock Tiger Blood.
Yep. He's a warlock / rock star from Mars.
He should have
Perhaps he should go. Perhaps he should take on ISIS.
Billy ass in the back of
Through
the
Magellan.
They started talking about that and taking him to the nearest fucking booby hatch. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
The minute he started talking
Yeah,
like that, they stuck him in the back of a Black Mariah and taking him to the nearest booby hatchery.
Give an M16, a couple of cartridges, helicopter, Turdar ISIS.
Yeah, that should be Hot Shots 3. Charlie Sheen as Charlie Sheen versus ISIS.
Let's send his brother with a camera.
Don't start that brother shit with me now. That other fucking guy I just about had him.
Oh no, I meant Baldwin actually. Sorry. Yeah, I can't stand that fake
I love the relative
positivism.
We don't have.
Just drives
We
me.
don't have Screaming Mimi here. We don't have. Who else is a real pain in the ass?
Who? Gus? We get a guy called Gus in here.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry.
I see how it is then. When there's nobody else to chew on, you come and chew on
Well,
me.
we've been in here. We've been here alone, us atheists, now for 10 minutes. Come on, we've got some kind of show to put on.
Yeah, we need people for it to be a show.
Well, otherwise we're in danger of having a civil conversation.
Can't have that, can we?
Well, apparently it's not possible. Apparently us atheists, all we do is leave troll comments and call people whiny bitches like I did to Art earlier.
And then we eat babies for lunch. Because babies are lovely.
And apparently, in my case, we
No, I
piss
am
off
eating.
perfectly. And apparently, in my case, we piss off perfectly reasonable, moderate Christians.
Indeed.
Dude, that was
like
super
all over them.
sharp, man. He was being super sharp. See, you gotta, Adam.
What's that, Simon?
You gotta get up early in the day to get round Adam. I keep saying to him that I want to find something that I disagree with him about, so I can have an argument with him.
Yeah.
But as yet, I haven't actually been able to find anything, or at least when I do, he just says, oh, "I'll have to think about that."
So you're not even as good as me.
Which is fair
You're
comment.
not even as good as me at provoking.
It's a fair comment.
You're
Oh,
not even-
dude, you are the king. That's why I'm one of your
me at
disciples.
provoking.
I am your disciple.
I got Gus to mute me.
Some of your dad's sayings, mate, they would have, you know, I could have had a life of trolling off those. One of the ones you came out yesterday, I was in tears on the floor. I mean, I was rolling around on the floor.
At what?
It was now, but fuck me, it was funny. One of your dad's sayings.
Oh yeah.
He just, honestly, I was in tears for 5 minutes straight. Just like, oh my god, that is just the funniest response I've ever heard in my life.
What the one about it's enough to start old people fucking again? He used to love that one.
Which one again? I can't remember it. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah?
Until you say it again, I don't remember it.
Yeah, I'll have to see.
Yeah, you did say it yesterday.
I'll have to check it out. See what I can see.
A
The
boot.
problem is, I say this stuff. I talk so much fucking bollocks. I can't remember half of what I say half the time.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Let's all just smack our lips and say bollocks.
The other thing that gets me is that, yesterday at 15:09. Hey, maybe. We'll see how this goes. Let me see if I can find it.
I take it that
Silence.
meme is. I take it that meme thing that he's put up there is to atheist thing, isn't it? Absolute atheism thing.
What meme?
It says something like, where is it? Oh, here it is. You don't like our atheist humour and jokes about your God. Well, probably you've prayed to stop us. Yet here we are. Awkward.
Yep.
Pray the atheism away. Go ahead.
Because that seems to be effective.
It seems to be doing working so far. How's that going to go?
Actually, that's an interesting concept because sometimes I try to get different answers from different people about this prayer thing. And what is fascinating about it is that it's a claim that it's a super force. It's how to say it's a force that's going to violate the laws of physics of the universe for your own, like to realize something that somebody somewhere asked, in violation of any other natural physical law of the universe, which kind of is hard to really understand. So my say on this is that probably we have an actual pattern in our mind that recognizes, I'm sorry, not pattern, but some sort of system in our mind that recognizes patterns, which is basically taking different events and taking different things that happened and just making the connections. I prayed for something, then it happened, it must be God. And then there's the other explanation. When it doesn't happen, it's either I'm not a good person, God is angry at me, and infinitely of other possibilities, which just leave us without any actual explanation of what is an actual methodology of praying.
Yeah, may as well be a can of soup for all the good it does you.
Soup.
I like
Because
there's a
it's kind of
comedian
a little
that
bit
said,
dishonest. It's
sorry
a
again.
little bit dishonest when.
Can you repeat it again?
Yeah, I
You
just
cut
want
off
to
there
say
a
it's
little
a
bit.
little bit dishonest when. Am I still
No, I missed
cutting?
it again.
Hello?
Yeah, one more time.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's better.
Alright. Yeah, I just wanted to say it's kind of dishonest when I get this answer. Like, I asked for something and it took me 30 years. I don't know how much it's gonna take you. Well, duh. I mean, something is gonna happen someday, somehow, maybe, or may not. That's the whole. That's as accurate as anybody can get into answering that question.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, it may as well be a can of soup again. You know, the thing is, because it's so layered, this is the issue, okay? For me, this is the issue. Okay, so as you build up these layers, which are based upon each other, okay, and the foundational being God exists, you then have this series of explanations which can justify each other, but not necessarily themselves. Okay, and it's a matter of that's why it's a rabbit hole every time, like with the problem of evil. Okay, so you go down the rabbit hole. Well, you can state it, and it was stated by someone called Lucretius in a very simple formula. And when you present it in that formula, the answer becomes very or easy to see that there is no simple answer. In fact, there isn't an answer. Okay, but once you start going down any single rabbit hole of any single premise, then you're going to find a series of other justifications which are themselves premises. And you find out that that isn't the initial premise, which is the point about chasing arguments back to find out if they are presuppositional based on reality or the evidence of existence and axioms, or are they based on the presupposition that those things themselves are based on God?
Indeed.
Okay,
What's interesting is I get sometimes two very radically different answers to the same question from two people from the same system of belief. Like one could say that, yeah, God is a trinity being that can violate all physical laws since he's the one who invented them to realize that prayer. And then there is another one that says that, hey, there's a concept of free will and God created the universe, and he actually, in order to not violate this concept of free will that he gave us, he's gonna reward us of our prayers when we are, resurrected again after life. So this is why sometimes there's things that does not happen when you pray for. It's because of this, which is two directly opposite responses.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's saying it's a mystery, or just you haven't waited long enough, or you don't believe enough. Whatever it is, it's blaming the victim. Whatever answer you give there is blaming the victim.
Or we ate too much pork, or we gambled, or we had sex too much. That's why.
But it has to blame the victim.
Maybe
That's the point.
other day I masturbated, so maybe God is angry at me right now, and that's why He can't answer my prayer.
Exactly. But whatever it is, it's blaming the victim. That's the justification as to why it works. It works because if it doesn't work, you're bad.
Mm-hmm. And to some extent, there is an actual physical, like an actual physical consequence to prayer, which is called in the scientific term by this placebo effect. But what it is that it's an internal feeling of hope and peace and self-confidence that all we know that actually helps relaxes the body and make it work better and gives you probably good chances of having a good day. That could be also achieved by yoga, contemplation, like listen to music and all other things that makes you relaxed and open-minded and so on.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of the dangers, of course, with being, or it's one of the things that theists point to as being their justification for why atheists are immoral. Because, of course, in order for that to be the case, that to think these great things, that takes a conscious effort. And they don't trust people to have the conscious effort themselves to think good things and become good people. Again, it's the flaw. it's
You know,
the
I
flaw.
believe in the power of the mind. I believe in the power that if you really want to achieve something with a little bit of hope, even if it's going to be achieved through prayer, fine. But it's not usually, or almost in all cases, it's not something that violates any laws of physics, any actual supernatural things that in order to achieve what you want to achieve. It's usually because you get off your butt and do the actual work and study and research, and then you create some sort of technology that helps you live a better life.
Yeah, or just learn, just gain knowledge for its own sake, for instance.
Yeah, for example, the observable universe, getting knowledge, getting to understand those phenomena that occur in the universe, how they work, and it's a very big cloud of ignorance that and science is dealing with a big part of ignorance. There's a lot of things that we don't know, that we still have to know, and that's what makes it, mysterious, but at the same time exciting.
Yeah, and also very, despair invoking for those that feel they want to be able to see all the way and have the absolute answer.
Do you believe in absolutes in general?
No. None.
I believe in sufficient absolutes, which makes people go nuts when I say that. It's hilarious.
Sufficient, yeah. No, I mean, there's no straight lines, there's no round circles, that kind of thing.
A
There's no
rock is
infinities.
absolutely hard to you, and it's absolutely hard to me, but to a rock crusher, it's nothing.
Or to a neutrino.
Well, absolutes in the term, in the sense of that's something that we've always known to be that way and never actually changed in the course of our observation.
Yeah,
That's what I
we
would.
absolutely know, buddy, that
sure.
that
And that
you can rock with your brilliance, but if we have a rock breaker, I can make short work of it. We absolutely know that.
Like, for example, physical laws is a very good example. It's an observable, consistent law. If we, something that happens all the time, never changed off the course of our observation since we discovered it.
So say something like the speed of light.
Yeah, but actually, the speed of light, there's other different theses and theories that explain that there might be, and we're talking now in the conceptual quantum physics.
The point being, Joe, is that mathematics acts within a limit, and as soon as you change the limit, the physical laws change as well, and we don't know what the absolute limits are, so we can never say that the physical laws are absolute.
For example, do you believe that the speed of light is absolutely constant? By definition, it's
within
not
the
changing.
limits of within the limits of Einstein's equations. But is the speed of light an absolute limit?
Actually, within the limits.
I don't know.
Actually, within the limits of our understanding now in 2015, there's been a
that's
lot of debate
Einstein's
as well.
equations, effectively, isn't it?
Well, a lot of things happened after Einstein. Yeah.
Say again?
Like a lot of things happened after the Einstein's equation. There's a lot of debate in the scientific physics community.
But as yet, nothing has disproven it. Just mathematical models which work outside the limits of it.
It's not really about disproving. It's about finding the shortest equation that could basically implement all the major forces of the universe, like gravity, mass, energy, speed of light. Stephen Hawking did a good job with it.
even if we do all of that, it's still going to be within a mathematical limit. That's the point. It's
Sure, yeah.
nothing to do with whether these physical constants are or are not. We call them constant, yes, but recognize that we call them constant because they're within mathematical models and they necessitate limits. And as soon as you change those limits, then necessarily the mathematical models will change.
Sure.
Okay, so
Sure.
to say absolute, well, that means we know the absolute limit, which we don't. And philosophically,
Yeah, and
probably never can.
No, I think it's fairly reasonable to think that at some point there's still going to be a lot of phenomena that we will never understand, and there's some absolutes that we think are absolutes that we will never actually discover. We never knew if there's any other universe that's all some sort of antimass, antimatter kind of universe. We're never going to know that, because that will blow up all of our physical laws understandings.
Yeah.
But our species will actually not survive until discovering that. It's much more plausible that we will never know.
How do we know that?
Well, we can actually calculate different possibilities of our existence, and depending on the history of the existence of other species and different planets, and the chances of our survival another billion years are very nifty. I mean, with climate change, we're not even sure what's going to happen in the next millennium.
The first point you made there, Joe, was the point I was making. So you kind of just paraphrased what I said again. It's within limits. Absolute knowledge can never be, because it's a philosophical statement. Okay, and even the mathematical world, though, that applies just as well. I mean, it's all within limits.
It was not a counter argument.
Yeah. So my point is not that it's just a question of deciding. When it's a bad example to use physical laws to try and justify that, because they're so easily dismissed as being within limits. That's the reason. You wouldn't go to the speed of light to prove God or disprove God.
No, but in the sense that if a God created the universe, he should pull up his hand dripping with physics. In general, we can actually, depending on what we can observe, and one of the most accurate representations of reality that we have so far is science. Would you agree on that?
Do we have any other representation of reality?
Sure.
Well, we have an imaginary one, of course. But I think we can all agree, because we're all roughly from the same position, that induction is our best method to get to reality.
But would you
deduction isn't a method as well? Just to say, fundamentally, for me, in my personal worldview, and from a subjective point of view, I rely on induction much more than I rely on deduction in my everyday life, and for working anything out, in fact, for living. And I think.
Would you fundamentally agree?
Would you fundamentally agree that of any decision, it just doesn't make sense to me, and that's what I hear philosophers doing. They exclude induction.
And my question was, would you fundamentally agree that the scientific method is the best, most accurate method that we have in understanding phenomena that happens in real life or in the observable universe? Okay.
Yeah. That's what I mean by induction. Induction is the scientific method.
Right.
Or is fundamental to it.
And this is not in any way a dismissive position to philosophy or other.
Well, for mine it is, yeah.
Conceptual, yeah.
My position is in a sense anti-philosophical, but only to a certain degree. I rely on deduction in order to achieve or in order to even write down the results from the induction, from the experiment. So it's not like induction is not part of the method. I'm just claiming that
even the
induction is the actual way that we obtain the results and then we deduce our conclusions.
Yeah,
So
but like fundamentally, even the scientific method and all the other induction and deduction logical perceptions that we came about constructing was at the very beginning it was a question. It was a contemplation of the universe, and it was a series of producing this existential questions, which led after millions of years to getting into the most accurate representation and explanation of these phenomena that these questions have been asked in philosophy into the answer, which is science. So I like that quote that says,
I really don't see the answer as science. It's just I agreed with everything you said until you said so. The answer, therefore, to philosophy is science.
No.
To me,
what I mean is that science. What I mean is that philosophy is a good way for producing questions, but then it's science that answers them usually.
Yes. Okay, I agree with that. Yeah. Sorry,
If we really care about real life.
Yeah. And we do. Faith.
I hear a clock.
Clock ticking in the background, yeah.
They say time is the fire in which we burn.
Oh yeah, I like actually the perception of Stephen Hawking about time. It's I would even say it's radically different than Einstein's.
No.
Well, I'll elaborate a little bit more. Stephen Hawking basically have a vastly different vision about black holes than Einstein, and it's very clear and obvious in his own equations. But in general, why we're talking about black holes because that's one of the most factors that can bend and shapes space and time tissue in general. So that's why it's important. Because also gravity has a very
it's not really important.
It's like a very strong force.
In terms of philosophical, again, it's what are we talking about? Are we trying to give some evidential argument, or are we trying to give a philosophical argument? And
no, we're just basically talking in general.
Then we can always, if we give evidential arguments, we're going to win hand down every time because we can just point at the computer and go, "That's science, mate." Okay, but that issue's been done, and I don't know very many. I mean, there are some Christians in the room probably that would take this view, but that doesn't discount God in any way. So
no, I'm actually just to clarify. I was
point of view.
I was talking independently from a theological standpoint.
Okay.
I was independently speaking about the definition of time. That's
right. Okay.
But yeah, I agree. It's again, if something is out of the reach of the physical world, if we're having this system of transcendency, so basically we are in an automatic position that we have any real means of getting to measure, study, or demonstrate that existence outside of anything that we can access or that we can observe or measure.
Yeah. I mean, again, the problem always is going to come back to that if we try and argue from an inductive reason, we're never going to get to God. We've seen that. That's what most atheists use as their justification for not believing in God. So there's no theist worth his salt is going to come at you from that angle. It's always going to be a philosophical angle, and one of ultimately what the original church fathers correctly identified as the correct Christian position, which is that of faith. And there's no argument against it. There's no, it's just someone's opinion, and that's up to them to hold or not hold as they see fit. Yeah, which is why I laugh at when they try and justify it with philosophical arguments. Because even the original church fathers used to say, don't bother using those arguments. They are shit arguments. The only argument that will persuade another person to believe in the same thing you do is to show them through your own diligence and hard work that the Christian life is the best life.
Well, that's falls into an emotional theological fallacy.
It's the only true one. Sorry. Even the early church saw that, so.
Or in the words of St. Francis of Assisi, I preach the gospel every day. Sometimes I even use words. Well, that's pretty.
Exactly.
I think someone wants you to play a guitar, Simon.
Oh, really?
Well, they've been whining on about how you need to play a guitar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do that. We're live on Nadia's Hangout. She doesn't like music.
No, it doesn't like copyrighted music. You can play music until your heart's content, as long
if
as
it's
not
original,
copyrighted.
yeah, if it's something that you've composed, it's okay. It's not copyrighted.
No, I'm sorry, guys. I know Nadia's rules, and she gives me mod rights. She doesn't like music at all, any kind. Copyrighted, not copyrighted. Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
People will
I
complain
wasn't
about
aware
it
of
and
that.
then flag it because it's got music in it. And then they'll
Well,
find
that's
out whether it is
shenanigans.
copyrighted. So, yeah. But I'll go on one of my hangouts and I'll do a private hangout and get a few guitarists in to do a few songs and stuff. That'd be nice.
Hey, McKay.
And you'll get an invite, Faith.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Are you looking forward to Arkham City?
I'm kind of scared because of the publisher's direction, but as far as the game goes, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
What do you mean by
It's Rocksteady again. This is going to be great.
What do you mean by the
I'm
publisher?
afraid. Yeah, you know what they do. They finish the game 75% and then hold us to other 25% for DLC.
Oh, yeah. That's going to jump up and bite them in the sack one of these days. One of these days, a company's just going to go too damn far with that, and the whole scheme of placeholder content for later content is going to come crashing down around their ears. You watch, like Nostradamus, I predicted.
Well, that sometimes happens with individual games, but it hasn't bitten an entire company in the arse enough to fuck them over yet.
You watch.
Not yet.
What'll have to happen is that so much money will have to have been spent on a particular game by a company that it literally becomes like a massive quarter hit if they can't get everybody on board with the way they want it to happen, and that's when the cradle will rock. You watch.
I don't know what will happen, just saying it hasn't happened yet.
Right. I mean, if you look at THQ, they fell under, but I mean, they blamed, so many different things that were not actually accurate.
The article that I read about the reason that THQ went down was that they were carrying a lot of intellectual property licenses for games that just really weren't that popular.
No, that's exactly right. And I mean, they were good games, just, underrated.
Yeah.
Crackdown was an amazing series, and didn't THQ own Saints Row, and that did really, really well too. They
Yeah,
just didn't know
Saints
how to
Row,
market it.
Red Faction.
But I mean,
Like, they were such great games.
They
Sorry to
also-
interrupt you guys.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry. More often than not, McKay, I'm the guilty one. But they also had Warhammer 40K, Dawn of War, and I know for a fact, like as a guy who comes at this from a tabletop gaming perspective, fucking Games Workshop, man. There's a phrase in French, "ça c'est trop cher." That's too dear. They hand their licenses out like when you can give them like solid gold, people-sized statues, man. You wouldn't believe how much money you got to pay for that kind of licensing. And I knew THQ was going to be in trouble with that because there's just no way that they could have. I really don't think they could have made enough money back from the games themselves to justify the licensing.
Right. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, you heard about Capcom's doing the money thing with their new Resident Evil game.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They had DLC on the disc that shipped with the game that you had to pay to unlock it.
Yeah, it's only
That's-
on not on the main story, but on the other thing that what they're doing, where you have to, if you want better guns, all that crap, you have to pay for it. That's so stupid.
I think it's falling on Capcom a lot harder than like Ubisoft. Like I feel like Ubisoft and Activision are getting off easy, and like Capcom and the like aren't. And it doesn't make any sense. Like they're all doing the same thing. Capcom is just more blatant about it, and they ship it with the disc, right? But I mean, Ubisoft just shipping it as a downloadable separate content. It's still day one DLC. It's still something that should have been included in the main game. You know what I mean? It's not like Bioshock's DLC, for example, was just like a golden colored gun, right? That was like slightly more powerful. Like it's gold. Neato, right? It wasn't a freaking entire area of the game. They just cut out at the last second and said, this is, $25 extra.
Didn't Mass Effect also have on this DLC?
I remember back in the old days where you had to find it or earn it, back in the good old days.
Right.
I know. I think it's
Psychology. Maybe it's
like
a
a marketing.
Maybe it's how they're doing it. Maybe the whole idea of getting a disc with a file that's right there in your hand or whatever, and then realizing that you can't touch it until you pay more money. So essentially, you're being handed a product. You're paying a certain amount of money, and you're being handed a product and a bill, essentially. Maybe that's
Yeah, exactly. It's not even technically DLC. Oh yeah, sorry, Benjamin, I cut you off there. But yeah, it's not even downloadable content at that point. I don't even know what you would call it.
Pay to unlock the rest of your game.
Yeah, same thing happened with the Blizzard Diablo 2, and like when they created this system. I think Blizzard was the first one. The system of Battle.net, where it's like Steam, Origin, Uplay, and all that thing, where like you have one software that gets you a package of different other same company, games, and then you have like, and especially in Blizzard, like you have this you buy the game, you download the whole game, for example, Diablo 3, and then the Reaper of Souls. Like the whole game is in your hard drive. You just gotta it's like a membership thing where you just gotta pay and unlock this next DLC, and that goes on forever. And it's like and you don't feel really it's that expensive until you get into it. Like gradually you buy this and this and that, and until now, like the databases that have game keys are the most valuable, like even more valuable than shopping websites and all that. So that's the one that gets much more targeted from now on. Because it's like, I know a guy, he had like a 16,000 city keys list, which after calculation it was worth like 90,000 grands. 90 grands, technically. $90,000 basically. So yeah, that was it. He just sold it in a block for him. He made shitloads of money. Much more than you can even hope to get from a classical spamming, from a classical shopping website.
right. That reminds me. Did you ever play EVE Online? Okay.
I do remember Diablo did the option.
Okay, you didn't play EVE Online?
No, space games aren't my thing. The only space game I've ever liked was Elite Dangerous, and even then it's still a tedious task 90% of the time. And the fighting part of it I suck at, so it's like, it's either I do the tedious task or I die.
Probably one of the biggest screw jobs ever in Morph history was done in EVE Online, where
Oh, the Ponzi scheme?
no, it was the one where the guy builds the enormous super cruiser, the Dreadnought, and it's the very first Dreadnought in the game. And I mean, this guy was careful. Like he used subcontractors. He split up the money that he was spending to build the ship up amongst a bunch of different contractors, amongst a bunch of different game entities. I mean, he was really careful. And So anyway, the way it's set up is that the ship appears at he had the ship appear at a certain point, and then he went there with his own ship. And the whole idea is that in order to get into a new ship, you basically eject the pod that's got your body in it, and then the pod can move in a limited way over to the other ship, and then you get into the ship using the pod, and you take possession of it. Well, he gets there, the dreadnought is there, and no sooner has he ejected his pod from his original ship to get into the new one, that two other ships come dumping out of hyperspace, like out of nowhere. One of them blows up his original ship. The other one ejects a life pod, jumps into his brand spanking new dreadnought, which he's paid millions in game money for, and fucks off with it.
Lovely.
It's such a horrible system. Why would they set it up that way?
It was the biggest screw job in the world, and this guy screamed so loud. He went to the mods, he went to the game developers, he went to the old time religion, he went to everybody. This guy, I think he even took it to the fucking United Nations, and they all told him. He was like, listen, we realized that you just took it in the ass, major big time, but the guy played the game. He found out.
You don't understand. I think you don't understand how it feels to really get emotionally attached to your character and then just get screwed up. It's
well, I mean,
fucking,
technically, it's worth thousands and thousands of dollars in real life money. So, I mean, I would flip beans too. That's why I don't play EVE Online. You invest so much and you fly in the wrong direction. Like I think the second most active battle on there was because somebody clicked a wrong warp point in one of those Titans.
Yes.
So it's like,
yes.
And then the battle ended up costing like $90,000.
I was actually sitting beside a friend of mine who played EVE Online at the time, and he was there. And essentially, what ended up happening was, you're absolutely right. Somebody clicked the wrong navigation point on an incoming jump from a Titan, right? And it was the wrong faction. So it's an awful lot like one great big member of the Crips gang is accidentally dropped in a dog pound full of Bloods, right? This guy, I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden there's like the entire computer sky literally is filled with this ship, and my friend starts to freak, and of course I don't know what the hell is going on because these ships all look weird. I don't understand the game. It's a micromanager's night, wet dream is this game on, so I never took to it. But he's like, "Oh my God, holy shit!" I'm like, "What's the matter?" He says, "That ship." I said, "That's a ship? I thought you jumped in front of a planet or a space station or something. What are you talking about?" He said, "No, that ship, that's an enemy ship." I'm like, "Well, should you run?" "Shit, no."
Yeah, well, that's the problem when you have an entirely player-driven world.
Well, but that's the thing, though. Like, you had to be there, man. This was just spectacular. It's like people come running out of nowhere. Like, people whose jobs, I swear, whose jobs it was to serve drinks in the cantina of the space station, threw on like a pressure suit, grabbed a couple of grenades, and flew at this Titan. It was unbelievable. It was like I don't know. It was like a bear stepping into an anthill. It was spectacular. And my poor friend's computer, and my friend's computer was a high horsepower machine, like top of the line, and it's trying desperately to keep up with the frame rate, because there's so much going on. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of ships taking this Titan on, and you can just imagine the poor guy on the Titan's bridge going, "Why?"
I done fucked up.
And then the Titan actually managed to get a relatively decent distance away because the guy who was flying it wasn't a retard. So he decides that he's going to fly away, right? He's going to get the hell out of there and maybe see if he can make it jump.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't get far. He got a certain distance and his engines went super critical. Oh no! And the whole screen was like full of lovely stuff that was being salvaged and reclaimed, and oh, it was wonderful. It was like the Emilio Zorg moment in the Fifth Element. It's like, look at all those little creatures that are all out busy now because that Titan got blown up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was $20,000, by the way.
Not to be very specific on one specific game, but in my observation, there has been like a very big raise on this kind of indie games. It doesn't take any more really big, very well-known, like 1,000 developer kind of company to make a really good game anymore. There's this like new concept. It's not a new concept, but it's the concept that starts working finally, which is the beta testing thing, where basically developers gets the idea across. They have a really good idea. For example, a sandbox survival, three-dimensional, interactive game. The good idea is there. They just pull up the general make the game into a stage that's pliable, put it online, put it in Steam or something, get the things going, and it's like this happened again and again with different kind of games, and it started like literally millions of dollars, and even before the game is tested, is released. Like Daisy, Rust, Don't Starve. They're checking like the major place, and they're not even finished, polished games. So it doesn't really take you like a very big company or like a final product to get it going now. It's just about a good idea of something that a lot of people ask for but didn't get in the gaming industry.
Mm-hmm.
But
horror was revived by the indie scene.
If you look on the internet, though, you can get like the top 10 screw jobs in all of online gaming, and something like 8 of them were World of Warcraft.
Of course they were.
It was pretty funny, Yeah,
actually, even Dota 2 was a World of Warcraft 3 mod, and League of Legends itself was a World of Warcraft mod, and then they get standalone, and that becomes the biggest MOBA games ever. Yeah, I mean, the community modding thing that creates the most successful things. And if there was really a bigger community understanding of those basic, very big companies makes those games, that I think they would have more chances to give us something really interesting.
And of the 8 screw jobs that were World of Warcraft screw jobs, apparently 2 of them involved like massive server killing plagues. One of them. What I remember one of the first plagues was, I think, like it's some sort of vampirism plague, and it literally wiped out entire servers.
So the corrupted blood plague or whatever.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, that's it. The corrupted blood plague or something like that. Literally, after a certain period of time, though, the virulence of the plague dropped. So you had these terrible images of people showing up at the back end of the plague, walking through these cities that are littered with the corpses of the dead, Like, just terrible, and nobody ever thought about how plagues work or anything.
Yeah, that was a major glitch, and the CDC took notice of that. Actually,
yeah. I remember that the CDC went, "Hi Blizzard, can we kind of talk to you?" And and Blizzard was like, it's just in the game, we promise. No, it's just that you've modeled this almost perfectly.
Yeah, that's how people would behave under that situation.
It was pretty funny.
It was indeed.
The CDC? Wait, what happened?
Yeah, the CDC took notice of a plague in World of Warcraft.
What the heck?
Well, they did because they because essentially the people at World of Warcraft had created a mathematical model
for
how quickly a plague like that would spread through a population.
Damn.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, because it was there was a boss that would put a curse on a player during a boss battle that would spread to all the players standing within a certain radius. And that got out of the dungeon or whatever where the boss was and killed entire servers.
Yeah. Left a long friggin' trail of like carnage in its wake.
Yeah. All the low-level people fall dead like flies. All the healers trying to keep people alive.
It was awful.
It was hilarious.
And the howling that went up, oh my god. You'd think Blizzard had walked into their houses, thrown them across tables, and buggered them right there.
Mm-hmm.
It was horrible. I've only had a very limited contact with MMOs. I played the Old Republic for a few months, but
Yeah, played Old Republic for a few months as well. I played for free, so once you pass 20, you don't get all the experience, so you literally have to do all the side quests to level up.
yeah.
Yeah, so I got to like 24, and I just, fuck it, I don't have time for this shit.
Right. Plus, I'm not crazy about grinding anymore. You know, I think my ability to grind has really been denuded over the years.
It gets tedious.
You start asking yourself, you know, is it really worth it to get that one Fushnikin or whatever it is you're looking for, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when after you do it, like these people in World of Warcraft that raid and raid and raid and raid for the possible chance of possibly getting something they can possibly use. I just couldn't do that. I don't have that kind of moxie. I just couldn't do that.
Yeah, no.
So McKay, which of the fabled up and coming games do you think are going to flop?
I don't think any of the hype. I really thought Destiny wouldn't have flopped either, and then it did because it blew ass and was totally a lie. They said it was open world and it wasn't in the slightest. So I really don't know anymore.
What's Destiny about again?
Destiny, yeah, they were the same.
Peter Dinklage being boring and also a robot.
Yeah.
You tried
that. Think about Halo, but it's instance based and it's you play like it's PvE. I mean, there's a little PvP, I think, but it's mainly PvE, universe monsters and stuff, and it's grind. It's basically a big grind fest, but it's not even open world. It's instance based, so it's pretty terrible.
Mm-hmm. What up-and-coming games might flop? Well, technically all of them might flop.
I was watching a demo of this one game. It was very strange. Essentially, all that the game is you get yourself a spaceship, you fly to a planet, you land on the planet, you get out on the planet, you walk around and look at the planet, you go, hey, that's a nice planet. You get back in your ship, you fly to another planet.
Oh, the one on PlayStation 4.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was it?
I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember. I don't know what it's called either.
Yeah.
Something about skies, if I remember correctly.
Open Skies?
I don't think it was that. I don't quite remember. But I'm not entirely sure. It had skies in it, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's entirely procedurally generated.
That's what you're thinking
No Man's
of,
Sky,
yeah.
that's the one.
What Sky?
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky, okay.
Yeah, it's entirely procedurally generated. It's an entirely procedurally generated MMO. Everyone flies around in one universe and discover planets.
I don't know how long that's really going to take. You know what I mean?
Well, it's effectively endless.
No, but I don't know how long people are going to be happy at just sort of, well, I visited this world. Okay, well, I visited this world.
Yeah. Yeah, well. Yeah, people are going to run out of assets for New Planet very soon.
Right.
So if people are going to keep playing it, they're going to have to constantly update it.
Especially if discovering new planets is really the only part of the game.
Well, as far as I understand it, I haven't looked into the game in ages.
And I mean, when I say discovering new planets, I literally mean you just fly, you land on the ground or on a space station, you get out, you look around, and there's nothing else to do.
Yeah, you walk around, you have a look at the wildlife and the plants and what color is the soil on this planet, and then you leave and find another place.
I don't know how long that's going to be exciting for people.
Some weirdo is probably going to find that exciting.
I think the Division's going to flop.
What's that?
Division. It's Tom Clancy sort of MMO-y thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and the reason I think it's going to flop is for the exact same thing Destiny fought for, right? They're promising this open world MMO, but it looks awesome. It looked fantastic from the EA demos, and then I was so excited for it. But then I remembered what they did with Watch Dogs, and I'm expecting the same thing to happen. So.
Yeah, well. Yeah, Watch Dogs is really overhyped, and the graphics thing doesn't help.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it was literally like, if you looked in the files, it literally said like EA graphics false, and then like you could just turn it to true, and all of a sudden the graphics looked, you know, as amazing as they did in the E3 trailer. So that was shenanigans. But yeah, you're right. The gameplay was really mediocre.
Yeah, you had to mod it to have access to those graphics.
That's hilarious.
Right, which is shenanigans. Yeah, it was terrible. It was obviously because they.
Somebody's
lie.
You said shenanigans. Did somebody call me? I'm here to do a dance. You know what games that I wish I could have played? Prototype.
A Prototype. There's
That's available for PC, man. Just go get it. Prototype is out already.
I know, but I discovered that past a certain point, they tend to look dated. You know what I mean? Like, some of them never do, but like, I could play Diablo 2 tomorrow, and it would just be as if I never put it down. Or I could play Torchlight forever, and it would. But some of these games just look really dated.
Yeah,
so.
I actually played the first Prototype like a year ago, and it already started to look a bit dated.
Yeah. Although I tell you though, there's nothing like reaching out with your oomy goomy gum gum tentacle, grabbing a tank by the face and swinging it around for fun.
Yep. I am a man made entirely of pasta. I will devour you.
Right. I'm being pestered by a gunship. I'll throw an infantry fighting vehicle at it. That should solve the problem.
I'll turn into an old man, run up the Empire State Building, and jump off and blow up his wife with my fists.
Yeah, I'll punch this guy so hard, I will literally kill his whole family.
I'll turn into a soldier and tell the other soldiers that this soldier is me.
I mean, it's a very clever game. It's a very clever game.
Yeah. It's the same people that made what was it, Hulk, the Incredible Hulk: Ultimate Destruction.
Oh yeah, was it?
Yeah, which was quite good for its time.
I can imagine. I mean, that's what you need, right? When you say sandbox, you need to mean sandbox.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the things that bothered me. That was one of the things that bothered me about Star Trek Online. I tried to play Star Trek Online years ago, and one of the things that bothered me about Star Trek Online is that it's not a sandbox. It's literally another one of these fucking go here, do this, get this widget. Take this widget over here, give it to him. Great. Now get 10 more widgets just like this widget, and you're done.
Yeah, it's another grind fest.
Oh no, not with Star Trek. No, also no. You know, like, I want to be able to get in a ship, pick a distance, like pick a direction, jump into warp for like as long as I want, and then when I'm finished, find a brand new planet that nobody's been to, and like have my advancement as a character and my ship's advancement as a ship based on something like that. But the problem is that even the science ships are made for war in this game.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, yeah, but that's not really what Star Trek's about.
Nope.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, you know, I've always liked Deep Space Nine because it showed that the people that you live next door to had there were consequences to your neighbors being who they were. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, I always my first love, of course, was always, you know, that one captain in that one chair, in that one ship that looks like an upside down spoon, and you know, now we're going to go and explore the galaxy. I mean, that's always been what Star Trek is. So the whole notion of, well, we're not actually going to let you do that. You'll see Brave New Worlds from your perspective, but it won't be a true, you know, situation. That I found that really disappointing.
Well, that was sort of the idea behind No Man's Sky, but I don't think they've integrated civilizations into the planet discovery.
I think they basically ran out of I think they ran hard up against the limitations of the technology they were going to present the game on, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, if you combined the find a planet, love a planet exploration concept with some planetary adventure, I mean, you'd have a game that was just irresistible.
Yep.
I mean, the you know, Star Trek game without the Star Trek. Oh, he is an old puppy. Poor guy. Poor guy. He's very lonely.
Yeah, we should get a proper space sandbox. That'd be lovely.
But I don't know. It seems like, you know, ever since they released Grand Theft Auto, nobody wants to make sandboxes anymore unless it's more Grand Theft Auto.
Mm-hmm.
That really sucks. Do you know there was a Star Trek game that was on Apple or the Amazon? You heard about that one?
I have not.
No, not really.
Yeah, it was an Apple something on Star Trek. It was the original Star Trek, and you had to like. If you ever see the Angry Joe show on this.
There needs to be more proper sandboxes.
I agree.
Have you played Republic Commandos?
I did. I found it a highly enjoyable game.
It's great. I love that one. Yeah, that's what the Stormtrooper from Square Enix reminds me of.
A little, yeah.
Yeah, the Imperial equivalent of a Commando. Republic Commandos doesn't really look incredibly dated. It's from 2005, and it looks pretty good.
It does, yeah. It's held up.
Yep, James Paul left a ghost.
Oh well.
No, he's here.
Yeah, he's here, but there is also a ghost. He left a ghost. There's a ghost. James Paul, don't summon ghosts. Summoning ghosts is bad. Oh, ghost left. Hey Gus, do you have an opinion on the Star Wars expanded universe situation?
It's tough. It's really tough.
Yeah, it's sad they killed the original expanded universe.
It's very there's a lot of good work that was put into that expanded universe, but I don't know. I guess if you're going to give your writers room to move, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have mod powers? Because apparently poor Vaughn can't get in.
No, I lost mine. Simon, if you're there, you should have them, and you should be able to distribute it again. Simon's our only hope.
Yep. Help us, Simon. You're our only hope.
Vaughn's stuck in a
Yep, he is stuck in limbo.
Okay, I thank you, Nadia.
There we go.
Hey, you're alive.
Yay! I am,
You're out of limbo.
Yay! I'm no longer in limbo. Awesome. Awesome.
How low can you go?
Pretty low, actually.
Jag me nimble, jag me quick. Jag go under limbo stick.
Huh? Yeah, everything's okay. Why wouldn't it be?
Well, you know, there's just somebody standing behind you with an axe. That's all. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
I think it's a foreign thing. Like they ask, like, "Are you alright?" or "Are you okay?" And like to us, it means like something's like wrong, but like they mean it like, "How are you?"
I had a friend of mine who blew up at me once because I kept saying when I met her, I'd say, "Hello, I trust you're well," and she's like, "You keep talking about whether or not I'm sick. Why do you keep asking me if I'm sick?" I'm asking you if you're sick, you disputatious bitch. I'm asking you if you're okay.
You're gonna die, motherfucker. That's the way it is. All right.
Yeah.
Fuck. Give me some charity of human interaction, for Christ's sake.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. The only reason I talk to you is to see if you're gonna kick it soon. Enough to stop old people fucking again, I swear.
Am I the only one where it's raining? It's raining cats and dogs out there.
Where's it raining?
It
No,
was raining here.
It's gone overcast here, but it's not raining.
It's not raining now.
This is Ottawa, so the month of April will be this weird, strange mishmash of weather, and then suddenly May will come along, and that'll be nice, and then we'll get one day in May where essentially the heavens despise us, and it'll be 37 degrees Celsius outside, plus 47 more fucking degrees with the humidex, and grown men will be walking up to cops begging them to shoot them, put them out of their misery.
Yeah, I live in Bergen, so whenever we don't have any rain, it's praised as a fucking miracle.
Yeah, but you Norwegians have got all that rain coming. That'll teach you for living up in the friggin' Arctic.
Yeah. We actually, on the subject of the Arctic, we actually have a knighted penguin in the King's Guard.
You have a knighted penguin in the
They
King's Guard.
knighted a penguin? Really?
Yeah, we knighted a penguin, and then that penguin died, so we knighted a new penguin.
Now, be honest now, Ben. Be honest with me now. How drunk were you guys when that happened?
I have no idea how drunk the king was when he did that.
When the Norwegian king cut the proclamation, how pickled was he at the time?
I have no clue.
This is what happens when you guys deny your...
Yeah.
What happens when you guys deny your Swedish heritage?
Yeah, the Brits have actors, we have a penguin. Yeah, actors and other famous people.
That's a strange plot by the Swedes to make sure that your royal guard is infiltrated by dirty penguins. They'll turn on you in the minutes of notice, boogaloo.
Yeah, we just have one penguin at the time.
That's enough. Sometimes one penguin is all that you need. Where the hell was I before you started talking about penguins? Oh yeah, the weather. Mr. Happy over there lives in the desert. Good for you. Mr. Kiss Me on the Cheek over there lives in the desert.
Yeah, in Norway all we have are mountains and forest.
Well, that's your own fault, really.
Yeah, it's all mountains, forests, and water.
You asked for it.
Yeah, that's what happens when we knight a penguin.
Right. First you decide you're going to be nice to the Swedes, and then you're going to knight a penguin, and now look what happened. Country is overrun by Swedish Vikings and knighted. You just know that the next time the Vikings decide to go a Viking, they're just going to take the penguin and lash him to the front of their boat, right?
It'll be hilarious.
They're going to be like, Storsen Fruden to the Frode City the penguin to the Viking.
I don't think that's quite how ancient Norse sounds.
Konfrugen bird sturdy splitten the skallenzy. Fruity sturdy Fruden. Mit the penguin on the front of the boat.
What character is that from Sesame Street? I'm positive that is an exact imitation of a character from Sesame Street.
That's the Muppet Show.
You're right. Okay.
Puppets are
Sorry, I'm
puppets.
not up on my. Yeah, right.
Bork, bork, bork. In the 34, what a bit of the bitty, to make a bit of squirrely soup. First, you make it the squirrely, when you put in the pot. Then you make it the squirrely soup.
Yeah, it's that Cook for the Muppets. That was a classic.
Water dirty fur. Screw the bit with the dirty spoon with the dirty spoon. I love that. He's trying to chase this squirrel down. He's got a friggin' cleaver in his hand. He runs around the corner and there's a bear standing there. So the bear's chasing him around. So now he's trying to get away from the bear. This squirrel's hanging out of the tree laughing at him. Utter madness. And by the time it's over, he ends up in the damn pot to get away from the bear. Cracks me up. Orders are the Heedy.
Fucking Swedes. There's actually a joke over here in Norway that if you want to learn to speak Swedish, just shove a hot potato down your throat. Then you'll sound Swedish.
As opposed to putting one down your pants. Fur. What's the matter with you, sir? Goody birdie spun in the birdie girl. What's the matter, sir? I'm afraid we don't quite understand. Goody feedy reedy hitty spun on the birdie goody girl. Perhaps you could point to what's wrong. Birdie's dirty. Let's remove the potato, sir. Birdie's birdie. Oh. Oh, sturtle, fertile.
The Swedes.
Where did Vaughn go? Vaughn's gone now.
Mm-hmm. The Swedes are actually getting insanely social justice warrior-y. Scary. We live next to those fuckers.
What do you mean insanely social? Like they're coming over and saying, hey...
No, social justice warrior. They're all fucking social justice warriors.
Oh, I see.
Social justice warriors are the worst.
It's really not a good idea to do that thing you're doing to the herring.
Mm-hmm. Fuck herrings.
How can you be a good Norwegian and not like Ludvig?
Magic. Fucking lutefisk. It's the I know.
I can just imagine. Well, first you take the fish and then you stick it in an armpit for a month. Oh, really? Then what do you do with it? Then you pray to God you don't actually have to eat it.
Yeah, Norwegian food is fucking weird. It has the weirdest names as well.
Jessica Blue. What's that? Oh, you know. First we punch a deer, and then we chew on his hoof. Are you kidding me? This is what happens. This is what happens when you take human beings and you deprive them of sunlight regularly.
We're not just deprived of sunlight. We're deprived of a lot of things.
You're deprived of sunlight mostly. Makes you a crazy person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no vitamin D whatsoever. Just it's all a nightmare.
It cracks me up because people are always like, we have to find out why Norwegians are committing suicide. I'm like, well, first of all, look at what they have to watch on TV. And
Norwegian television is the worst.
That's right. Today on Norwegian television, we're going to watch a fire.
Yeah. There's actually there was the NRK Norwegian like fucking main fucking news channel decided to do a show where you follow the train from Bergen to Oslo. It was just a camera mounted on the front of a train, and that was the entire thing. Like 6 hours of that.
You know, you guys should really scare up some money and sponsor a couple of your guys to go to film school outside the country. I'm sure some of them will be sitting in class going, wait a minute, you mean I can use these things to tell a story?
Well, we do actually have people that make films.
Sure you do.
Yeah, where was it? What was the film? The Hansel and Gretel film with Hawkeye from the Avengers. That was a Norwegian director.
That was a Norwegian gig, was it?
Well, it was a Norwegian director.
That would explain why the redhead was so hot. You Norwegians make some pretty hot redheads.
Do we know?
I knew a Nordic redhead when I was in high school, man. Oh my god. She was an excellent and handsome girl.
Hmm. Yeah, first Canadian I talked to, one of the first things she asked me was how pretty are the women over there. Yeah, and I, being an asexual space alien, said I wouldn't know what to tell you. Because I'm fucking weird.
Well, these things happen. Don't worry, a few hundred volts right to the temple, we should be able to fix that right up for you.
Gus, I have a question. Can I ask it or not?
You know what, Faith? Sure.
Okay. Earlier, like, your voice is like, you're really good at quite a bit of stuff, actually, I'm learning. But I just wanted to say, did you just do Carol Burnett?
He's got a TV announcer's voice. That's
Yeah,
why
but
he
he just did a line from Carol Burnett, which is like that Tim guy. Like, I can't think of his last name, but it's like the Tim guy of Carol Burnett. But I swear I heard it.
Tim Conway?
Yeah, like you did it perfect. That's really good.
Are you sure that you're not confusing that with the Swedish?
No, that's who you are. That's I hear it fully, man. That is who you are. It's fucking hilarious. Like, holy shit. It's,
You know,
let me hear it again. Let me hear it again. Let me hear it again. I missed it.
All right.
Let him do it. He does it good.
Honestly, Vaughn, I'm not sure which part she's talking about. I did so much of it, I can't remember which one she'd be referring to exactly. I did it for so long that I didn't even...
It's his natural voice, I swear. It's just, I couldn't figure out, like, what it was about. Like, I've been fighting with this energy since I met it. But, like, now all of a sudden, I look at him like he's Tim Conway. I fucking love you, Gus. Like, whatever. I could care less if you hate me. I think
What
you're
did he
hilarious.
say? Okay, wait a minute. What did he say?
It's just the way he talks.
Oh,
Like,
it's just
if
the
you're
way he talks.
Canadian, like, I'm just saying, as a Canadian, that's a voice I recognize from my childhood. Like, that's a voice I know.
So it isn't anything specific that he said. It's just
No.
his normal conversation.
Yeah, it's the whole tone of his voice, Vaughn. Just like how I like, you sound like a father. You could probably read me stories. I love your voice, also. But like this Gus person, we probably don't get along on a million factors, but we're both Canadian. He just pulled out a Canadian card I wasn't expecting. Like, he sounds just like a famous Canadian Tim Conway, which is a comedian. It'd take me 5 minutes to find you a link, and I could show you who Tim Conway is, but he's fucking hilarious, Vaughn. You'd love him.
I know, honey, I know who Tim Conway is. I grew up with Carol Burnett, okay?
Okay, but you don't think he sounds like Tim Conway?
I don't. I honestly
Well,
Oh, you do. You sound just like it, Gus.
I would actually have to hear Tim Conway again, because it's been quite a few
do it again, Gus. Like, I know you, like, I feel like you did.
Let me go find a video with Tim Conway's voice, and then I'll compare the two, and then
Okay, fine.
I'll
But Gus, can you,
hang on.
like, do you...
Because Faith, honestly, I'm not sure which part of my speech you
Yeah,
think.
you said, okay, I'll try to think, just a second. You said something that I can, oh, geez, what was it? But I can rewind the video, right? I could find exactly what reminded me of it. I can find exactly why I'm thinking like this. So I'm
Okay.
not lost.
If you can give me
You
a time.
said,
I
I
believe.
know, but we're not going to retreat right now. We're just going to try to deal with my mind. And it was like something like you said, it was just something so crafty. I don't know, you can twist your voice. You're very good at your voices. Let's just leave it at that. Who gives a shit if I'm right or wrong?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to add in there, Gus. This is who I thought you were impersonating. It's the Peter Sellers character.
Why do I know I'm going to click on that link and I'm going to want to go over there to Britain and give you just a smack?
No, you won't. You will love it.
Okay, I listened to Tim Conway's voice.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
hang on a second. It sounds more Swedish than Norwegian. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you mean I sound more like Peter Sellers?
All right, I listened to Tim Conway's voice.
You mean I sound like? You mean I sound more like? You mean I sound more like Peter Sellers?
Indeed, yeah.
You don't sound like Tim Conway. There's a slight difference between Tim Conway and your voice.
I can sound like anybody. I don't even need your permission to sound like somebody. So you just sit there and percolate.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe it was a skit you were doing or something, but in your normal voice does not sound like Tim Conway. However, your energy signature could be like Tim Conway.
Whatever makes you about. Whatever makes you.
What star sign was Tim Conway?
I can't have the video over the Hangout. I'm gonna have to look it up later.
Whatever makes you smile. I don't care.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I don't sit here. I don't sit here and gab away just for the sake of it. There's other things I could be doing, but I like making people laugh. So.
Like what?
Yeah.
Like what?
Who asked me that? What?
Save up money to buy Square Enix action figures.
I wouldn't spend my hard-earned money on those things.
Did do it. I heard it. I heard it.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you.
He probably did some little skit or something, and that's what you heard. And
the awful thing about my humor, Faith, is that it's often not something I can ever do.
This is awesome.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just takes it where he can get it, I think.
Well, as we made clear yesterday, he only gets his blessings on May the 4th.
I don't know where you got that from. You're a strange little man.
May the 4th is fucking Star Wars Day, and all your
So I
pictures
like
are Star Wars.
Big deal. It doesn't make me a Star Wars.
I also like Star Wars.
I like Star Trek.
I am a
It
Star Wars
doesn't make me
freak.
a Trekkie.
I am a fucking Star Wars freak.
I'm sorry, Faith. I didn't mean to make you cry. I just couldn't remember. That's all.
Yeah, I haven't read the third Darth Bane book, but I've read the two first, like, past 2 months.
What was I going to say? Something. Oh yeah, Simon. Do you remember the last time the Queen Mum went to the United States for a visit? Simon.
that's okay. That's okay. We don't. No, that's okay. She can stay the fuck over there. That's all right. Thank you.
Dead, boss.
She's
Queen Mum is dead.
It's interesting
What's
to me. Very sensible question. She's dead.
Say, Simon, the last time she went over to the United
Whoa,
States.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold it! Stop! Queen Elizabeth died. The Queen is dead. For real.
No.
Queen
Mother.
The mother of the.
Oh.
I don't even know what the mother of the Queen's name is. Simon, what was the mother of the Queen's name?
I think it was.
Now don't take the piss now. Come on.
I'm just trying, I probably don't know. I can't remember.
She went over to the
She's been
United States for
dead a while.
the United States for a whirlwind tour. She was like 99 when she went over there. It was
Oh,
fucking
really?
lived like 120 years.
Yeah,
And
she made it.
she went over, and I remember it was in Washington. She was in a little parade or whatever, and she got approached by this gigantic, beautiful black woman. You know, one of those big black church ladies. And the big black woman threw her arms around the Queen Mum and gave her a big hug. Half the monarchists in the UK fell down dead, had a heart attack right there.
Yeah, let's just assault royalty with hugs, why don't we?
What is this bloody colonial doing touching our royalty? What?
Yeah, I'm surprised the security guards didn't intercept that, because actually you're not allowed to touch. You're not allowed to touch the Queen in this country on pain of death.
I'll wait. But the funny thing was, though, she walked away from it with this gigantic smile on her face, and I'm like, yeah, I got the funny feeling there's not an awful lot of people that hug the Queen Mum on a regular basis.
Oh, Queen Mum, yeah, sorry. No, you can touch the Queen Mum, yeah. That's all right.
It wasn't American police guarding her, because if it had been, she'd been shot.
Probably.
Definitely.
Probably.
They would have found a crack pipe on her.
I'm pretty sure while I'm pretty sure while she was being enfolded in the arms of that large woman, she was probably waving off the security. Probably like, hey, it's all right.
Tell her she's okay.
Yeah, just whispering to the guards off with her head.
No.
Can't do that over here because it's the US. We have to electrocute her to death.
Let the giant ebon woman hug me. I find it enthusiastic.
Well, I must say, I found this hug quite satisfactory.
Yeah, well, the other thing, too, is it was a well-known fact that basically as soon as she hit 90 years old, she went on a permanent bender until she died. That woman was pickled in gin and tonic from, like, 91 all the way, like... It's crazy. Personally, I think Queen Elizabeth isn't going to have as fun a time in her dotage as the Queen Mum, because she's just not as much of a tippler.
Are they going to have like a life-size thing of her anywhere, like in the Wax Museum or anything? Or
the Queen Mum? What do you think?
Is there anything planned to make it to where that you can walk in and see her and get all creeped out and shit?
You mean Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth or the Queen Mum?
The one that just died, dude.
She didn't just die. She died a couple of years ago, but I don't think so. I don't. Simon, do you know if Madame Tussaud is going to make a thing of the Queen Mum?
It's done a long time ago. It's terrible.
They even have Joda in the Wax Museum now.
They have who?
Yeah, they've got loads. I mean, they've done all the royals.
Right.
They just don't. The thing about Madame Tussauds is they just don't look like the people they're supposed to be.
They don't?
It's very strange. It's very strange, yeah.
Well, they're wax dolls. They're bound to look a bit uncanny.
Oh, hang on. Whoa, music, no music.
No, not music!
No music.
No, the horror!
We can't have any copyrighted music. The MPAA and RIAA will try to destroy us.
It's not that it's copyrighted or not copyrighted. It's just that someone may try and flag it because it has some music on it.
You muted me after I shut up, guys.
Don't scream into the microphone, man. You make my balls ache when you do that.
Yeah,
Goes right into my sacral chakra, man. Fucks me up.
Wait, your sack has a chakra? Really?
Yeah,
Really?
there's a chakra down there around your junk someplace.
Yeah, what was that? The red one?
There is.
The
there is a
spinning ball
chakra
sack
in
wheel.
that area. Yeah, there is. But the way you said it, you made it sound like your sack had its own personal chakra.
Well, of course it does. I'm just that fucking awesome. all the Indian Vedas, they commented on it when I went over there. They said, "Oh my goodness gracious, Mr. Balaji, it is a very, very rare thing that a man with 7 chakras shows up here. You are definitely blessed of Ganesha, the elephant god. Now go forth with thy swinging dick and bring enlightenment to the world." That's what they said. They wrote it.
Show off your spinning ball sack wheel.
That's right. That's what they said. Don't even make fun, because I'm telling you, that's serious shit. Oh my goodness gracious. Never tell you guys why.
All right, guys. Between Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton, which one do you want to be
I
president of
want
the
them
United
both.
States?
I want them both to
Neither.
I
I want them both to meet their end in a pudding factory covered by butterscotch pudding. Never heard of again. Jeb
As long as
Bush.
the US don't fuck us over here in Norway, it doesn't really matter much to me.
Well, I think it would be a little less bad if Jeb was president, but because if Hillary's president, the first thing she's going to do is she's going to fly over to Russia and she's going to kiss Karl Marx's dead stone. She's going to do that shit.
Out of your mind.
Wasn't Karl Marx German?
You think I'm kidding? Really?
I definitely
You think I'm kidding?
The worst thing about this
Listen, I'm telling you, if she becomes president, she's going to be on a plane to Russia. She's going to go over there. She's going to find that fucking gravestone, and she's going to kiss the fuck out of that shit.
You know what?
Karl Marx was right. Was
I'm
German.
telling you, listen to me now, because even in the short time I've known you, I've grown to like you. Drinking too much before 7 o'clock at night is fucking bad for you.
Also, Karl Marx wasn't buried in Russia.
I don't drink alcohol. You should know that by now.
Well,
The thing is, Vladimir Lenin.
All right. Well, you know what the other thing though is? Crystal meth isn't any better. And look what it's
I
done.
don't do drugs either. Sorry.
Well, then you're without excuse, man, because yeah, that's right. Nadia just got done saying that Karl Marx isn't buried in the Soviet Union. He's in the old Soviet Union. He's buried.
Yeah, that's right. He is. That's right. He's German. Yeah. Well, anyway, she'll find out where the fuck he's buried. She'll go and she'll kiss his gravestone. Okay. Because she absolutely fucking idolizes Karl Marx. She does. She idolizes the fuck out of that guy. So as soon as she gets president, she's going to go and fly and kiss his gravestone. After that, I don't know what the... Well, I do know what she's going to do. She's going to fuck over America. But then after that, I don't know. And I don't care.
Actually, Hillary Clinton's not a communist at all. And I wouldn't bother kissing Karl Marx's gravestone, or Vladimir Lenin's, or Chairman Mao's.
She fucking loves Karl Marx. She thinks Karl Marx. She thinks that the ground fucking Karl Marx walked on is fucking made of gold.
I don't suppose, Vaughn, I don't suppose you've got anything remotely resembling proof of that, do you?
What's that?
I don't suppose you have anything remotely resembling proof of that assertion, do you?
Just sit back and watch. That's all I gotta say. Just sit back and watch, man. It's gonna be if Hillary becomes president, man. It's gonna be crazy. I'm telling you. Just sit back and watch. That's all I gotta say, man. I don't have to say or do anything. All I gotta do is just sit back with my arms folded and wind Hillary up, and she'll do her own damn thing all by herself. I don't have to do jack shit except sit back and watch.
You want to make it interesting? You want to make it interesting, old man? I'll tell you what. If she gets elected and she does not kiss the grave, you gotta send me a postcard.
I gotta send you a postcard.
That's the bet. If she gets elected and she does not kiss the grave, you gotta. And you know what? I'll make it even easier on you. She doesn't have to kiss the grave. She can go and put her hand on the headstone. She can go and stand there and look at it. If she does not go anywhere near the grave, okay? You got to send me a postcard. If she does, I have to send you a postcard.
Well, we'll have to wait 8 years because her tenure is going to be 8 years, I guarantee.
I don't care how long you have to wait. That's not
okay. Well, I'm just telling you, man. I think when she gets president, she's going to that gravesite. She's going to kiss that motherfucker. She'll, like you said, she might put her hands on it. She might hug it. She might kiss it. She might urinate on it, defecate on it. I don't know, but she's going to do something to recognize the ground that Karl Marx walked on because he was such an intellectual for his time.
Do you accept the wager?
So it was just so awesome. He was just so fucking awesome that you know. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Accept the wager.
I think I absolutely believe. I absolutely believe because once she gets to be the first woman president, who's going to contest her? Who's going to say anything to her? Nobody's going to say shit to her. She's the first woman president.
You may be right. You may turn out to be entirely right, but I don't think you will. And I want you to put your postcard where your mouth is.
Okay, I promise I will send you a postcard from beautiful Kentucky if I'm wrong. All right.
And I counter promise that if she does do what you say that she's going to do, I will send you a postcard from beautiful Ottawa.
Okay, we'll send each other postcards. Give me the flowers while I'm living.
And I won't even send you a postcard of City Hall. I'll send you a lovely postcard of the parliament.
Yeah, send me a postcard of some beautiful waterfall or some shit. Yeah,
we don't have any waterfalls in Ottawa. If we end up with a waterfall in Ottawa, it's because
stop.
we don't have any waterfalls.
You don't have a wait, now, stop. You don't have a waterfall in Ottawa nowhere? Nowhere?
No.
Here in Ottawa, we actually have forests. Waterfalls.
You guys got a lot of waterfalls over there in Kentucky, do you?
Oh Lord, yeah. We got waterfalls all over the damn place. I got a waterfall right here in the backyard.
I'm not talking about 8 guys taking a piss at a tailgate party. I'm talking about an actual.
No. I'm talking about a real waterfall with real water going over the rocks. Yeah.
Okay.
Here in Norway, we have tourists from Asia come specifically to see waterfalls. Like, that's not even a
Waterfalls
joke.
are beautiful. Waterfalls are beautiful. You don't think?
Yeah, and they
waterfalls
don't have them in Asia, so we have a fuck ton of Asian tourists come here to take pictures of waterfalls.
You don't think waterfalls are beautiful?
Of course.
I never said that. I just said it's weird.
What are you talking about, Vaughn? Of course I think waterfalls are beautiful. We just don't have.
No,
to
I'm talking about the other guy. The other guy's sitting there saying
No, waterfalls are fine. It's weird that we have so many tourists come specifically to see waterfalls.
What's wrong with waterfalls?
What the hell else?
No, nothing is wrong with waterfalls. I don't know, but why would you come here for waterfalls?
You're making it sound like waterfalls are some evil thing from the pits of hell. What?
Well, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say it's weird that people would come solely for waterfalls.
I know you're not trying to do that, but that's exactly how it's coming out. It's that waterfalls are evil. Waterfalls are evil. Why are these crazy people coming and seeing these waterfalls? They're evil. That's how it's coming out.
The waterfalls are fine. I've seen plenty of waterfalls.
Let's set Ben aside for a sec. Just for a sec. I will send you a lovely picture of that. Oh, okay. Well, whatever you're doing there, that's nice. It's the finest Watusi I ever saw. Well, I will send you a lovely picture of the Parliament buildings as a postcard, and there won't be any waterfalls.
No. Stop. I do not want a picture of a government building. Fuck that. No. Send me something nice. Send me a picture of a deer, or a picture of an elk, or a moose, or something. Caribou, whatever. Something that actually speaks to nature and to the earth, and I don't give a flying fuck about government. I can't stand government.
I said you crusty old douche. I'm trying to send you a nice postcard.
No, you're trying to send me a shit postcard. I don't give a fuck about some goddamn building. Send me something natural, something beautiful, some deer in a meadow or some shit. Send me something pretty. I don't want to see a picture of a fucking building. Fuck that. Send me something pretty.
Okay. Picture of the gravel in front of your house.
Send me a pic. Send me a bit. You all got big ass fucking moose up there. You say? Send me a picture of a big old fucking moose walking through the field or something.
Fine. If I get within a statute mile of a moose and he sees me taking a picture of him, and he takes a notion to hurt me, you won't get a picture of anything except my obituary.
I didn't say you had to do it yourself. You could go to a place. You don't have a post office somewhere where you can get a postcard with a moose already on it?
You know what them goddamn mooses do to you when they get their hands on you? That's terrible. They do
I know they'll rack you. I know. We have deer here that'll rack you if they get the post office. But you can get a postcard that's already got the moose on it. You don't have to go out in the wilds and snap a picture, okay? You can get a postcard. It's already got a moose on it, and you don't have to worry about that shit.
What about the Rideau Canal? Do you want a nice picture of the Rideau Canal?
Have you got a what?
Do you want a nice picture of the Rideau Canal?
A canal? Is it man-made or earth-made?
Well,
is it earth-made or man-made?
It's man-made. Okay.
I don't want no man-made shit. No. I want something beautiful.
Lovely picture of a handful of gravel.
Hey, if all you can do is get a picture of gravel, then fine, that'll do. But I would rather have that than a picture of some fucking government building. Fuck that.
Jeez, you go. Somebody calling you up. Well, you know that this is a government town, eh? What am I supposed to take a picture of? This is a government town. It's like Washington down there.
You don't have any nature anywhere, nowhere.
You really want a picture from Ottawa? You want a picture from Ottawa's bush? That's not what Ottawa's known for.
I want a picture of nature.
Okay.
Not a picture of some stone building.
All right, Con. All right. Okay. I will do my best to
give me a picture of a big ass fucking moose. All right.
All right.
Big ass fucking moose.
All right. You'll understand though that somebody will probably have had to die.
Something in such that I seem to remember being around.
Even Nadia's got a deer on her thing there.
A deer?
Where? What?
Yeah, Yeah, look behind you. You got a deer on your thing there.
What are you talking about?
A metal deer there thing on your cabinets there. Look.
That's not a deer. That's a.
I'm saying.
No, that's a deer. Turn it around the other way there towards the cabinets there. There's a deer on the cabinet thing there.
Who are you talking to?
Nadia.
Okay.
There's a metal deer on the side of your cabinets there as you're going out the door.
Right there?
James from Arkansas. How are you?
Isn't that a deer?
Guys, I need you to be consistent.
Not a chance.
I need
Topic
consistency.
drift is normal.
Consistency is boring.
Topic drift, you will be soon because topic drift is a thing, okay?
All right, listen. Now, unlike you, Vaughn, you picky bugger, you can send me any picture from Kentucky you want, okay? Try to stay out of taking pictures of the people in Walmart. I can go to the internet to see that. But other than that, you can send me any picture in Kentucky.
I'm gonna see. Unlike you, I will find a picture of like say the Kentucky mountain ranges, or I'll find a beautiful waterfall here in Kentucky, or natural bridge. Natural bridge is beautiful. I'll send you a picture of something that that Mother Nature herself made.
So you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see this so-called bluegrass you guys are always talking about.
You want to see the bluegrass? Okay, I can do that. We can do that. I'll get you a picture of bluegrass. Okay.
The wager is bargained well and done. You've all witnessed. Vaughn is an honorable man held to the standards of the sky. I am the same.
James was saying that Hillary Clinton will kiss Karl Marx's grave that he believed to be in Russia.
I'm having trouble.
I can't hear a thing. The echo is just too severe. What's going on?
Someone's echoing.
I don't know. I'm going to mute myself and we'll see if it's me. Hold on a minute.
Is it me? Alright, try again.
I don't know.
Okay, now I hear you.
Well, now we're gonna hear.
Okay. Yeah, debate over whether Hillary Clinton will be number one elected, number two, kiss Karl Marx's grave, and possibly whether that grave is in Russia.
I think you might be echoing, Gus.
Am I still echoing?
It's all your fault.
It was gone while you were muted.
It's you, Gus, because I was muted.
Am I still echoing?
Well, not you personally, but everything else echoes from your end.
Is that a yes or no? Okay. This is a mic queer. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me.
The echo was gone while you were muted.
You know what? You were gone while I was muted too.
Well, I'm always there, Gus.
So, were we still on free will and such?
Oh no, we gave that up.
No, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's usually a heated up debate or whatever that lasts hours at a time.
Hey Nadia, I have a question.
Sure.
Is that cool? I really wanted to hear like Simon because he was playing with his guitar. I was just wondering, what are the rules for the room again?
Rules for the room? I don't think I have a formal list of rules set up. Yeah, basically.
Well, basically, the question was, can we play music that's not copyrighted? So could he play his guitar?
Live performances.
If it's his personal shit, there's nothing nobody can say. But, like somebody in here playing guitar, they can't say shit about that. But if it's any kind of...
Simon, you heard it. From Vaughn himself.
Yeah, if he's on camera playing a guitar or something, can't do shit about that. But if it's like some kind of pre-recorded something, then yeah, they can come after you.
Well, if it's copyrighted.
As long as it's like somebody's sitting there playing a guitar, they're not going to do shit. They can't do shit. I mean, that's that person's own thing. There's no
Right,
make.
that's what I was wondering. But like, I'm not all heartbroken, so no one worry. But I'm gonna go to like when Simon invites me to the private thing. I'm gonna go do that. But like, Nadia, I really missed out. You were sleeping. I didn't want to wake you up on Skype to say what are the rules, you know. And I'm really happy to see Simon. But Floyd. I get so nervous when Floyd's in the room because it does. Like I have no idea what my energy is for Floyd, but it's like magic. And I have to like dock out.
Okay. Well, there you go.
It's all your fault, Floyd. You intimidating.
That's what I was just getting
I didn't
ready
know
to
I was
say
that
the
ugly.
exact same thing. I was just getting ready.
How dare you, Floyd?
I
That's
scare all the ladies away.
Making old folks faint, young folks cry.
That's it, man. What are you doing to us, Floyd? You're destroying
You
us.
and your cursed PowerPoints.
That's messed up, dude.
Sorry, Floyd's here. I gotta duck out too.
All ladies.
Just kidding. I love you, Floyd.
Don't be a shit disturber, McKay.
I really worked out how to, make slides in, what do they call it, Beamer? Because, of course, Floyd set such a good example with his own that I had to figure out how to do it for myself.
I gotta try and figure out what I'm gonna fix for supper. I ain't been to the grocery store yet. Oops.
What are you doing sitting around here then?
I don't know. I just enjoy y'all's company.
You poor kids are going to starve because you didn't
But we
go
enjoy
to the
yours.
No, the kids are eating supper over at Mama's. They're fine. I'm just looking at myself. So
Well, what are you eating for then? You don't need to eat.
I think what I may make one of them pasta side things. I make one of them. Those are easy to fix. You just put them in a plastic thing, shove them in the microwave for about 5 minutes, and they're done.
And so good for you too.
Yes, yes. All those MSGs and CIGs and ASGs and whatever other chemicals they can find, throw in there. Kitchen sink.
And of course, we have usual, you said AIGs? Well, corruption across the board. What did Iron Cross just say?
That's alright. I just frightened Sad Calm into leaving, so it must have been something I said.
Well, good, because he was a. I don't think anybody knew him from Adam, and I didn't want to broadcast him, so.
Okay, so I actually did something good this time. Alright.
Yawn. It's late over here.
Well, actually, speaking of Matthew chapter 19, verse 12, Mark's been having a debate with Iron Cross about that. What's your opinion of it? I guess he's saying that eunuchs can sort of ambiguously refer to homosexuals and such.
What's the debate over?
Matthew chapter 19, verse 12.
Oh, the becoming eunuch for Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the debate is whether if that's meant to be taken literally or just become celibate. Here's an interesting translation of the that verse right there. Oh, that's from the folks from the Jesus seminar.
Okay. Yeah, I had the idea this sort of, I don't know if you call it liberal or whatever it is, interpretation involving eunuchs referring to LGBT people was extreme minority at best.
Hard to say if that. It's hard to say if that was meant to be taken literally or not. Eusebius claimed that Origen actually castrated himself, but I'm not sure if that's totally historic or not.
Oh, so I didn't realize there was stat about that. Okay. Well, sorry.
They were castrated. They are castrated men who castrated themselves because of heaven's imperial rule. Okay, I'm not sure about that heaven's imperial rule. What the hell does that mean, and why do you have to be castrated to be part of that rule? Where is that from?
Just a
Matthew 19:12.
It said that in Matthew 19:12. Really? That you had to be castrated to get into heaven? What?
Well, hold on. Let me give you another. Let me give you another translation.
Yeah. How about the King James? Because I don't remember anything about having to be castrated to be into heaven. That's crazy.
Well, ESV.
No, it's not saying it's required. It's not required. It's saying there's those who want to dedicate themselves for the kingdom of heaven will do that. You know, like a priest, for example. You know, you're not saying everyone needs to be a priest.
Yeah, it's just if you are able.
Yeah. There's the King James version.
Okay, yeah, it was the version, the translated version that I was having a problem with. Okay, yeah, I recognize it now. Well, with all due respect to the pearly gates, I think I'll pass on that shit. Thank you very fucking much. I'll keep my junk just like it is. Okay, you know.
Actually, it's a pretty minor kind of thing for most people.
Yeah, it ain't minor to me. It ain't minor to me.
Well, I mean, in terms of like its impact on your day-to-day life or whatever. The real trick though is if your thyroid dies, because it a lot of times triggers Hashimoto's, the autoimmune response against your own thyroid.
It's going to turn me into a Japanese samurai? What?
No. Hashimoto's is an autoimmune disease that attacks your own thyroid.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I'll keep my junk. You know, with all due respect to the pearly gates, I'm keeping my junk. And if somehow St. Peter doesn't let me in because I got my junk, well, there's all I got to say to St. Peter. You know, it's just the way it goes.
Well, I mean, obviously it's not worth it for you. The couple weeks it would take to heal would be not worth it. So.
Well, yeah, no, that would be like, how can I make a comparison? I don't think there's even a comparison for something like that. That would be like, trying to stab myself with a spoon or some shit. I don't know. I'm trying to find some kind of an equivalent for that, and I really can't, because there is no equivalent. There's just no way in hell I could do something like that. No fucking way. I mean, like you said, it would have to be some kind of medical emergency or some shit before I could even think of. No, I can't do it.
Testicular cancer happens on.
I'm curious if we have someone, like if we could find someone that believes you have to be castrated to get into heaven, if they believe chemical castration counts.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah.
Paul recommended it in 1 Corinthians 7.
Paul's a fucking nutter, okay? I don't care what Paul thinks.
What's being argued?
Paul
Like,
was
what's the
saying,
conclusion?
I don't need to marry and have children or have a woman. Yeah, well, what was he doing? Was he whacking off somewhere or what? You know, I mean, the guy acts like he's not even fucking human. Give me a break.
He couldn't be whacking off because he was castrated. So he was not having a good time on anybody's account.
Yeah, without testosterone shots or something, it's kind of not gonna be very active.
That's messed up. I'm sorry. That's for me personally. That no, I can't go there. Sorry, no can do. As Hall & Oates used to sing, you know, I can't go for that. No can do. You know, no, not me. Not me. If I'm denied getting in the pearly gates because I still got my junk, well, then I guess I'll just have to be denied. You know.
You're not gonna get denied because you have your junk, James. Don't worry.
Just have to junk your junk.
Take it from one James to another.
You're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay, James.
It won't hurt.
I share some environment.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Just try something like that.
Palm is solving your problem.
Try coming after me to do something like that to me and see how long you live, okay? You won't live very long. I assure you. I will take you out, bro.
Yeah, your final destination is now.
Yeah, there ain't no hesitation, man. You try to take away my junk, you are gone, boy. You are finito, all right? No, ain't nobody doing that shit to me, man. Like I said, it'd have to be a medical emergency. You know, I'm gonna fucking die if they don't remove the shit. You know, that would be the only instance. You know, is that yeah, Avon, you know, if we don't remove your junk, you're gonna fucking die. It's like okay, yeah, you know, that would be the only time. The only time.
Well, by and large, there's not really much of a reason to remove a part of yourself, and barring that kind of thing. Yeah, the sort of thing I had going on is, you know, big exception.
Yeah, I just, you know, there's no way I could go there, man. I mean,
As someone who's been through the surgery, though, I can tell you it's really not very traumatic.
well, with all due respect, I hope you keep that experience to yourself, okay? I don't want to know.
Even if it was life-threatening, Don would still have to reconsider it happening.
I don't imagine it'd be much different than any other medical procedure.
I would have to be literally on death's door, man. Okay.
They're all different, but
yeah, but who would want to lose the testosterone? Anyway. Not me.
Well, I did, but I didn't really have much going around anyway.
Well, I mean, like, your testosterone directly correlates to, like, you know, muscle building and all that, and that's a pretty big deal to me, so I want to keep that around. Even setting the, you know, like, sexual stuff around, I want to be able to get swole.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right.
Oh, I lost from, like, 120 nanograms per deciliter to 25 nanograms per deciliter. Like,
yeah, I mean,
the 80-year-old man or whatever who's, like, menopausal male would have levels around 300 nanograms per deciliter.
It's, you know, it's not just the sexual.
Normal males, like 600 to 800, you know, with kind of like an upper limit of 1200. That's the, quote-unquote normal range. So I didn't really have any to lose and so on.
But it's not just the sexual thing. It's just the idea of being a man. You know, you're not as much of a man per se as you were before. If that makes any sense.
It doesn't, because that's what makes you a man.
Well, I sure hope not.
I'm not half the man I used to be, 'cause you took my nuts away from me. Oh, I decry vasectomy. Why they had to go, I don't know. I want they stay. Where'd he go? I chased him off with my singing.
You need to write down that entire song, please.
James, what's going on,
What's
James?
up?
You and me, man, we haven't had a chance to talk, and by talk I mean you kicked the crap out of me for an hour straight.
Whoa, I don't feel like that's how our conversations go.
Shit kicking.
What do you want to talk about, Gus?
I don't know, man.
Pick a topic. I got probably 15 minutes to kill, and then I got a GTFO.
I don't know, man. I don't know if we can do anything. If we can do anything justice in 15, man.
Yeah, I know. Like, what can you really debate in 15 minutes? Like, it would have to be something really small.
We're just gonna have to sit here and here we go. Vaughn has come back with a Vashon cake. I don't know what is that thing.
That was me before March in 2012. The op was in June of 2012. So, as you can see, I wasn't much of a man to begin with.
No. Like I told you, Nadia, I found a female that looks 100% female, looks exactly like you. I told you, remember? I actually saw her somewhere. I forget now where it was. It was on video or something. She looks just like you, man. Spot on, and she's 100% female.
All I can say is I'm glad you found a female that looks like Nadia and not one that looks like you, Vaughn. That's all I'm saying.
That would have been some scary shit, right? Yeah.
Get back to me in August 2016 or later. I should be down to what size I should be.
I've seen loads of women, Nadia, that look a whole lot more like a man than you do. Okay, trust me on that shit. There's nothing wrong with you.
Ann Coulter.
There is no woman that looks more like she used to be a man than Ann Coulter.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let's be fair. Now, it's true that Ann Coulter's got an Adam's apple the size of Mount Vesuvius, but as far as the facial features, no, I wouldn't say they're man-like. But she does have this.
If she wore like a turtleneck,
but
like they covered up.
Yeah, she does. She has this humongous fucking Adam's apple that I've never seen anything like it in my life. But now the actual facial features, though, I wouldn't call those manly. But you know,
Does the fact that she has does the fact that Ann Coulter has a vagina that spits acid and has teeth, does that count for anything?
No.
Well, no, because her mouth does that too. So.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, she's got like the xenomorph tongue mouth thing going on.
What do you think of Ann Coulter? She has a nasty vagina. That's Schmedley, the sex starved nerd.
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking about today, Schmedley? Having lots of sex.
Family Guy did a funny joke on about Ann Coulter. I don't remember, but they were at the Fox Studios for some reason, and in the fucking break room they didn't have a fridge. They just used Ann Coulter's vagina.
Oh. So, McKay,
That's probably not really the way to go.
Why is it your personal mission?
Ann Coulter has, bad ideas and that she's wrong about various things. But I don't think speculating about, whatever qualities of her genitalia is really the way to go.
You're right, but so I want to ask McKay instead why she's shooting every chicken in Riyadh.
How do you think you make fried chicken?
Do you get extra points? Do you get extra points for plugging bullets?
You actually do, but that's not the point.
Okay.
The point is to say that you shot a chicken, is it not?
Reminds me of that scene in Young Guns when they've all had the peyote. Would you look at the size of that fucking chicken?
Do you get rid of? Do you,
She's my mother's mom. I still love how you've got graffiti all over your rifle, man.
Yeah, it's not global offensive.
No, it's probably a surah from the Quran, man.
I'm talking about the game.
It is writing of some kind. Looks like.
you're
Yeah,
badass. You're badass.
it looks like a surah from the Quran. Or somebody's
That's
tag.
straight to the hood.
It does indeed.
One of these days, I'll tell you the lovely story about how the CIA almost brought down every plane in this Afghanistan skies.
Hmm.
If you ask very nicely. Or even if you don't ask nicely and we're just bored. Oh no, he jumped on you. Oh, but she shanked him. Right on. She gave him the shank.
What if I strap you to a chair and threaten you with a knife? Will you tell me then?
You don't have to go that far, Captain Maladro. We're all watching McKay now. Make short work of these rotten invader infidels. Kill them.
Funny story I just remembered. I've honestly been told not to laugh in public because I sound so sinister.
Well, you know, it's not so much the sinister laugh, it's the fact that you're covered in goat's blood going,
Yeah, no, I laugh in public at every opportunity, just to show off how evil I am.
Okay. So, Iron Cross has thought up again. I can catch you up on that one. But Iron Cross recently said, I guess, speaking of Marx, you, I guess, have a liberal interpretation of Matthew chapter 19, verse 12, endorsing. But if not homosexuality per se, then at least the uniqueness of it. Iron Cross said, I hope I got through to the person I was addressing. However, by his reaction, multi-conflict got shown. And to Iron Cross, I said, my ideas on exegesis and eisegesis aren't very palatable to a number of believers. Best might be to say that I endorse liberal religion's efforts to reconcile their faith with modernity, while not necessarily believing their intellectual justification is the strongest. So, yeah, fate. There, James got bored. I'm all good with it. I mean, I see stuff like, you know, non-particularists and, you know, various non-Trinitarians, you know, being pretty consistently LGBT friendly, and I'm like, hey, I'll back that up. They're backing me up. In the meantime, I have no idea that's really in the Bible, and at first blush, as far as I can tell, well, yeah. My first impressions were of that other things were the case, apart from Unitarianism, I guess. Yeah, the Trinity thing doesn't really seem to have been there, but anyway. Go ahead.
There we go.
Gus, do you think Trinitarianism has got as strong of biblical support as the majority of Christian believers think it has, or?
Do I think whichism?
Trinitarianism.
I tell you, I listened to a lot of stuff from Philip yesterday, and I was really impressed with his seeming support for the idea that the Christians wrote a lot of their own ideas into back sections of the Bible. One of the things I wanted to bring up with Adam, for instance, was whether or not he really believed that when Moses spoke to God, he was actually speaking to Jesus. I didn't get a chance though because Adam was too busy calling me a shithead. So, but I really do think that Christianity has been a faith that's appropriated whatever it thought would serve it best over the years. Am I too far gone off that one, Philip? Floyd, I mean. I keep calling you Philip. Sorry.
I disagree. Around 600 CE, they were universalists.
Yeah.
I think that was the main canon.
Universalism. Well, I'm pretty happy with where I've seen a lot of the adherents of it fall. On the other hand, I don't see quite as clear a case for it. But actually, does anyone else see Trinitarianism being a bit weak in terms of scriptural backing? Lloyd does.
It's true. I think in the Bible it's very clear that you can be saved post-death.
I mean, you can certainly read Trinitarianism into certain verses. It doesn't really go out and say it directly, but you can certainly, construct verses to adhere to it.
Well, that's the glory of the Bible, isn't it? You
Yeah.
can really read in whatever you want to read into it.
But Christians certainly, went back to the Old Testament and read their own esoteric meaning into the verses. There's no doubt about that.
Is there anywhere in the Bible that specifically states the Trinity?
Well, I guess the two biggest passages are both some scholars believe are interpolations. Or one's the end of Matthew, where it actually says, baptize them in the let me pull up the verse. Matthew 27 is the last chapter, and 27, isn't it? I think so.
Oh well, cold shower time for you, huh, Nadia?
Fortunately, the actual grounds themselves have a
best showers.
grounds light shower, but that's probably best to go to the morning.
Okay, yeah, Matthew 28:19. Says, go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptize them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. That's that's pretty Trinitarianism right there. Some believe that's interpolation. I mean, I think it is as well. Eusebius quoted that verse before the Council of Nicaea, and it didn't say that, but after the Council of Nicaea, he did quote it as such. But I saw other claims that other early Christian followers, like Tertullian, actually said that, so I'm not quite sure. I need to do a little bit more research on that. One that's definitely a interpolation is called the Johannine comma. It's not even found in certain translations of the New Testament, but it does appear in the King James version. But it's I mean, just about the consensus of scholars believe it was a later interpolation.
Nope, that's not me. That's not me on that one.
Yeah.
Is it me?
Because for there are three that bear the record in heaven: the Father and the Word and the Holy Ghost. Of these three are one. That is not found in our best and earliest manuscripts. There's a whole story about how that got added in.
Well, look, okay, I have a son. His name is Jeremiah, and me and Jeremiah are one. Now, does that mean that Jeremiah is me? No, it doesn't. What does it mean? It means that me and Jeremiah share the same things, or we're doing the same things, or we look similar. But it does not mean that Jeremiah is me. Not at all. Not even close.
But then why
Okay.
would you say Jeremiah is you?
Me and
That's what
Jeremiah.
you started off the sentence with.
All right. Well, let me give an example. Okay. Let me give an example. If me and Jeremiah are at the baseball game, watching a baseball game, me and Jeremiah are one. Why are we one? Because we're both watching a baseball game. We're both having a good time. We're both thinking the same thoughts. Okay, but it doesn't mean
not at all. How are you thinking the same thoughts? How do you know that?
We're enjoying the game. We're focused on the game. We're focused on the game. We're having a good time watching the baseball game. Okay, we are one. At that point, at the point to where we're watching that baseball game, me and Jeremiah are one. You get it? Because we're one in mind. We're one in focus. Okay.
No.
You get it? It doesn't
No.
mean that Jeremiah's me. It just means that we're sharing the same thing.
Okay, so if you share similar thoughts, that makes you one. Well,
yes.
That would make 30,000 other people in the stadium you as well. And
Yes.
then the other 50,000.
Yes, it would make us all one. In fact, Jesus even alluded to that. He said, when I come back, I will make you all like me. He said that. He said, when I
You
come
believe
back,
in like a super trinity. Like there's a lot more people involved than just the three.
No, that's my whole point against Trinity, okay, is that, Trinity is something that some Europeans came up with so that they can make a little bit of money, all right? That's all
Okay, so
Trinity
you're
is.
a Unitarianist, or?
I don't believe in the Trinity at all. I don't even believe Jesus is a deity, all right? Jesus is not even a deity, all right? Somehow they took Messiah and made it into some kind of deity status thing, and I mean, if you go to the actual Hebrew and ask these Jewish rabbis and such, they'll tell you Messiah ain't no deity. The Messiah has the power of God through them, yes, and the Messiah is used mightily of God, but he's not a deity. Now, no Jew will tell you that the Messiah is a deity. Not one. Okay, where did they get this from? Well, it come from a couple guys in Europe, the best I can determine. All right, they want to make some money. Said, hey, we'll come up with this Trinity idea, and the rapture's the same way. It was dreamed up by some people in Europe that want to make a little bit of money. They come up with this great idea. Hey, we'll come up with this rapture thing, even though rapture's not even mentioned in the Bible. And as I've often stated, Revelation chapter 20 says the dead in Christ don't even rise until after the great white throne of judgment any damn way. So even if there was a rapture, it doesn't happen until way, way later. So I mean, it's these things, these concepts of Trinity and rapture and stuff, these were come up with where people wanted to make a buck, or they wanted to manipulate people in some way, and that's all it is, man. That's all it is. There's no actual basis in Scripture at all. There really isn't. Not really. Not really.
Floyd.
Yeah.
I was interested in hearing your general thoughts on the idea of free will, because we had a big conversation with Adam, you, and thems and such about free will, and I was just interested what you thought of that, just in a general sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have real strong philosophical leanings. We certainly have choices, but our nature is determined, and our preferences and so forth are greatly affected by our nature. One moment. Yeah. So we can't force ourselves to like things we don't, and our nature guides us towards certain preferences and stuff like that. We obviously have choices. We have conflicting interests within our nature as well, right? Should we do this or should we do that? Part of us is say, oh yeah, well, I want to do that, but others, it's like, should I eat dessert or should I try to lose weight, for example?